All right, all right, all right. What's up? What's up? This is still ABDUL coming from Building H live. This is live State of the Fandom. This is separate from the taped episodes that I normally do. When we're live, we're doing reactions to news that's pertinent to the fandom. So today could possibly be a big one. It could be a stepping stone or the whole enchilada. We about to find out. State of the Fandom. Let's get started. All right, all right, all right. We're here with a few people already from the fandom. We got CY, very excited down there. Fat Dan, what's going on?
Nothing. I'm just really excited for this possible Henry Cavill announcement. I'm getting my hopes up a little more than I should. I'll be honest, but
I don't blame you. The same's happening with me.
Yeah. Well, hey, right now, like I said, it's an exciting day. I mean, to be excited for DC, I think that's a good thing for once. But we're keeping an eye on the updates at San Diego Comic-Con. They have this little thread they got going on here. So hopefully that updates properly. So when the news hits, we will know. So for this first wave, because again, it's going to be several people coming on. For you two first, let's get everybody's expectations. For real. And Dan, you kind of put it out there, but before we do that, I have let's see, members chat. There we go. Mr. J, member for 11 months. Appreciate you, man. A marvelous level. Says nobody panic if Zach doesn't show up. Keep the faith alive. Interesting way to start that. So Dan, you were saying your expectations, you're kind of trying to keep them in check right now.
I'm trying to keep them in check, yes. I'm trying to say, just Henry Cavill returning as Superman for Black Adam, but part of me is kind of also getting the I'm going to say the second Superman Henry Cavill solo movie, so I don't get a bunch of whole, Batman v Superman is Man of Steel 2. But, the second solo is what I'm kind of somewhat anticipating more than I should.
Interesting, because there's a lot of buzz, Henry Cavill buzz all week. And really, it's been speculated since, I think, as soon as we found out Black Adam was going to be at Comic-Con, the idea was like, well, can Cavill show up, right? So interesting. CY, same question to you. Expectations today.
All right. Well, I mean, my expectations, I'm kind of a guy who tends to go in with more realistic, so I'm expecting just a Man of Steel 2 tease in regards to Henry Cavill. Stuff, obviously, I'd love if we end up getting more than that.
Right. Like I said, I look at it, Henry Cavill, that's an obvious stepping stone. I consider that personally a stepping stone, especially if Zack Snyder is involved with it. I think that'd be a dead giveaway, I believe.
Actively involved in it.
Go ahead, Dan.
I'm going to say actively involved in it because technically he was involved in Wonder Woman 1984.
Well, I think my viewers know what I mean when I say involved with it. So Super chat here from LJD. Go ahead, CY.
Let's be real. He was only credited on Wonder Woman 84 because Gal Gadot was in it.
Right. I think my viewers know what I mean when I say actively. So we got Super Chat LJD. He says, just a lurker bot showing some love. Appreciate all the bots in the building. Again, we're going to find out something today. Now, before I shuffle here, so far, Marvel's been doing some interesting stuff. I know people was like, we're not talking about Marvel. Well, just a little bit. X-Men 97, I thought it was a very interesting turnout for that in the animated Spider-Man freshman year. Either y'all were interested in any of that at all?
A little. Especially, the Marvel Zombies being rated M, I thought that was the real interesting, like an MCU project that is rated TVMA, since it's TV, but that equivalent of R, basically.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, they may get it, a little wild. What you got, CY?
That was my big surprise as well. Of the two shows you mentioned, I think X-Men 97 looks more promising, personally. But for the shows in general, Marvel Zombies was the best part of it, yeah, just hearing that, like, yeah, this is TVMA, and like we want to respect all the gore, which is an important part of the zombies comics. Like, that's basically words from the directors at the panel. So like hearing that, because given Marvel's tendency to avoid R-rated content,
right? Yeah, it's a big step for Marvel. Now it coincides with that parental lock, on Disney Plus. They added Deadpool and Logan, and right here you got this some buzz about Deadpool 3. Again, Feige, if DC does nothing, I think Marvel's going to destroy them today, right? But if you get Superman, Superman can hold up, I think, on anything going on here. So final thoughts, because we're gonna shuffle here. Dan, again, I know you keep your expectations in check, but like I said, what at the very least, what do you need to happen today at the very bare minimum?
Henry Cavill needs to appear. That is my big minimum. So whether it's for Man of Steel 2, whether it's for Black Adam, I don't care. Henry Cavill needs to appear. And do you mind if I plug something real quick before I go?
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
So I started up a new show last week, Bat Dan's Thoughts, and episode 3 will be a small little reaction video to Henry Cavill, whether it's an appearance, whether it's a nothing burger. Episode 3 tonight will be uploaded around 7 p.m. CST today. So
awesome. Okay.
Check it out.
Bat Dan's channel, and drop your link in the chat as well, so everybody can find you, Dan. Again, appreciate you as always coming through. And hey, if we get some exciting stuff, we're gonna have some nice reaction streams coming. So definitely come back for those, man.
Thanks.
All right. So Bat Dan, CY, same question to you. Bare minimum, what do you need to happen today?
Same thing as him, just Henry Cavill actually back. If it includes a tease for Man of Steel 2, that's an added bonus. That's an added bonus, like what I'd prefer. But all I need is just, yes, there is more stuff planned with Henry Cavill.
I think that's a good starting point. Like I said, personally, I know it's a whole nother conversation. Well, is it really Zack Superman and all this stuff? We'll say that for another stream. I just want to see Henry Cavill today. So again, also, CY, appreciate you coming through. And like I said, hopefully we got some celebration streams coming up. We about to find out today. All right, man. You take care. And thanks for not panicking. All right. So we got a members chat real quick, and then we're going to have a few more people on the panel. Again, it is open panel, State of the Fandom live. We're just reacting to see what's going on. This could be an exciting day. Israel, a member for 13 months, Rogues Level. Appreciate you, Israel. Says he's excited, nervous, hashtag Henry Cavill, Superman. I would have it no other way as well. Super chat from Chad Fisher. Appreciate you, sir. He says, thanks for doing this live stream. Much appreciated. Hey, like I said, it's Comic-Con weekend, and I'm just happy there's some buzz with DC. Just under all this, I'm a DC fan. I look at a little Marvel stuff. So I'm just glad we have something to talk about, not just like Shazam or something like that. So let's get a few more people on the panel here. A few of my go-tos right here. We got Zod Rider, Skywalker. What's going on? We keeping an eye on this, man. No panic, huh?
It's funny that you should say that, Sil. No panic.
But hey, like I said, it's all about expectations right now. And I know Sky. I'm gonna start with Sky because I think he's coming in here. He's hyped right now.
He's been listening to 50 Cent.
Facts. Big facts.
What are we expecting today, Sky? What are you expecting to happen?
Man, look, here's the thing, yo. Everything, look, because Seal already know how I'm feeling right now. You know what I'm saying? Seal got a little taste of it. You know what I'm saying? He, I was going back and forth with a few people. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, it's okay to be hyped. It's okay. Right? Like, it's all good, yo. Like, yo, Zod said it perfectly, man. I feel like right before that Man of Steel stream, yo, this is how I feel right now. Right? All the breadcrumbs been there, right? I mean, with the contract timings and everything, right? Like to him ramping up, posting about DC again. He literally just said, "See you in Hall H with Tom and Jerry." Y'all talking about Rebel Moon. You know what I'm saying? Like Zach ain't even talking about Rebel Moon right now.
I tell you, man. So let's see. I don't know if this is an update. No, right now everyone's still hoping for something Superman, but nothing popped up. Just to let everybody know, nothing popped up yet. So we keeping an eye on this feed.
And don't tell me that Henry Cavill being back don't mean nothing.
Yeah,
like Zach directed the first movie. They can't like work on his project like that without him being involved in some way. His old contract is done. They killed that with the Flash. Exactly. You think he gonna come back and get treated the same way that he was just getting treated? Look, I know his name was on some projects that we wasn't rocking with. They had to get his name on stuff to end his contract. That's how that works.
Old regime, right?
Old regime, they're all gone.
Yeah, people gotta keep that in mind. Like Warner's does this and that. This is a different Warner's, y'all. This is different energy. So we're gonna see. Now it's saying here Superman and Lois. First of all, that's a show I actually watch. Superman and Lois, and got a pretty good Lois Lane right there. But Zai, what are we feeling, man? Again, expectations.
Man, I'm thinking we're gonna get everything today, man. Sink or swim, man. I'm thinking, yeah, we're getting the Snyderverse. This is I don't know. See, this is the thing. I don't think I'm being overly optimistic because I'm feeling the way I felt the day that Zack Snyder's Justice League got officially announced on that Man of Steel watch party on Vero. I'm feeling that same energy today.
Same energy, yeah.
And I can't say that about the previous fandoms and other events that have happened, leading up to this. I feel like this is going to be some legit stuff. Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know realistically if we're going to get everything, but I'm sitting here thinking if Zaslav wants to shock and awe, like you and Mikey keep saying, this would be a way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, shock and awe. I think the Henry Cavill buzz, I think, was very important all week, and that's when I was like, man. And I talked with Mikey. Mikey talked with people. And he's like, the Cavill, that sounds like something good right there. As far as Zach, that'll be a nice curveball, as I say. I'll take it all today if they're gonna give it to us. So we're gonna find out.
Well, because what I wanted to ask you though, because a lot of the stuff that you guys were talking about that could potentially come up at like DC FANDOM, if they have a DC FANDOM event this year, is cool and all, but if we get it all now, say they decide to do it now because this is San Diego Comic-Con, this is Hall H, it couldn't get any bigger, really, because when you think about it, FANDOM has kind of fizzled out. Essentially, it's been like a failure through the failed regime. So you have to wonder if Zaslav is thinking like, hey, no, this is Comic-Con. This is more serious. This is where everybody expects the big stuff. Let's give it to them. I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about that still? Because I'm just like, I got it coursing through my veins right now.
I mean, it's like if you're gonna do a big announcement, I mean, it's San Diego Comic-Con. This is where you do it, right? And then you can do your side like a D23 and kind of explain more, because I think Feige's dropping the whole slate as far as Marvel. I think he's dropping the whole slate today and be like, yo, okay, we'll see you at D23. You see what I'm saying? And we'll talk about it there. And a DC can do the same thing.
If they drop a whole slate, that would be crazy.
Feige, I think, is gonna do it. I really do. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. So real quick, shout out Necron with the super evil super chat. Appreciate you, Necron. And like I said, open panel link is pinned on YouTube. Pass through. We got several people coming through. Really excited. And right now, it's starting right now in Hall H. Like they're starting the presentation at this minute. So final thoughts before we shuffle here. Skywalker, again, we know where the expectations are at. Bare minimum. What's the absolute thing that needs to happen today?
bare minimum, Cavill's back. You know what I'm saying? With an announcement that he's getting a solo movie. That is what I am expecting, bare minimum. And that will mean to me that Zach is going to be the one. I mean, he has to be involved. I do not believe that they can really do a follow-up to his film without him having some kind of new contract. And why would he come sign a new contract to get treated the way that he just got treated before? It makes no logical sense. So I want everybody to know that it is okay to be hyped. It is okay. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and it feels good, like I said, just to be expecting something. You know what I mean? We had no expectations 2 weeks ago, and like now, hey, we can, like I said, get a stepping stone, or man, like, can we really get everything today? We're gonna find out, right?
Absolutely.
All right, Scott.
Today is a day for
truth.
truth.
Oh, go ahead.
I said, today is a day for truth.
There you go. There you go.
Real, and then the bomb's about to go off probably. So Scott, you already know we're gonna have some reaction streams. Like I said, we're gonna see. We're gonna find out in about an hour here.
Oh yeah, it will be interesting to say the least.
All right, man. All right, we'll holler at you. Let's see, and let's shuffle in. Zod, final thought again. Bare minimum. What we need to happen today, Zod?
Man, bare minimum. I'm with Skywalker on this. We got to get a Henry Cavill Man of Steel 2 announcement, at least. But we could get it all, and I'd like to hope that we do. So this is an exciting time, man, and it's great to it's great to be here celebrating with everybody. It's gonna be a hell of a day.
Exactly. I got a good feeling about today, man. So we gonna find out, and you already know, Zod, when we do those reaction streams, you jump on back in here, man.
All right, man. Later.
All right. Shout out to Zod Ryder coming through. Again, appreciate the support here already. I like Hall H they're saying Hall H is lighting up right now. So I think Black Adam, I think The Rock's out there doing this thing. So shout out to Bat Dan for the $2 super chat. Hashtag Obi-Wan gave up. Hashtag Henry Cavill Superman. Okay. No one's talking about Star Wars. I'm just playing. All right. Shout out to Mikey Sutton in the chat. So he's heard Feige's dropping nukes, surprising everyone. Yeah, I'm telling you, I think Feige, he's like, just a hint of Zack Snyder possibly being here. I think Feige's like, let's load up. Let's load up. We got 350 in the chat. Appreciate all the support here. It's an exciting time, man, for DC fans. At the core of this, I'm a DC fan, and obviously pro Snyder. So any possibility, I'm excited. If y'all out there right now, smash the like, subscribe if you're not. We'll run those bells real quick. Make sure you're liking, subscribing, share the video, become a member. We got a couple more people on the panel here. We got the veteran down there. What's going on with you, man? And Kit, always dabbing. Let's start with the veteran. First off, nice to see you on the panel, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm feeling good. I think, I think Zach wouldn't have said what he said if he didn't. He's going to deliver it to me. I think he's going to deliver. I feel like he wouldn't do that to us. So.
You think? Let's pull this back up because of this, right? I wasn't expecting no Zack Snyder at all until he dropped that, and me and Mikey happened to be live on Scoop Center when that happened, and I was like, "Yo, Zach, you said Hall H, man."
I was watching that. I was spamming the chat like, "Hey, yo, check Zach's post," but he said, he said announcement at Hall H. He could have left that part out. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. I feel the same way, and I never seen Zack Snyder, troll the fandom, and I think he knows the reaction to this post. Like I just, think Zach knows. So veteran, are you expecting everything? At the most, you expecting something with Zack Snyder at this point?
I hope so.
Right. Well, so we'll see. And Kit down here again. How we feeling today? And what we thinking, man? You think Zach's trolling us?
I am going for no, because he hasn't done this before. So if he does this right now, it's going to be a first of sorts. But yeah, head empty, no thoughts, just whatever this is
Mhm.
going.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, again, I know Zach. He has a good, feeling the pulse of the fandom. He knows how excited everyone got from that post, and he's really said nothing else since then. Right? He hasn't answered any questions.
Oh yeah,
He
he
keeps
went
liking stuff that's saying
silent.
restore the Snyderverse. So yeah, we're gonna find out in an hour here. Right now, I guess I'm gonna do a little spin to this question because again, it's still just getting started in Hall H for people wondering. They just started the presentation with Black Adam. Just what I know this is like a terrible dream world if I say this, but just what if nothing really happens today? And how would you feel if nothing happens?
I mean, if nothing happens, then it's just another Tuesday.
Like somehow I'll get an L because even though I never said Zach will be there, somehow I'll get an L from that.
The only person who's probably going to get an L right now is
WBD.
is Zach.
Yeah, I'm
Or
saying
Zach,
like
yeah.
this dark reality. If that happens, like it's gonna make WBD like just they'll look like they don't have any idea what they're doing, right? If
Mhm.
nothing happens, right? So that's why I'm saying the very least Cavill. But again, I feel we'll at least get something. So final question before we roll a few more people in here. Veteran, bare minimum, what we need today? Absolutely, what needs to happen? Yeah.
Bare minimum, I guess. Just show Henry Cavill at the bare minimum. I mean,
Cavill.
you can't do anything else. Cavill, you get some points. You get some points from me. That's it.
Exactly. They got to show their hand. If Superman is serious for them, and they bring out like J.J. Abrams, then I'm just I just may not go back on Twitter if that happens. But so we'll find out. But Veteran, appreciate your support all this time, man. Definitely appreciate you. And
before I go, can I say something before I go?
Please do.
I just want to say, if the Snyderverse does get restored today, I got a video dropping where I documented the entire movement, and there's more to it than that. I mean, I want trust me, you want to see this video. It's probably the biggest Snyderverse video you'll see.
I remember you was teasing some of that, so yeah, I'm gonna keep that under wraps.
Right now, I really want the Snyderverse to be
If the
like
Snyderverse
restored right now, because that would probably be pretty high.
Right, but yeah, appreciate you, Veteran, again, and we'll see if we celebrating in an hour here, man. We're gonna find out.
All right, thank you for having me on.
Oh, no problem, man. Take care. All right, and kid, again, bare minimum. What needs to happen? You need the whole Snyderverse, or are you good with just Cavill showing up?
Honestly, look, if you're gonna ask me what I need, then definitely it's the whole Snyderverse. But Henry Cavill showing up would probably be a good show of faith from Warner Brothers. At least to kind of like temporarily balance, I guess, the weird emotions, like the kind of volatile emotions that a lot of fans have. So hopefully, if that happens, we'll be good. But I like as much as I usually keep my expectations to the bare minimum, this has been the most difficult of all of them. Like Upfront was fine. Everything else has been fine, normally. But like this, Zach dropping this thing, 5-part arc, and the whole see you in Hall H. More than anything else, just to see you in Hall H. Really makes me want the bare maximum.
You want the bare maximum? Ankin wants it all. But hey, that's understood. We're gonna find out right now. They talking to Zachary Levi, so it looks like it's Shazam first.
The wrong Zachary out there.
And then they're gonna close the showdown with Black Adam, and maybe more surprises, which makes sense to have it formatted this way. So we're gonna find out, man. I'll talk to you soon, Ankin.
Hopefully he's the one more thing. That Apple has that one more thing in their keynotes. Yeah, hopefully he's the one more thing.
We'll see, man. I'll talk to you soon, man. Take care.
Yeah.
All right. And kid coming through here. I'm gonna catch up with a couple super chats, and then we have more people coming on this panel. Again, it's an exciting time. Again, it's DC, and it's something to actually talk about, which is good. We got 420 in the chat. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you're not. We are keeping an eye on Hall H updates. Coming live from Building H in the Midwest. We got Danzig says, "Hey to Sil in the chat. Appreciate you, Dan. I know you're keeping your expectations in check, which is it's maybe a safe thing to do." Benny Blanco, appreciate you. There's better something, at least a Cavill announcement, if not Snyder FANDOM. I think we'll have Zazav or what? So something really bad against Zazav. Okay, got you. So something needs to happen. I spare no words when I say like they really do have to do something today. And it can't just be Zachary Levi, saying there's no Snyder cut, right? Let's see. We got another super chat Snyderverse. So damn well Zach's watching Scoop Center. He even liked one of Mikey's articles, or a couple of them actually, to correct. He liked a lot of Mikey's articles. Much love to everyone in Sil Nation. Appreciate you, Chad Snyderverse. Let's get a couple more people on this panel. Again, it's Shazam time for people that's wanting to know what's going on in Hall H. They're talking to the Shazam family. And so I definitely got to get my very own white brother from the UK on the panel, Savage Bat. And we got Necron as well.
Yo.
Hello.
How we feeling, Savage Bat? It's a lot of excitement right now.
Yeah, I've got to admit, for once, I really am, it's nerve-wracking.
It's like I said, it's funny. I mean, some people probably didn't sleep last night. I don't know, but I had a good night's rest, and I just came. I was like, yo, it's Comic-Con, right? So, but how you feel? Like I said, Sav, you think we get in the world today, or
I'll be happy either way, but obviously, it's got to be Henry Cavill at least, like Todd and Skywalker said, bare minimum. Mm-hmm. But if Zaslav, wants to do something, if you're watching Zaslav, now's the time to restore the Snyderverse. Come on.
It is time for some action right now, for sure. So we keep an eye on this. Necron, again, how we feeling, man? You think it's time to restore, huh?
Oh yeah, but my wife woke me up this morning like, "Baby, you want barbecue day?" And I'm like, "Yeah, barbecue sounds good. Let's do this." And then because I said I need a big meal because ready the Armada. We are invading Hall H, and we are taking this shit over. It's going to be restored. That's how I feel. And if I got to eat crow, I'll be too full because I already had barbecue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hey,
I feel good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's good buzz. It definitely is, and we're keeping an eye on it. So overall, though, Necron, would you be okay if it's just Cavill today?
Yeah, well, I've been saying Cavill to me is already confirmation that the Snyderverse is back because he's the original. He's the OG Superman. He started this whole thing. So it's just going to lead to more speculation if Zach doesn't show up. And then by the time the DC event FANDOM comes around, it's going to be floodgates are going to be open. But I honestly think Zach's showing up. He's pretty direct message. See you in Hall H. What more? What more you need, man? Oh,
I tell you.
I'm just reading the comments here. BVS and JL was shown in the Shazam trailer, apparently.
I guess the Shazam trailer is out right now, so I'm sure everyone can flock to that.
But what JL? That's the question. Especially from Mr. Zachary, the Snyder Cut doesn't exist. Is that right?
Oh yeah,
exactly. We got a members chat from the question over here. A member for 7 months. Geek Streets level. Appreciate you, question. He says, late for the party. Thank you for doing this. You, Mikey, everyone are awesome. Hope Snyder shows up, but don't want to be disappointed. Have faith. We'll see Zach return soon. Good comment from the question. And I have a question for y'all in just a moment, too, on before I rotate here. And Kid, also a member for 6 months, Geek Streets level, says Zack Snyder is in Teen Titans Go. What?
What?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a joke or I don't know. It's a terrible joke, Kid. Nothing. But so let's kind of focus. Let's see. We got somebody speculating here, I think, on Twitter. That I can't translate this. But he's showing the trailer right here. For Fury of the Gods right there. So interesting. I guess yeah, I'll ask y'all this before we go here. Do you feel, this Shazam 2, this is a straight up Hamada burger? Like, you think this ain't we'll start with Necron. Let me slide Necron up here real quick. Are you totally ignoring this Shazam 2?
I mean, I'll watch it, but it's a Hamada burger. All those movies, I mean, they're Hamada burgers. They came out under his regime.
So they're showing Batfleck right there, like a little teaser. Again, I don't have the sound. Well, I'm not going to do the sound, actually. So, yeah.
Well, I know that the Justice League supposedly exists in the, remember the original movie they were talking about them. So,
I cut that in half. There, got
eyes
everywhere. But yeah, so I mean, if they're alluding to the Snyderverse, I they kind of played that trick on us before as well. But
yeah,
so we'll see what happens with that, right? Necron, final words before we leave here. Again, I know you're feeling good. Just like wait and see at this point. It's gonna happen.
Wait and see, but pretty confident. It's a wrap in my book. So I'm confident it's happening. Have no fear. Zach is here.
Awesome.
See ya.
Yeah. Hey, in about 45 minutes, we're gonna know. Necron. We're gonna know. All right, man. I'll definitely be talking to you later. All right. Appreciate Necron. And the same thing with the Savage Bat. Again, just right now, let's see. They're still talking about Shazam.
Yeah.
Is this something you totally ignoring?
No, well, I said from the start, it's obviously a Hamada burger, but I was just, if there's any hope for that movie, is make it a lot darker than the original, and get rid of that padded suit. That was pathetic. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really interested in any of that. Do you know what I mean? But if it's if they're gonna be dropping hints to the Snyderverse, then I'm all for it. If they want to use the Snyderverse to promote their crappy movie, then I'm all
Well, we'll see their master strategy. So final thoughts again. Hype level is I've never seen this much hype since the Snyder Cut was announced, like, to be really honest, right? But just how you playing is like just kind of a wait and see, or you're totally convinced?
No, I'm just waiting to see, and I'm obviously excited, but we've been here before many times, and nothing's come of it. So, I'm hoping for, like I said, at least Henry Cavill. But it would be the right time to just announce it. I want to see Zach walk out on that stage, and if we see Zach, then he doesn't even have to say anything. He could just walk on and walk off without even saying anything. And that would be enough. Everyone would be like, right, it's done. It's done. It's over.
Well, like I said, I mean, whatever happens, like the hype for DC, like I said, it's insane. There's reports out there at Hall H that it's like just like the biggest crowd they've seen like since like probably 2015 at this point, as far as for DC.
Yeah.
And it's some excitement, man. So we'll know soon enough.
It's going to be kind of a little bit of a like when they announced Batman versus Superman. It's now is the time to strike. We want that again.
It's time for some action for sure.
It's time now.
So we'll see, man. I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah. Shout out to all the people in the chat. Massive love.
Yes. Much appreciated, man. All right. I cut you short. My fault. We got the dude Vince super chat says, what if Henry Cavill doesn't show up? I'm gonna hold that question for the next few people here. Let's get a few more on the panel here. We got Neo Sevens. What's going on with you, man? And Raj, we got Raj in the building as well.
Hello, gentlemen. How we doing, man? How we doing, guys?
All right. And actually, let's start with Raj real quick. How you feeling, man? I haven't seen a lot of your reactions. You're probably not on Twitter as much as I am, but what are you expecting today, man?
Yeah, I'm good. I've not been, sending the super chats. I think mainly that's Mikey's fault. Story time was spending that money on therapy now instead of super chats. So that's why. But no, I've been keeping an eye. I've been following. I'm one of your biggest supporters. I love what you do. Honestly, like I love the content, and yeah, today's been good. I mean, I've been doing my today was leg day, but that's neither here nor there. It's fine. Got my protein in. I'm all good. I'm excited. I'm managing my expectations. I'm not getting too carried away because I think with something like this, it's easy to get overly emotional. But I'm excited. I really am. I think personally, I think that Henry Cavill appearing and Zack Snyder appearing, I think that's guaranteed. In terms of Snyderverse, I would say, yeah, it's looking more likely than ever, and I'm just, yeah, I'm gonna pass out with all the excitement and energy. I'm just keeping it contained.
Yeah. So we're gonna find out really soon here. Same question to you, Marcus. Hype level, man. Expectations. I already know how you feeling, man.
Yeah, listen. For me, my hype level is tempered. If it goes the way I hope it goes, it's not going to be a safe place for betas. I'm sorry. I'm going to be the comedian with the flamethrower. I'm sorry. You're done. I'm going to flame all of you. My expectations, man. I will have to say, definitely Cavill being announced, coming back to the DCEU, possibly being announced for a Man of Steel 2. They're not gonna say he's in Black Adam. They're not gonna say that's supposed to be like a teaser, or so, They're not gonna do that. Now, when it comes to Snyder, that one, I don't know. The messaging that Snyder is giving is saying yes. So I just gotta have to follow Snyder. Maybe something will happen.
Talking about this
But
picture here,
not,
right?
yeah, this picture. If I advance, follow me. He's already talking to us right there, telling us, don't listen to all that other bullshit. Listen to what I'm saying. And you look at the picture he posted. He didn't respond to anybody, and everyone's asking him every question under the sun. So what does that tell you? He got something cooking. Something's definitely going to happen.
It seems like it. Let me ask Raj this. I'm assuming you saw this picture, Raj, that Zach posted.
Yeah. Fuck that was my reaction. Just fuck, because yeah, there is no way you can't get excited just looking at this picture. Like, I'm sorry, if you're not hyped just by looking at the pic, you ain't got no blood in you. It's just, you know what it is? People saying that, oh well, Zack Snyder, he may be teasing us, he may be. In terms of everything that he's been posting online, he has something that the old regime doesn't have. He has integrity. I don't think he would post something like that just to, just to fuck with us, And I know that a lot of people were really upset with what Jim Lee said as well. But I always put it down to two things. Like, number one, the fact is he didn't say the Snyderverse is dead. He said that he wasn't going to work on the current. There's no plans of working on the current material that they were already working on.
Right.
Any artist or filmmaker, they're always doing drafts and rewrites anyway. You never go with the first draft. And secondly, I'm pretty sure that he would be told to shut up and not give anything away. So he'd probably be told, like, yeah, if someone asks you about the Snyderverse, just lie or just avoid the question. I mean, why would he give it away on the first day, right? So,
one thing too, with the Jim Lee point, he I think denied the Snyder Cut like 2 months before it was announced. Yeah. So, I mean, Jim Lee's not the person that's going to break a story. I think it's a point.
Exactly. I mean, he's not Walter Hamada or at the end of the day.
Now, real quick from Hall H, you got Zachary Levi teasing Superman, or kind of like coyly teasing Superman. Now that was a report. I think Mikey and other people talked about that last year. A possibility of Superman, getting a proper cameo in a David Sandberg movie. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, right now they're still doing Shazam stuff. So you brought up something with Jim Lee. Marcus, let me get your thoughts on that too. Because again, I suppose people was going in on Jim Lee. I didn't take it that seriously. But how'd you take that situation?
I took that situation as, he's just being a company guy, towing the company line. I love Jim Lee. I love his work. And he's just doing the corporate middle ground stuff, probably NDA'd up, the hate that he's getting from whomever, stop that shit.
Yeah,
stop it. Really, you need to stop. Zach loves Jim.
Exactly.
Jim is just, trying to secure his job, He
Jim
he
Lee
made it through a bunch of regimes. So he's trying
to be cool with everybody. Like Jim Lee.
Exactly.
Like, hey, I may need a job. Who knows? That's gonna be like, man, Jim Lee, get the fuck out of here. You don't know.
Exactly. In order for us to get the Snyderverse, it's not through Jim. Jim, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this, not through Jim though. Jim is, Jim is Jim.
Yeah, Jim's still Jim. I just wanted to say today's important, and the Snyderverse. I don't think it's not just important for us as the fandom. It's important for the comic book genre as a whole in the cinematic universe. And I might get a lot of heat for saying this. The problem is the only one that we have right now is the MCU. That is starting to stagnate. And a huge part of that is there's no competition. I mean, you can say, The Boys, but The Boys is streaming. That isn't cinema. We need the Snyderverse because we need that competition. We've got something that a fan base, that general audiences have clamored and have reacted to really well. A connected universe. And that's going to make the MCU better. And that is something where we can get into a second golden age of comic book movies. It's necessary. It's vital.
Definitely.
So,
definitely.
It's important.
So let's address this last question before I shuffle a few more people here. From that dude Vince right here. He says, "Hey, everyone's excited, right? But what if Cavill doesn't show up, Marcus? What?"
Well, if Cavill doesn't show up, he'll be on a video message or Zoom type call. If he's being announced, which he will be, one way or other, you're gonna see him.
Right.
Doesn't matter if he even shows up.
Right.
It doesn't matter as long as we get the announcement.
They can just put a picture, Henry Cavill returning, that's all I need. I'm okay. Let's go.
He's coming back. I mean, don't worry about that. He's coming back. The cape is in the closet. That's what he said, right? So,
still in the closet, right?
It's still in the closet.
Right, same thing. I mean, I'm pretty much sold. I mean, I'll just be clear with the viewers. I'm expecting Henry Cavill today. I'm expecting 100% Henry Cavill. Raj, how do you feel with that?
You know what? I think if Henry Cavill doesn't show up, it's not the end of the world. I personally think he 100% will. And to add to that question, if the Snyderverse doesn't get announced tonight, we still have DC fandom. And the fact is, the numbers don't lie. Like digital streaming, online streaming. The fact that this has an organic fan base that is spending money on billboards, on its own promotion, that's free marketing. Zaslav loves money. Zaslav loves money. So honestly, I think if there's a bit of disappointment today, that doesn't mean it's over. It just means that we're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, good point, Roger. Shout out to Small Screen in the chat as well. I got to connect with that crew real soon again. So final thoughts, Marcus. Before we shuffle here, we're about 30 minutes away from knowing for real what's happening.
Listen, final thoughts. Cavill will be announced. Snyder, maybe not. Who knows? But Snyderverse is coming. That train has already left the station. It's coming. It's gonna power through everything else. And when that happens, the Twitter streets will not be safe for betas or antis. Like Cavill has his cape in the closet, I have my flamethrower in the closet. And you're gonna get roasted. No mercy. Don't ask for mercy. It's not coming. And restore the Snyderverse. Shout out to Still Nation. Shout out to the Cool Table. We're gonna get it.
Shout out to you, Marcus, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Right, it's a good time.
Great time
right now, man.
Can I say just one Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah,
I want to say, final thoughts. I'd say, you know what, the people that have spent so much energy on something they hate. First of all, that's pathetic. Go out and get a life. You know, I'm not interested in Twilight, but I wasn't stopping people from watching it. But here's the deal: like, if anyone who isn't a Snyder fan, let's put it this way: just because the Snyderverse gets restored, it doesn't automatically mean that these other crappy things that you like Peacemaker or whatever, is getting cancelled. You can still enjoy that shit. Like fill your boots. But here's the thing: Snyderverse, when it comes, trust me, kicking and screaming, you may have hated it, but you'll thank us in the end, because it's only going to make the whole comic book genre better.
Great points with that, Raj, and it's always good to have you on the panel, man. And when we do some more open panels, definitely to get you back on here.
Thanks, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, man.
Today's a great day. Have a good day, man.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you soon, man. All right, Raj coming through again. We got a couple of super chats to catch up, and we got a few more people coming on the panel again. We're watching Hall H, y'all, and Shazam. It really has gone on for like a good 30 minutes. So right now it's gonna be Black Adam and whatever surprise they got. That's left for their slot right now. So now people are saying in the Shazam trailer they flashed BVS and JL. Interesting. I'm about to take a good look at that trailer personally. We got 507 in the chat. Smash the like, subscribe if you're not. We'll run those bells real quick, and appreciate all y'all support today. Now, make sure you're liking, subscribing, share the video, become a member. Got a super chat from Skywalker. It says, if the land and the king are made whole today, there will be cries across all Betadoms that will go unheard. They will either bend the knee or the knees will be taken by force. The land and the king are one. All bots unite. Bots, right? The excitement level is feeling pretty real. Feeling pretty real. Interesting stuff. Let me catch up here, and we're going to get the next few people on the panel. Appreciate y'all being patient in the backstage. A lot of people showing up today. Real quick shout out to Brad Howard becoming a Rogues level member. You unlocked a lot of information. I suggest you check that out real soon. Action Figure World says, I don't think people behind Shazam understand the character. Every adaptation is not going to be just straight up, direct. So, they're going to take some liberties. This is cautiously optimistic. Glad I found your channel. Hey, glad you're here, man. And we're just getting started. That's all I can say. All right, so let's see what we're doing here. They just flashing other stuff. So, yeah, waiting for Black Adam for sure. While we wait for that, let's get up next on the panel. This is the man in the chair. The first look of my channel was thanks to this guy right here, James. That James guy on the panel. What's up with you, man? And Prime as well.
How's it going, Phil?
James, yeah, it's nice to talk to you, man. You've been a pretty busy guy. Well, it's actually normal. You're always busy.
Yeah. Hey, shout outs to Danzig and Krizla. I see Mikey's in the chat.
Yes. Awesome.
And
awesome.
Retro Nerd Girl. What's up?
Retro.
Man, I am so pumped. I haven't been this pumped for a panel in a long time.
Yeah?
Oh, I think the last time I was this pumped was the Batman v Superman panel. Yeah.
So all the way back there, huh? So
yeah.
Is it just the possibilities, or I think Black Adam's going to show some cool stuff today too?
Oh man, look, even if Cavill just comes on and it's like a Black Adam appearance, like I'll be happy,
Mm-hmm.
But
mm-hmm.
I don't know. All the hints were there. Like I know a lot of people don't like the Peacemaker cameos, but right then and there it was like, boom, okay, that's canon, And then they just showed it in the Shazam trailer, and I'm looking forward to that film too. The first one was a lot of fun. It's a family film. But they had Cavill at the end there, but it is stunt double, but still. So that's all the hints are there.
The hint, that's a good point you bring up, James, because all these hints are showing they didn't really replace him, So it's kind of like a placeholder, and he could just step up and say, "Hey,
well, they
I'm here."
they were kind of cheap and they didn't pay him the money he wanted for the cameo.
That's really
that's their own fault.
happened.
But yeah, no, I have good feelings for this panel, man, and I'm super pumped.
Cool. We're gonna see. I think they just getting started with Black Adam. I think finally now in Prime. Same with you, man. First off, long time no talk, sir. And expectations today, man. What we thinking?
I'm in the median. I really don't have no high expectations. I was just really looking forward to seeing Shazam. And after just watching the trailer, I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm pretty pleased with it. I like that it's taking place a couple of years after. So
if you can let me know, because I didn't watch the trailer yet, because it dropped. Obviously I was live here, but because I didn't want to get that copyright thing. But what's some good things that stood out from the trailer? If you can kind of let us know who haven't seen it yet.
Well, first off, they still acknowledge the Snyderverse. So of course they put Batman, Aquaman, and Flash, and so they acknowledge that. I like that it's set a couple of years later on down the line. The kids are older, they're more experienced, and it's really going to be in the realm of the gods. So that is the thing that I'm looking higher forward to. And it's still going to have that same humor that it's got. I mean, if a lot, y'all already know about me, I'm about source material. So pretty much they do have a lot of the source material that they're running with. I don't know who, I know what's her dang name, man? She's going to be playing one of the gods of the realm.
I know who you're talking about.
Lucy Liu.
Yeah,
Lucy Liu, and I'm trying to think of somebody, the other lady, the older lady.
The older
lady. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I mean, like I say, Shazam is really the only thing I'm looking forward to. And just for Black Adam just alone, I'll watch it, but I'm not really looking forward to it. Why? Because for the simple fact, if this trailer, if they significantly show a better trailer, because you really don't know what his foe is, because he's an anti-hero. He's not good or bad. He pretty much for himself and what he believes in. So I don't know what his foe will actually be. And then from that little, I guess, little quote that I can't
look at the Rock coming
He
through.
showed
I
up
think
in
he's
costume,
suited up.
man.
Yeah, he's suited up.
Right. I mean, yeah, Dwayne Johnson doing his thing. I mean, I'm not worried about that. He's doing his thing.
Yeah.
I just need to know exactly what obstacle that BA is going to have. So I mean, it's up in the air. I mean, I'm definitely going to watch it, but it's not one of my most anticipated.
It's gonna be great, man.
Unlike
Black
Shazam.
Adam will be great.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Right.
Someone
Let me
asked,
address this.
sorry,
go ahead,
so
James.
someone asked Zachary Levi and David Sandberg if Shazam fights Superman, and he said, "I can neither confirm nor deny," and they were playing coy.
I'm saying. I mean, that's they could probably get it. I think Sandberg wants a chance to do the cameo right. So I have a strong feeling if it's not this movie, Superman, Shazam, Black Adam, that has to happen. You talk about source material, Prime, right? Like that needs to happen. All three of those kind of getting together there. But real quick, got a super chat. Mr. Sean says WBD needs to seize the moment, capitalize on the pent up anticipation. You only get so many chances to recapture your audience. Yeah, I agree. It's time. And hey, The Rock, he knows how to make an entrance, man. This kind of looks cool. Like I'll be going nuts in Hall H right now if I saw that. So we keep an eye on any updates. He's playing.
Well, he gives 100% on everything, so it's gonna be decent.
Exactly. Interesting stuff. So before we shuffle here, again, just final thoughts here. The Black Adam is just getting started, so we're gonna know something in about 20 minutes at this point. James, just like you said, you're feeling good just about the experience of the Comic-Con, and you were pretty much expecting Cavill, right?
I'm expecting Cavill for sure. Yeah, like either virtually or in person, because he was shooting The Witcher. But I mean, he could have had Friday off and flew down, right? So, but if not, then virtually. But I'm also excited to be here. I'm not going. You can shuffle, but I'm gonna stick around because I don't have mod status in the chat anymore. So you owe me a long-standing seat here. Yeah.
We gotta, YouTube be hating. I think they hated you just directly. But
I'm smiling when I say that, man. Yeah.
you know it's all love, James, and man, like I said, we definitely going to collab more and do a lot of stuff. You see The Rock, he suited up, man. Like that's got to be exciting to be in there, man. That's got to be exciting. But appreciate you, James. Yeah, hang in the back, man. We'll see if we celebrate in a few minutes here. All right, now, Prime, final thoughts, man. Again, The Rock putting on the show right now. I mean, that's exciting enough I think for DC that he getting some hype with this film. But just like I said, what you feeling? The big surprise is supposed to be today. What you thinking?
Like I say, I'm not feeling anything. I'm just in the median. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just going with more of a logical aspect that if it's a Zoom call or a virtual call and something so happen to pop up real quick, fine, so be it. But if it doesn't happen, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's not going to happen. So that's just me. But if it does, that's great. But if they're smart and they want to blow up something, I'll put it to you like this. If Cavill and Snyder is on a Zoom call and they announce something, okay, even if it's Man of Steel 2 or just saying anything about something being reestablished, that is going to be the main topic. Everything else that happened at San Diego Comic-Con is going to be irrelevant. That is going to be the main topic of discussion if it happens. So, but I'm in the background. I'm in the median on it. So I'm not really thinking that it's going to happen. Like I said, I was more anticipated for Shazam. I seen it. I'm pleased with it. And Sandman.
Yeah, Sandman coming up later.
Sandman coming up. So
again, DC got a few stuff, and I know, we want the. I mean, at the end of the day, they gotta do something Justice League. Like you gotta use Superman somehow in the future. But I'm excited for Sandman. And like I said, Black Adam. I'm hoping to get some Dr. Fate footage, man. Like the Rock just got everybody hyped in the Hall H right there. That's
I have to check it out on the Twitter feed. And like I say, man, if they're doing a good job and they hyping everything up, I would say I knew that the DC panel, even though they said at first it wasn't going to be one, but I know that was BS. But what they got, I believe it was going to be a little bit more hype than what Marvel was going to be putting out. So I pretty much, had a belief on that. My outlook on it. But right now, if he's going off and they liking it, because we're not really hearing the interactions, we just see right there on the screen. But other than that, it looks like it's real good at what's going on. But hey, we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll definitely see, man.
Again, Prime.
No problem,
sure. And we have to connect again real soon, man.
All right, man. No problem.
All right. All right. Again, we got 520 in the chat. Smash that like, subscribe if you're not. This channel, if this is your first time checking out a live stream, Still Abdul Inc. We cover a lot of DC stuff, DC at heart, pro Snyderverse. I was occasionally do some Marvel stuff here and there. I scare people away when I do that. But we got a few more people coming on the panel. We got Damien coming up here, man. What's going on? And Leon as well. Damien.
I'm fine. Good day, Sil. How you going?
All right.
You hear me?
Man. Yes, definitely. It may be a little delay.
Nice, man. You hear me now?
What up, kid? What up, Sil?
We got Leon here as well. Definitely.
Hi, Leon.
So, Damien, what are you expecting today, man?
Well, let me tell you something. Snyder, whenever Snyder puts out an image and he puts out something like that with the Tom and Jerry, Tom and Jerry thing, mocking the old regime. I believe, I know Snyder doesn't what's the thing? He doesn't fake out the fans.
Control.
Right? Right? He doesn't fake out the fans. Things when he put out something like that. Remember there's a time when they asked him about if it has two meanings, and he said yes, both. It would mean both. So I believe Snyderverse restored. Right?
Restored.
Yeah. There's no second guessing. I know. It's something that's come to mind. You know that little thing from in Zack Snyder's Justice League with Alfred and Batman, when Batman replies to him, "Fate, Alfred, fate." Right. I have faith it will be released. It would be restored.
Awesome, man. So yeah, I mean, hey, signs are looking good. A lot of Cavill hype as well. So I appreciate you coming through, Damien. We're gonna find out real soon what's gonna happen.
Yes, man.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. All right, Damien coming through. Anytime he can make it, man. That's pretty cool. Leon, how you feeling? And as you're talking, I bring your fellow cool table member, the good Austin.
What
Hey,
is
what's going on?
Hey.
What's
Two
up,
chairs
boys?
at the table.
How we doing?
I'm good. I'm kind of keeping my expectations relaxed and chill and cool. No pun intended. You know, I'll tell you this: if Zach makes an appearance, I'm camming up. It's a wrap. I'm camming up. If Zach comes through, I'm camming up. Sill's like, who gives a fuck? I'm camming up. But no, seriously.
Insufferable, right?
Listen, I got the tweets in the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be a pain in somebody's ass today. But no, like realistically, looking forward to Henry Cavill. I think that's kind of a done deal. I think they'd be really stupid not to take the opportunity for this. I know that Black Adam's got some hype, and The Rock knows how to rock a crowd, but Henry Cavill would, make it explode. Today's the day for truth.
Today seems like that day. Austin, what you feel? I mean, did they get you excited with Shazam? Shazam, right?
Yeah, dude. That's all I was looking forward to today, Shazam.
They got you.
I think someone mentioned, I haven't watched it yet. I was actually, doing chores, listening to you guys, getting hyped and getting everyone else's reactions. I think they showed the Flash scene in the Shazam trailer where he's running back in time or something like that. So it's like that's only a scene from the Snyderverse. So what do you want us to like speculate on that? I'm hype. I'm like everyone else. I can barely contain it. I'm trying to contain it, but I think very soon we're gonna be celebrating for the rest of the day. I know I'm gonna be out later just fist bumping, and my girl's gonna be like, "Shut up." I think he's coming, bro, and I think they're gonna end it very last second with like a Snyder tease, very end, and then perfect. Just shut the shit down and
be like, no questions. Like,
exactly.
Restore, we out.
Yeah.
But,
y'all see the tweet from
Teen
Snyder.
Titans pick. This is a Teen Titans picture that everybody talking about as Zack Snyder.
Yeah, Zach actually tweeted that out himself too.
Oh, really?
Go check his Twitter.
Zach playing.
He's playing.
Zach playing with his man.
He's backstage right now.
Yo, he's playing.
Yeah, he was like, he said he's happy to be a part of Teen Titans. Check it out, etc., etc. I'm like, oh, he advertising for Teen Titans, huh?
Dude, is that real? Is that real?
Yeah, no, go look. Go look at his Twitter right now.
I mean, like, is that from like an episode?
Yeah,
or is it just
it's called episode 365 or something like that?
Damn.
Zack Snyder, something like that. That's what they're advertising. And Zack's literally advertised himself.
Hey man, it's a masterpiece.
So I don't know, man. Like my thing is with this whole Zack Snyder thing. Will I be disappointed if he doesn't show up? Obviously, man, I'm gonna be disappointed as fuck. And I don't care. Any betas listening right now, middle fingers up. I don't give a damn if he shows up or not. I'm gonna still be the biggest asshole on the internet. Fuck off. I don't care.
You know what? He's back because of Teen Titans, man. It's restored now.
Word. That's like they're pushing that. Remember the poster they put out last Fandom with that medley, that crappy medley of everybody who was on there most prevalently. Like it was the Teen Titans Go. They were on the very bottom of that. They're pushing that, dude. If he's in that, that's a kid's thing. That's a kid's thing, bro.
It's like why are they doing new stuff with Zack Snyder?
Right. Let's make BVS cool again. Is basically they're changing that narrative of the
Still a
critics.
DC, that's still a DC. That's under DC.
Yeah,
know,
dude.
I'm just saying.
And if you think
But
about
Jim
it,
Lee, but Jim Lee said.
right. Like what Sill is alluding to is basically they didn't have to call Zach for that. They literally could have just used BVS footage, or not even footage, but just get inspiration from BVS and make fun of it in Teen Titans, and then like
or just his likeness at all.
Right. And then
Why?
have somebody do a voiceover, but it's literally him, and he literally tweeted it out himself and said he can't wait for us to see it. Like that's crazy.
That's gonna be
awesome.
dope. That's gonna
Dude,
be dope.
it's happening, bro. It's happening, bro. It's happening.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap, dude.
That's the only thing we get from Zach today. I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Yo, you know what would be hilarious if Ray Fisher retweets that and hashtags Booyah.
Bruh.
That would be hilarious just to troll everybody, because that's what Teen Titans go, dude, all the time. That's what they always say in that shit. Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
Yo, I'm just saying it's exciting times right now, and I find it odd that during the DC panel at San Diego Comic-Con, Zack Snyder posts this. Right?
Hashtag
I just find it a little odd.
for no reason. For no reason.
No reason. For no reason, right?
It's not official until Jim Lee says so.
We gotta wait for Jim Lee's comments on this. So final thoughts, fellas. Black Adam again is kind of rounding out. So in about 10 minutes, we got to see some kind of surprise here. But hey, Zach's back because of Teen Titans. But what? But final thoughts. Final thoughts, Austin. Just again, the excitement level is there, and I guess we're just waiting to see what's going to happen now, right?
Yeah, you've seen me put it in chats before. I always hashtag it WNS. Wait and see, because that's all we can do really is just wait and see. But the sand in the hourglass is getting very little, and the bottom is very full. We're about to flip that thing over and start a new page with the Snyderverse. I don't think any of us are out of pocket for being hype at all. Now that the things are coming out that we're seeing, I think the mountain is starting to shift in a different direction, and we're going to be able to see the sun again in the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse is going to be restored. Dude, they don't even, let me take this back. They don't even need to show Zach. What if on the big screen, all they put is Snyderverse restored? We're going to go crazy. We're going to go crazy. Also, much love for having everyone on, for having this live panel so everyone can get their thoughts out. The state of the fandom is in a good place, and we rocking in Still Nation. We rocking.
Exactly. Appreciate you, Austin, as always, man. And we gotta do some more of these, right?
Hell yeah.
Stay in the fan. Appreciate you, Austin. You know we're gonna talk soon, man. Let's see what
Absolutely.
happens.
Much love.
All right, bro. Leon, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Hey, well said, Austin, by the way.
Yes.
Final thoughts. I think right now, man, I'm on the edge of my seat with this Black Adam thing. I keep refreshing Deadline. Like Deadline's getting a lot of clicks for me today. But final thoughts, man. I really want Zack Snyder to be back today. I think that'll solidify a lot for, on so many different levels. If he doesn't, I think the Snyderverse, obviously, there was too many signs that it's restored. Too many signs, from what you guys have been reporting to just the obvious things that have been going on, restructuring with the 100-day plan. Today, Zack Snyder's involved with a DC project, something that is very unlike his Will. So the antis think, jumping in animation in the kids joint. It's a lot of good signs. Zack Snyder tweeting about Tom and Jerry. If not today, then maybe sometime soon. Zack Snyder will make a triumphant return. And as far as Henry Cavill goes, I'm gonna need that brother to come out already. Like, what's up?
Yeah, he had a good interest for sure. Appreciate you, Leon. And again, Zach didn't have to tweet this Teen Titans out, but he chose to do it.
No, he didn't have to do any of it. The voice acting or anything. Yeah,
so we're gonna see. Right. We're gonna see, man. We're gonna talk soon, Leon.
Absolutely. Take care.
All right. So again, we are waiting. We're about 5 minutes left, I believe, with the panel. Are we gonna get that Cavill entrance, a video? Let's see. We're gonna see. We got 550 in the chat. Smash the like, subscribe if you're not. Again, we cover a lot of DC on this channel, pro Snyderverse, and also occasional Marvel stuff. And speaking of Marvel, I gotta get one of the biggest fans of Marvel, We got a film guy himself. We got Slander.
What's
The
happening,
mighty
Sil?
film guy. What's going on, man? Good to see you again.
Hi. Yeah, I wasn't expecting much from San Diego Comic Con, but I saw the Zack Snyder tweet with for Teen Titans. Looks pretty interesting. So, yeah, it's a good sign. Like my boy Leon just said, it's a good sign that he's kind of working with Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers haven't been too, they've not been pushing him away. So yes, it looks good.
Yeah. I mean,
And I'm waiting on Henry Cavill. What's Henry Cavill going to show us? I want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we're at like the fourth quarter of this this panel for Black Adam. It's all about Black Adam so far, and so we're gonna see what's going to happen. But have you been mildly impressed as far as you got Shazam? You got a new suit, and Black Adam is he's literally all about him.
I saw the Shazam 2 trailer. His shit looks ass. Absolute ass.
But it showed the Snyderverse, right?
The first movie also had references to, whatever. But I don't know. It's not for me. Black Adam. I don't know. The whole I'm not going to go into it, but these movies not for me. I want to see Henry Cavill. What's he teasing? Is it just going to be The Witcher? Is he going to be on the DC panel? Is that for sure?
That's the rumor. That's a rumor that Henry Cavill Buzz is supposed to be a part of the DC panel. So they got a few minutes left.
I mean, I saw Chad Stahelski was talking about Highlander with Henry Cavill, so that's that could be interesting if any news comes out on that soon. But I don't know.
According to I may not want to name this person, but supposedly Cavill is so hard to work with, and no studio wants to work with him. So I don't know.
Oh, you mean the disgracist?
Disgraces. Now y'all on good terms again, right? I don't want to mess up any relationships here. She blocked me because I was making fun of her about Toby Emmerich.
I think she might block me after I have a word with her about Madam Web, which is going to be fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think it is. I actually think it's good. I think you're gonna actually connect to Spider-Man finally, like something.
I don't care about that, but I want to see Madam Web. It looks could be pure cinema.
What's drawing you with that? Because a lot of people don't really follow Madam Web that I know of.
Oh, I mean, I'm not like a Madam Web fan, but I mean, I like look at the cast. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we got Dakota Johnson, Sydney Sweeney. That's 2 for 2 right there. That's good stuff.
And,
good stuff. Disgracer. Yeah, that's what film guys say.
Disgracer.
She may block you out for this video at this point. But let's see. It's saying Dwayne Johnson responds to Kevin Hart. Okay, talking about that. They may go a little over with this this panel because I think they started a little late, so we'll see.
Oh, has Dwayne Johnson changed back into his regular clothes?
James Gunn, you said?
No, Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, Dwayne Johnson, yeah, because he came out with his suit, right? And
right.
We knew, again, The Rock is about The Rock. He's selling himself, and so far, I mean, people are excited at least for that. But again, they promised some surprises. Is it just this Zack Snyder picture? This Teen Titans? Is this our surprise for the day? What do you think about this film guy?
I like it. I could always picture Zack being on one of these kind of animated DC shows. So there we go. So that's that. But yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but I'm not surprised. It looks pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. So what did you think when Zack posted this? Like, think was he trolling us for a Teen Titans?
He's just having a laugh. I mean, he's just having a little joke. I don't like. See, that's the thing. Why does everything have to be trolling? It doesn't have to be trolling. The guy's just having a laugh. That's it.
Mm-hmm. At first, I mean, I think this picture is cool. First, I think it came out last year, right?
Yeah.
These sets of pictures, and Zach decided to, be like, "Hey, this is cool. Like, I'm about to announce this at Hall H."
So
I don't know.
So he's tweeting something. He's on Vero posting something about DC related, right? Even though it's a bit of a joke. And now he's announced, and today's announced, he's tweeted the Teen Titans, but again, DC related. So he's still part of the DC family.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, that's actually a nice step that, because again, that's a DC label, right, under Warner's, which Discovery now runs. I think that's a good sign, right?
By
a
the way,
little more.
By the way, what happened with Jim Lee? Because I missed all that. I don't know what he said. I don't know why people are kind of half and half attacking him or not attacking or supporting him. I'm neutral, so I don't know what's happened.
Yeah, basically, I think it may have been someone. Ben Dub was at Comic-Con. He was at.
He's the one that asked the question, is he?
Yeah, he asked the question. He said basically, he asked Jim Lee, you've worked on storyboards before for the Snyderverse, and so you worked with Zach before. If they were doing JL2, would you be involved? That's kind of the question. Spitballing it, but Jim Lee was like, yeah, he stammered for like 2 minutes. Then he was like, well, it was great working on that in the past, and there's no plans for that material. And people took it to like Jim Lee killed the Snyderverse, basically.
If he was stuttering or whatever, that's a good sign. I think he's kind of holding information back.
Mm-hmm. It seems like it. It seems like it. And they said the Black Adam trailer is out. Real quick, I want to play this little. Someone asked Dwayne Johnson about Superman, so let's see what he says here.
Should tell him. Well, look, that's a great question, Luke. Don't threaten me with a good time because I'm going to answer that question right now. I will say, as you guys know, because we're all in deep with this mythology, and it's been the age-old question of who would win in a fight between Black Adam and Superman. Pound for pound, they're pretty close. I guess it probably all depends on who's playing Superman. I will just say that.
What?
So I'll leave it at that.
Exclusive, The Rock shits on Henry Cavill. There you go. How you like that, real DC fans?
That's interesting take by The Rock right there, because like he's playing with this whole idea of Cavill. He knows the news is out there, right? That Henry Cavill is supposed to be back, and interesting. Interesting is all I can say with that. So the trailer is out. Again, I'm not going to play it here just for Warner's. I don't know if they still cracking down on trailers and stuff like that, but so far,
I was trying to live stream. I was trying to live stream on my own channel. I just gave up. I was thought, nah, never mind. Warner Brothers are just going to be sending copyright strikes. Copyright claims.
They so quick on that. That's the only strike I ever received. It was a leaked Flash concept art, and they tried to shut my channel down. Like it was a mess, bro. So let's see. It says, do you film guy? Do you take that as some kind of confirmation for Cavill? Because The Rock is kind of playing with the crowd. I think it was obvious he was kind of playing with it.
Well, I mean, if people take Jim Lee saying, if people say, "Oh, Jim Lee deaded the Snyderverse," then I can say, well, maybe The Rock deaded Henry Cavill's Superman. So maybe do you think he's trying to push it for a new Superman? Maybe even CGI Cavill's face with a different actor. Start the rumors.
First of all, I think that's like that's a preview to probably a new Film God video. Black Adam dead Henry Cavill, but it's almost like why would he even address it like that, right? Well, it depends on who's playing Superman. Like, what? You know, like, what are you what are we doing? You know what I mean? I thought Cavill was still Superman. So that's interesting.
That's opened a new can of worms.
Yeah, I tell you. And so you think they're just playing? You think they're just playing with us at this point? Because, like, man, goodness, this is the stage to kind of say something, and just a little teasing.
So is the panel over? Is that it?
Let's see. So the trailer dropped. We'll see. They'll probably say right after this if the panel is totally done. Like I said, if the only surprise was Zack Snyder Teen Titans, I mean, it's like, okay. that's good. He's still working under Warner's DC, but okay.
Some of your guests were saying that this is the most hyped they've been for Comic-Con since whenever. To be honest, I've not been feeling that at all. I've just been. I didn't even know Comic-Con was happening this weekend, so I just found out like 2 days ago.
You just found out. He's like, oh yeah, this is going on right now. Comic-Con.
I've not been hyped at all.
Yeah, we'll slide James got back in here. James, what's going on? Have you met Film Gob yet, James?
No. You were supposed to reach out to me, or Steve reached out to him. He's like, "Oh, I'm done with YouTube for a while." So yeah, I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll just continue doing my own editing.
This is my
Film Gob.
This is my first live stream for a while. So.
Oh no, not live stream, man. It's talking edited videos. This is like last year, though, man. You probably You probably still don't know who I am, so it's okay. But I'm a big fan.
His name is James.
Big fan of your editing.
I think I've seen you on Cell's channel. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of your editing. I've been editing for like 25 years now. So when I saw your stuff, I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. I'm happy. So
thank you.
So James, what do you think with that? Did you see that response from The Rock about it depends on who's playing Superman?
Yeah, I typed it in the private chat. Pound for pound, it depends who's playing Superman. Yeah. And then Cavill came out on stage right after that. It was a great moment.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, the crowd went wild.
Yeah, I didn't see that happen.
He's hinting, man. He's hinting. It's obviously Cavill's going to be cameo in Black Adam. It's just they're going to save it. They're not going to reveal it yet. Shame.
I think that's I'm not sure about this choice. If it's still if it's all about just this teasing Cavill part, I have a little mixed feelings with that. But do you think, James, it's more of like, I mean, goodness, people were ready to see something, and again, we don't know if it's over yet. Well, let's say that Cavill doesn't show up, and it's just that tease, James. Do you think that was that could be looked at as a letdown?
I'm not let down. No, I thought the Shazam 2 trailer was great, and the Black Adam trailer, I just watched it. I really liked it. Yeah, they're hinting a lot.
Yeah,
you had the Flash. You had Affleck's Batman in there. You had Aquaman. So,
Interesting.
I don't know.
We got more.
The thing is, all the hints are there. It's all there. I don't know. It's always we're always saying just be patient, but it's gonna come out, right? Whether the Snyderverse be restored, I don't know, but they have the amazing properties and these actors attached to it. They're not gonna waste that, They're gonna, they wouldn't put this much energy into this Hall H presentation if they weren't doing all this, right? And The Rock wants to fight Cavill. He said it multiple times.
Yeah, so this is the thing here. And I think we got a message on here. They said no Henry Cavill Hall H. Interesting that the way The Rock answered that. I know Film Guy kind of gave his thoughts about that as well. But I would say this. I was really expecting Henry Cavill. Now, I'm not going to make any qualms about that with the deadline, with the different leaks. I was really expecting Cavill. So, I mean, I don't mind eating that one because I really was expecting that. I was like at 100%. And all we got is that little, he may not even be playing him, right?
I wasn't, even though I wasn't like following closely what was happening this past week, but I was hearing rumors about Cavill turning up, so I kind of went along with it. I thought, well, it's been a while since we've had Cavill at Comic-Con, so Black Adam would be a good place to show up.
Yeah,
he's still not here.
That's still we're still waiting on the final word on that, but so far it looks like Cavill was not at Hall H.
Are they still being cheap? You think they're not giving him enough money, like with the Shazam cameo?
Well, because I look at it like, and obviously, we've been following James as far as the new regime coming in, and you would think they're running things differently, but we'll see, right? We'll see if maybe it's taking more time than we expect for this, because having a DC panel, and we know Black Adam was going to put on the show, and Shazam, and that's it. That's going to be kind of tough to hold over for DC. I'm going to be really honest, like, because a lot of people are not happy with no Superman.
More times than not, it's when Deadline will report something like that, or we'll get information like that. What happens is the two parties, Cavill's managers or Cavill, and the studios are in contract negotiations, right? They're trying to get the negotiations correct to be able to announce it. And maybe the deadline, no pun intended, passed, and that's what happened, right? Or he bowed out. That's another possibility. He said, no, like, you guys don't want to pay me enough, or you're not giving me enough credit, or this is not the plan I want. So when Deadline and insiders hear that stuff, it's because it's in the works, and then it gets really close, and it's going to be at that up to the last minute whether it's going to happen or not. That's usually most of the cases.
Interesting. So like I said, interesting choice.
Apparently they were booing at the end of the panel.
They were booing?
They were booing The Rock.
That doesn't surprise me.
Oh my goodness. No, that's interesting. Interesting choice by them. I really I have mixed feelings. And hey, like I said, I make no qualms about this. Just as a fan going into this, I was expecting Henry Cavill today. I was totally expecting that. So as a fan, that I'm a little, I'm a little taken back by all we got was a little, joke from Dwayne Johnson. We got Marcus saying, I want to be optimistic, but I'll be honest, it's really disappointing to see this is what they brought. Really missed a chance to make a statement. Yeah, and I agree. I definitely agree. This was probably like a missed opportunity once again for DC.
Has Marvel Studios, have they had their panel?
That's tonight.
Yeah, they'll be later on.
Yeah,
they'll
that's
be later
in
on.
like 6.5 hours.
So I would say they'll steal the thunder.
Yeah,
sure.
They're going to win the day. Yeah, especially if they do the Deadpool 3, like just a reveal or something. It's over.
There's got to be something good to be hyped over at Marvel, because this last phase 4 has been kind of a letdown for me, at least. So if they could do like Deadpool 3, if they show some footage from like Secret Wars, or if they announce the Russo brothers for Secret Invasion, or the other way around, I can never remember. And that they would totally own it. But I think DC did it really well on the panel.
Interesting. Let's see. We'll pull up Integrity on the panel here. What's going on with you, man?
How's it going, Sil? You got your champagne ready, man?
No, man. I'm gonna keep it corked for now because of that joke from The Rock.
Hey, man, it's happening. I just want to take a quick second. I want to thank you, because ever since you've been around, you've really helped to unite the critical thinkers out there. That has really helped people like me, because it was a lonely, frustrating road for a long time. And after that, I just want to say a quick shout out to all the Snyder fans out there. Everybody, you persevered, you kept pushing. If it doesn't happen today, it's still going to happen. Don't worry about it. So thanks to everybody. That's all I got. Thanks, Sil, for letting me on. I'll talk to you guys later.
Appreciate your integrity. Definitely. And we'll talk another time, man.
Yep. See you later, man.
All right. So apparently that's true. They do have the Sandman DC panel still, but my only thing with that is Yo, go ahead, James.
Superman's gonna show up in Sandman.
Sandman, right? But my thing is like, if you had the Warner's theatrical, slate, that's the time to kind of do anything Superman related. Just in my opinion. In fact, I'm gonna find that schedule. And we'll probably kind of look at what else is left of DC.
I'm not really that kind of I wasn't really expecting much from either side, Marvel, DC, whatever, but that John Wick 4 trailer was bloody amazing. So that's
Keanu Reeves won the weekend so far.
Yeah, that made my weekend.
Yeah, like
Donnie Yen and John Wick 4.
Man.
I'm so excited for that. I just watched SPL again and Kung Fu Killer. I went on a Donnie Yen binge a couple weeks ago, so I hadn't even heard he was going to be in John Wick 4, so that was a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now and I've been on a Johnny Toe binge, so now I want Johnny Toe to come to America and make a nice gangster movie. That'd be great. But let's hope they don't take Donnie Yen and blow him up with a bamboo cannon like they did in Shanghai Nights. That was such a wasted moment. Hey, we didn't hear anything about the Flash movie on this panel.
Well, I think that was on purpose. that was very strategic to not have the Flash.
They're gonna have to promote the movie sometime.
Yeah.
DC FANDOM.
Maybe they'll wait till the biopic of Ezra Miller is out first, and then they'll promote the Flash movie.
This is the schedule. So that was that first slot. I mean there's no other way, that you could do any Superman in this slate here. And Marvel's gonna kill it tonight. So it's like
it's a done deal, Phil.
What now? I mean, obviously Zach's still working with Warner's, right? So that's one thing we can conclude, only because of this Teen Titans thing. No reason to be working with Zach if you're really done with him, right? But so as far as the Snyderverse being restored, obviously I still think that's going to happen. But today, like just strictly today, Comic-Con hype. Personally, I'm let down right now. I personally was expecting Henry Cavill. I really, really was, and that's I'm not. I won't hide that at all. But
I didn't think the Snyderverse would be restored. I just thought maybe I thought Cavill was going to show up for sure.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna play this part because first of all, shout out to Dagon of Krypton, the fans of The Rock. Boo this man. This is disappointing. Apparently they really did boo. So let me play the audio on that. Yeah, it's like I thought he was joking. I was like, oh, they just mad. But no, let me turn the sound on here.
There you go, Film God. I got these on for you.
What in the world? That wasn't a boo. That's just a Rock feeling himself.
I think Mercury, if you follow Mercury, he posted it. I don't know if it's a different clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get that in a second.
His entrance was actually a statue, eh? It wasn't him in costume. It was a replica.
Yeah, he was actually dressed up when he came out in the Black Adam suit.
Was that him dressed up? I thought it was a statue.
No, he was like moving and stuff.
Oh,
or was it a statue?
That's what I read. Yeah.
Interesting. He's doing too much. All right, let me.
I'm gonna go now, guys. But it's been fun hanging out with you. So everyone,
nice to finally
enjoy
meet you,
your.
Film God.
No problem.
Definitely appreciate
Everyone.
you, Film God, as always, man. And we gotta do this again soon, man.
And everyone enjoy your weekend. So catch you later.
All right. Shout out to Film God. And this is apparently The Rock being booed.
I guess it probably all depends on who's playing Superman. I will just say that. So I'll leave it at that. I guess it probably all depends on.
I don't know if that was really a boo. I don't know. Did you hear like a boo, really, James? With that?
A little bit, yeah.
A little disappointment. Yeah, like I said, hey, was we expecting too much? it was a lot of buzz with Cavill, and yeah, that's very interesting move right there. We got Christopher. WBD had a big opportunity to make a big splash at SDCC, but didn't take it. Well, we shall see what's next. I mean, it's still what we thought a few weeks ago: DC FANDOM or bust.
Well,
for this, right?
Again, you have to ask: was it theirs to take? Right? Did the contracts get signed in time? Were they negotiating? Right? What the deadline here? Deadline alluded to it, right?
Right.
And then Mikey heard stuff too, so obviously something was happening. But so was it theirs to take, or did they mess up the contractual negotiations? Like, we don't know, and that's the thing. Like, until it's on film, right? Or on stage in this case. But
I still feel The Rock's answer, that's probably what's really that did something to me. I'm like, why are we playing? Yeah. Like if it's Cavill Superman, yeah.
I think that was a shot at the execs because again, negotiation time.
Like, get the deal done. All right. We got Zod back in here. He'll probably say something.
Hey guys, I'm here. What's up? What's up, guys? Huh?
I mean, was this the big surprise here? The Teen Titans?
Hey,
was
listen,
that the drop?
That, you know what that is though? That's like what you said. That's like showing that Zach is still working with WBD. There's no and what's up, James? Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Zod, man. How you doing?
How you been, man? Listen,
Good, man.
I'm in good spirits regardless because I feel like this is kind of a win regardless. I know you got you got a super chat in the chat of RJ trying to rub it in. But here's the thing. I think that everybody's expectations were high for this because we've been through so much negativity, so much hatred, so much vitriol on both sides. And I think that when you get that hype and you start feeling a certain way, it's hard to come down from it. And to be fair, everybody was saying that Henry Cavill was going to make an appearance at this event. Everybody was saying Henry Cavill.
Yeah,
so they can't attribute the L to you and Mikey and Geekosity. They can't do that because because again, everybody was saying Cavill, so everybody was hearing the same thing. All right, so
look, man, Zod, it's Twitter. People are gonna blame whoever they want and just let them
well,
blame.
That's fine. They can knock themselves out with
the
that
whole
one.
thing with the whole thing with the Teen Titans. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking forward to that. It's great that Zach has a sense of humor. I just wish that he wasn't so direct with the message that he put out earlier, because that, with the way that he communicates with the fan base through Vero Social, was taken really, really seriously. And that's
I bet you that Tom and Jerry is a gag in the Titans show.
I bet it is too. It's probably going to be like a five film arc gag of Tom and Jerry, and Zach is going to be like a caricature of himself, kind of like how he was on the when he did the show. Remember when he said, suck it WB? Remember? Wasn't that Stephen Colbert, the show he was on, and he did that?
Exactly.
He's going to be playing like a character like that, and he's going to do like a really weird Tom and Jerry, super dark version. So maybe that's what it's going to be. I agree with you now, James. In light of what we're seeing now, I think that that's exactly what we'll probably get. So
do we take, because again, I gotta fully watch that Shazam trailer. Zod, did you get a chance to watch?
I did, and both scenes that they showed from that were Zack Snyder clips. The clip that they showed of Batman was Ben Affleck from the Snyder Cut, and the clip that they showed from the Flash was from the Snyder Cut. So Zack Snyder's material is still being used to further the DCEU, regardless of what people are saying. And the fact that Zach is in this Teen Titans thing, that says a lot about the working relationship that they have.
No, I
And
mean, this is a good sign. It really is. Now,
It
was
is-
it
it
a sign
is.
that we was
I mean-
expecting? I mean, I'll be honest.
no,
it
it's
wasn't
not
what I was
what we were.
expecting.
It's not what we were expecting. But you know what? It's not the end of the world. It's
showing
it's
they're
a
still
sign
working
of
together.
it's a sign of good things to come. And again, you can take positivity from this, because remember, not too long ago, Warner Brothers was not promoting anything Zack Snyder. They were not. They were told, like Zack said himself, WB is anti-Zack, right? That's what we were hearing. And now look what we got here. We got him doing cartoons, making parodies of himself, working with Warner Brothers. So that tells you that we're at a point where, again, we're at a launching point now where things may start getting better. But like I said, I'm optimistic for the future. I'm not going to let anything negative get to me. I love how people are out there celebrating like they just won the NBA Finals because Zack Snyder and Cavill didn't come out, like making it seem like, it's the greatest thing that could have possibly happened.
Sod, who cares, man? Like, don't even give them attention. Don't even talk about them. Like, it's just, look, there's a reason why I don't scroll Twitter. It's the reason why I don't talk on Twitter a lot. I post my videos.
I totally
and
get
go,
that. Yeah.
And it's just because the discourse, I can't do it. Like, either you want the Snyderverse to come back or you don't. That's fine.
Well, and James, let's be fair. James, you've always been a good dude, and you've always been a fair guy. And it's nice to see, when you come out and you say something, and you're just trying to stay fair and stay, and stay positive,
it's not
and that's
like
great.
I'm trying to be like middle of the road. It's just I'm being realistic.
Yeah.
Well,
Look,
I think
I've
I'm
said
sorry,
this
James.
many. No, it's all good. But like, real quick, I've said this many times. Like, when Release Snyder Cut was happening, I got the T-shirts and I got like the hats and the associate producer and all that stuff, and I was just so happy because I really wanted to see what the film would look like under his vision. Right now, it's like restore the Snyderverse. Okay, I'm not that big into that movement because if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But there's no chance that Zack Snyder probably won't come back to DC. Like, he, in one form or another, like, he'll come back and make a film eventually.
Oh yeah, the relationship's still there. Yeah.
But when it comes to all this arguing online and bullying and ganging up and like constant, like the people that say they hate it, then why are they paying attention to it? And then like just you now, Zod, like bringing them up and talking to me, it's like it's not even worth the mental real estate.
Well, and that's
like,
the thing.
Enjoy the content. That's it.
For this series that I'm doing, State of the Fandom, it's not about antis. So I make that very clear. It's not about the people that don't want this to happen. My show is not for people who don't want this to happen. So
that's very true.
They can more and freely, lurk and say anything. They're not part of the conversation. So that's why, again, State of the Fandom, we're talking about the people that want the Snyderverse.
Keeping positive and looking forward and just being positive overall about everything is the best way to be.
Yeah, as far as antis, that was clapback season. I had to stop doing that. That's already been done. Here, State of the Fandom, we're talking about us and people that's actually interested. So I think, I just want to make that very clear.
Clapback season, man.
Clapback season, I had to stop.
James, what did you think? What did you think about clapback season, James? What did you think about it? James, what did you think about clapback season?
I didn't see that stuff's not my style, man. I'm all about.
Well, and that's why we're not talking about it right now. Yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm all about positivity. I'm all about just trying to create something and put it out there. I don't talk about what other people are doing unless it's like I talk about films and movies and TVs and stuff, right? Or what directors or actors
Earlier,
or writers.
You were talking about Donnie Yen, and I got excited when I heard you say that because I'm a big Hong Kong cinema fan. I'm connected with a lot of people in that fandom. One of my great friends that I've known for many years is Bay Logan, and he's a historian, a Hong Kong cinema historian, and a lot of the stuff that when you talk about that, and you mentioned another you mentioned another Hong Kong
Johnny Toe.
cinema superstar, Johnny Toe, that jumped out at me, and I wanted to
Amazing
ask
director.
you, what are
Simon
your
Yam,
feelings about Simon Yam? What are
Anthony
your
Wong.
feelings about John Woo? Do you like John Woo?
Oh, yeah, I like older John Woo. The Killer I didn't like as much just because the song that they keep playing over and over again just really grated on my nerves.
Okay, yeah, the Sally,
Chow Yun
Yu
Fat.
song.
I'm a big fan of. If you haven't seen Full Contact,
Full
watch
Contact is
that's an
amazing.
movie.
Hard Boiled.
Yes, but you'll like this, and I'll make this quick. Fresh
'cause I
out of
wanna get
film
back
school, I
to
think
what-
my second gig was working for Schwarzenegger, and it was underneath the World United Martial Arts Association. It was for the Battle of Columbus with Schwarzenegger, because kids love martial arts. Well, WUMA, World United Martial Arts Association, had the rights to the Bruce Lee Museum, so I got to wear the gloves he fought Bolo in and Enter the Dragon. We had the yellow jumpsuit. They made me, this 21-year-old kid, be the curator of the museum when I went to Florida convention. I met a lot of the people that trained with Bruce Lee and the guy that trained Bruce Lee on his nunchucks. Me and Chris have talked about this a lot because Chris has connections in that. I thought you would dig that.
Excellent.
That was like, and I didn't know who I was meeting at the time.
Well,
right?
You know what, James? We'll have to connect, and I'll have to
Yeah.
have you on my late night Q&A one of these nights to talk about this stuff.
Y'all definitely should do. That's a nice preview of
that'll be
of a
be
show
fun.
with y'all.
I'm sorry, Sil, but yeah,
No, you're fine, because I want to get back to the point with the Shazam. That's the point I was trying to make here. When it showed the shots of BVS and Justice League, was it like a voiceover or anything, Zod? Because again, I haven't watched the trailer yet.
He was laying there talking about how he feels essentially worthless as a superhero in comparison to Batman and the Flash. He kind of was comparing himself to other DC heroes and, feeling sorry for himself at the beginning of the trailer. I mean, it was a decent trailer. I'm still not a big fan of that iteration of the Shazam character, but I'll watch the movie. I mean,
as he was talking, they were showing the shots.
They were showing showing the Snyder Cut shots. Yes,
interesting.
They showed Aquaman from the Aquaman movie. That was the only shot that wasn't from the Snyder.
Right.
From the Snyder Cut.
Interesting. So definitely, again, like I said, I've made my expectations very, very clear. So that's nothing that I don't hide from that at all. And I think this is a huge missed opportunity.
Nikon made a good point though in the chat. He said The Rock wanted the day for himself.
Yeah,
and that's the way Rock rolls.
Henry would have overshadowed The Rock, and we know that. Zack Snyder would have overshadowed them both. So
I mean, clearly, but the Cavill part. That's the biggest part that I'm actually disappointed in. And going off of the deadline reports and the rumors after that from the deadline, I was really expecting that. So, like I said, I mean, it's really cool if it's nice that people like, oh man, like as a fan, why did I expect that? I'm like, hey, again, I'm all in with DC and restoring the Snyderverse, and we're gonna continue to cover that on this channel. And once it's restored, it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can't fault passion at the end of the day. I mean, we're here because we're passionate about a story that's being told. And, just to pretty much jump on what James and Zod were saying. And by the way, long time no see, James. Always good seeing you, man.
Hey, Raj, I miss cutting you off.
Yeah, I know you do. But you know what? You're on a different panel now, so you can't do it no more.
I can still
you have
cut
no
you off.
power here. No, you can't do it now. Love you, man. But no, honestly, I think with Zack Snyder, it would have overshadowed. It wasn't just overshadowing The Rock. I think it would have overshadowed the whole Comic-Con event just in itself.
Yes, it would have.
Yeah, and it's crazy, but it's still a W because we got the footage from the Snyderverse and the Shazam. I mean, the fact that he's doing a cameo in
this is the
Teen
W,
Titans.
Raj.
Yeah, this is a huge W.
Huge W.
And that's really cool to see they're working together still. I actually am excited about that.
Yeah, I would say one thing because I understand why WB wouldn't reveal too much. They need to keep a few cards close to the chest, and obviously a few contracts need to be signed. Cross the T's, dot the I's. I understand that. One thing I don't get though that I think they did completely screw up on they could have at least announced the haircut. I think they could have done that. You know, and I don't know why they're sitting on that still. You know, because
they don't have a DC head though. Isn't that what Mikey said though? Silly, they don't have a head of DC
that's the next
yet
step.
to really.
Yeah, and that's another thing that I was like, well, if they're going to do something today, if it wasn't Cavill, you could announce that, hey, you have a new leader of DC, but you didn't get the current leader of DC here today. like Hamada, is he still with DC? I don't know, but it's like, not for long. But the point is, I do feel, and like I said, that's something again, especially for like the bots and the people that lurk and things like that. I would not shy away from that at all. My expectations was Henry Cavill, 100%, and that's disappointing for me. And I guess they're happy there is not a Superman. I don't know at this point. I have no idea, but that is what it is. I want to do the super chat real quick, and then we'll get everyone else's thoughts. Again, just natural reaction. Very interesting. Mark says here, if Zach is practically signed with WBD, what in the world are they waiting for? Good point. Let's actually look at that. Like, who wants to answer? Who wants to address this? Like, why wait? If you see he's working with Warner's, with Teen Titans, is it just other contracts, James?
They can't announce something until he's signed on the dotted line.
Mm-hmm.
If like a cameo in a animated series is easy to figure out the contract for, because he's got to show up, do his voice in the voice booth, or he can do it from home and send him the file. Like that's easy potatoes. But to sign him back on to make some films, if he's practically signed, quote unquote, they can't announce that at all. And I've said this before, probably not going to hear anything about Zach working with DC again until Rebel Moon's out, because he wants to promote Rebel Moon first.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Think of how well that Teen Titans is going to sell now. Just think about it.
I had no interest in the show, but now I'm going to watch that episode just for Zack Snyder.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So finishing this question here, it says, Mark says, all for patience, but why not get fans hype and hope to keep supporting DC? Instead, we get slight hints. Let's talk, because me and James, we kind of already talked about that with The Rock was basically almost hinting like, well, depends on who's playing Superman. How'd y'all take that line? Anyone can jump in with that.
It made me wanna jump on the stage and basically do a stare down with The Rock, because I really felt like I really felt like it's like, you know what, Dwayne, we know that you're trolling us because basically Henry Cavill is signed with your ex-wife. So why would you say something like depends on who's playing Superman, as if it's up in the air who's going to play Superman? I mean, we know it's Henry Cavill. To even try to allude to the fact that it would be somebody else. Who's it going to be? That Tyler Hoechlin weenie from Superman and Lois? I mean, come on.
I think it's the pressure WBD
about this. Yeah, I know, right?
He's trying to get he's saying WBD, please sign Henry Cavill right now. Do it. I think that's
that could have been it too. But I mean, he could have worded it in a different way. I think. I mean, saying it like that, like who depends on who's going to play Superman, as if it's actually a question, is kind of ridiculous at this point, right?
You know what, I enjoyed it, and by the way, Zod, I like the fact you said you would go on stage and stare him down, because I got a bit scared. I'm like, I love you, Zod, but like, don't do it, man. You're a young man. I'm pretty sure Dwayne would kill you. The guy's like 300 pounds, right? But that's by the by. But no, like honestly, I think I can understand the frustration, but I think coming back to this super chat, I think more than anything, it's about delayed gratification. Because the longer we wait for it,
it's Pavlovian at this point.
Exactly. Oh yeah, like we're gonna go absolutely apeshit. I think. I mean, it's what James was saying before. I think contracts need to be signed, negotiations. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff behind the scenes we probably don't even know about that they're probably trying to get sorted out. But yeah, I think once everything is cleared up, once the dust is settled, it's just going to make it that much sweeter, you know. And to be fair, The Rock knew what he was doing. I think we all know Cavill's coming back, but Yeah, I think he did it on purpose, man. There's no.
Yeah,
other way
it
to
just
look
it
at
didn't land. It didn't land with me personally, but I get where you can see.
Well, I got a bit of a hot take. I think this was the same as all the other DC events where they had plans for other things, but something changed at the last minute. That's how this feels to me, because it almost feels like they, because again, all the trades were buzzing about Henry Cavill like you wouldn't believe. So you're going to tell me that was all just BS? I think there were real plans and just something fell through.
But if that keeps happening, that's going to leave a bad impression. There's only so many times where you can say that.
And you know what? Dan? You're absolutely right. And this is exactly why moving forward, we need to not have any hype for these events. We need to just be cool. And if something happens, it happens.
That's the amazing part, is that there was no buzz. If people, again, there's probably some new people watching today. Smash the like, subscribe if you're not. Scoop Center every Monday now. The last month, we had no hype. Like when we talked about DC,
no hype
at Comic-Con, I was just like, I don't even know if they're even going to be there. And then they said, "Oh, Black Adam and Shazam." There was still no hype from me until the rumors of Cavill started coming out, and that got me excited. I made several videos about it. I'm like, "Yo, I have some hype going into this Comic-Con now because there's people really talking about Henry Cavill." Now the restoring the Snyderverse at Comic-Con, I was like, that'd be great if it happens, but the Cavill stuff. So, as far as what they actually put on the slate, there was no hype for that. It was just the rumors, and like Zod saying, it's like we need a little more than just some sly rumors. We need to know, you have a Superman panel next time.
Right. Next time, if we are not told, if it is not something where it's actually explicitly stated at this point, and again, you cannot fault those of us who follow Zack Snyder for really believing that there was going to be something more based on his Vero post. His Vero post was very direct. And when you read something like that, you cannot take it as a joke and just be like, oh, yeah, so I kind of feel like that kind of dilutes Zach's message just a little bit now, because Zach has never said something like that and it had it not really lead to anything. So the reality is, by him doing that now he's going to have to be even more direct the next time he posts, or people are just going to be like, well, Zach, last time you mentioned Hall H, and well,
this is a fair conversation. And Rod, I do want you to go in just a moment. This is a fair conversation to have. So I'm just want to make it clear with the chat. Like, again, because we're talking about, this is our fandom. So this is what we're talking about. Right. We're not worried about antis, not worried about anything like that. This is a fair thing to consider. Now, Zach did post that picture. Did that take our hype to another level? Yes, it did, right? So this is going to be the place we're going to talk about it. Now, real quick, Captain Boomerang says, like seeing Ben, Jason, even Ezra. Oh, Ezra was like in the trailer. They showed a clip of the Flash, right?
Yes.
Justice League, right?
Okay. They showed the Flash running, from when he did the whole time thing. They showed him running like that in Shazam.
That's Snyderverse, Yes. So interesting. They could have used Joss, and that's one thing for the fandom. Stop saying stuff as Justice. Justice does not exist. Okay, you keep seeing them use clips of Snyderverse. Let's stop this whole Justice talk. That's getting
what's turned me off of this fandom though is comments I'm seeing in the chat, like the hate for The Rock because it's not a Zack Snyder movie, the hate for James Gunn because it's not Zack Snyder. That's why I can't partake in this fandom anymore. It's if it's not Zack Snyder, everyone hates on it. Like Amanda Waller is in Black Adam. I think that's really cool, right? Amanda Waller's a great
there's
character.
a problem with Amanda Waller. That's a problem for some people. I guess we can talk about that. And actually, before we shuffle a little bit, James, if you want to kind of make your point with that, I kind of know I heard off Raj for a minute, but James, you think that's a turn off for you? What is that?
What was that, Sil?
No, I said I kind of held Raj off for a moment, but James, I want you to finish that point before I kind of cycle here.
Well, okay, so I can't. It says I can't partake in this fandom anymore because whenever I see the tweets, it's either hating on another director because it's not Zack Snyder, and you guys can hate me all you want, that's fine. but I love Zack Snyder as a director. But like when I see these comments in here, and it's just
no hate on you, James. It's cool,
no,
man.
it doesn't matter. Like that's what I'm trying to say is you should appreciate the DC properties because we're getting the DC properties. And I'm sorry it's not part of the Snyder universe, but even at the end of Peacemaker, they brought in those characters to say, hey, the Snyder universe still exists. That was my takeaway from it, and a lot of people's takeaway from it.
That's interesting, and definitely, obviously, it's probably just the people that you see, James, that's doing.
And no, I'm not
messages
defending
like that.
James Gunn. Yeah. Okay, Joker Fleckcast,
said
I'm
that?
not. But like,
okay.
it's the
Well,
same
James.
kind of like attacking The Rock because
All right.
you didn't bring out Henry Cavill. You know.
All right, well, so yeah, James. So I appreciate you being here, and we definitely will collab on more, and even stuff outside the fandom, because it gets kind of weird when people think everybody's anti or for. It is what it is, right? But shout out to you, James. We're gonna shuffle a little bit, unless there's something else you wanna add.
Oh, you're kicking me out because I stayed in my mind.
And I'm gonna actually lessen this panel because I don't do like 10 people on one panel. I don't do those anymore, but I want to get a couple more people before I end this. All right, appreciate you, James.
So it's good
All
seeing
right,
you,
Raj.
James.
I want you. Yeah, definitely. Raj, I want to get your point again before I get a few more people here.
Yeah. Well,
I know we interrupted you. I apologize.
Nah, it's cool. Like, you know what? I think James is starting to rub off on you in the wrong way. So, but that's all good, man. But what's been cut?
It's all love with James.
Yeah, of course, man. I love you guys. But yeah, like I'm just enjoying everything that I'm hearing at the moment. But I think everything that you were saying before about, you weren't really that excited until you heard about Henry Cavill. I think that's most people, and that is telling. In terms of restoring the Snyderverse in a practical sense, it's needed because the problem is, in terms of the whole DC slate over the last 5-6 years, the last thing anyone was really excited about was Zack Snyder's Justice League. The rest of the films, and I'll probably end up upsetting a few people, it's not about good or bad because that's subjective. Whether you like a film or not, that's your own personal taste. But the problem is that the rest of these DC films, they've come and gone. Like, the Batman was around for a couple of weeks. People were talking, but then people forgot about it. Same with Peacemaker. It was okay, but it was forgettable. No, sorry, the Suicide Squad. Peacemaker, slightly better, but you can't polish a turd. But that's the problem. Like, Snyderverse is the only thing where it's getting people excited. It's getting people to want to do this. And I agree with you, Zod, in terms of, I think the next time they mention this, they have to be direct because otherwise you're going to start losing faith with people, and people are going to start.
It's not even really like losing faith. It's just that you're not going to really take anything that they plan for events like this seriously. It's just going to be an even keel. It's like if you really want to whip a fandom into a frenzy and into shape, you beat them down to the point that we've been beaten down, and you keep teasing stuff like you're throwing red meat to a dog. You keep teasing stuff, and then you don't deliver on anything. And then when everybody just starts to think that you're irrelevant and nothing is going to happen, the next thing we're not even going to be worried about fandom or anything, then they drop the hammer and deliver a big surprise and shock everybody.
I mean,
that's what I think that their plan is now. I think they wanna actually get the fandom to really, chill and take it down and not be hyped anymore, because I think that's what's happening. What you're basically doing is like you're deflating this fan base with the hype, with teasing stuff like that, and then not delivering on anything. So at the end of the day, it's like they may have a big plan for DC fandom, but I'm not going to be excited for it. I'm just going to be looking at it like, hey, whatever happens, happens.
They better have it on that list. It better be listed like, hey, Snyder's here, or I'm not going to buy it until it's something direct at this point.
Yeah, it's the Muhammad Ali technique. It's just like you soften them up with the jab, tire them out, and then once they're ready to give up, then you hit the right cross with a knockout. It's just
real quick.
That's the way I'm seeing it.
Backstage, definitely. I got more people backstage. So hang tight. I'm definitely gonna kind of reshuffle this real quick. So Raj, again, just a final point, and then Zod and then Dan, and I gotta recycle here.
Yeah, you know, don't give the ANSYs any airtime. You know, just let them do what they're doing. Like, support the Snyderverse. Have faith. Everything will be fine. You know, quality's coming. You know, I'm going to sound like a hippie, but let's keep this positive, because you know what? We're not bots. Because bots don't raise money for charity and billboards and show this kind of hype. And at this point, WBD, they need us and they need the Snyderverse, because as far as I can tell, they haven't got anything else that's going to excite people.
Definitely, man. Like I said, I think overall, we had reasons to be hopeful, and so I can see like where it's going to be some I'm disappointed, so I get that, but I think like you're saying, Raj, like, you know, the rodeo is not over yet, and that's what we're going to talk about more, you know, going toward in the future, as far as stuff that when we know it's going to happen, that we can really be excited then. So Raj, I definitely got to get you back on here another time, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, right. Catch you guys in a bit. Don't be a stranger.
All
Stay in touch. Speak soon.
Yes, definitely. All right. And so Zod, again, you know, you raised the point as far as again, this is disappointing. I mean, that's nothing. I'm not going to run from that at all. This was disappointing today to me personally.
Yeah, and you know, it's disappointing on a level of just simply leading the fan base onto something that was never going to happen. Again, I know they needed the hype, and I know they wanted the hype, but I don't really think this was the way to do that. They could have hyped up Black Adam, and honestly, for all the awesomeness with Zach appearing in Teen Titans, they could have announced that ahead of time, so that we knew that's what it was. Not. I mean, look, like I said, I love, you know, Zach's Vero post, because it hyped me up in a way that I haven't been hyped up since the Snyder Cut was released. But at the end of the day, you know, I kind of feel like he bears some responsibility for that, for everybody being so hyped, because he specifically said Hall H and mentioned the 5-film arc. And listen, I don't, so I'm not gonna, you know, and that's what I'm saying. So, you know, people are gonna be telling us, you know, for weeks, you know, L. And all I'll say is I don't care about that. I'm happy to be positive with this community. I'm happy that we're all together on this, and whatever happens next, we'll just make sure we temper our expectations. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's weird. Again, the and that's why this is not about antis. If they don't care so much about the Snyderverse, like, why are you worried about people just hoping something happens, right? That's a little weird to me. I don't know how they grew up and stuff, but appreciate Zod as always coming through. Again, man, we're gonna need that full schedule where I'm like, okay, Superman, Zack Snyder, or, you know, they gotta show us something really soon, man. So, but I appreciate you coming on, Zod.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon. All right, Dan. Actually, if you want to address this or anything else you wanted to say, but it's seeing here, like seeing the Justice League, right? So it's showing it's still canon in your book, Dan, and the Shazam trailer. Do you feel like, oh, they're canon? The Snyderverse is canon if we're going off of that?
I can't completely say that, because they also showed clips from Aquaman, and I'm sorry, but the Aquaman movie is definitely not canon, because again, Mira alone, kind of with her backstory, her accent, the Atlantean physics. So, and it's kind of what you were saying. I think the Snyderverse is going to be a backdrop for Shazam, but I don't necessarily. I'll put it like this. I think that the Black Adam Shazam universe will connect to the Snyderverse, but I don't think the Snyderverse will, or in my opinion, should connect to the Black Adam Shazam universe, if that makes sense.
Well, actually, I'm confused, but no. But the whole thing, I think they're still wanting to use the Snyderverse, you know. And that's what I'm getting from that.
what I mean is like basically like I don't think like Black Adam and Shazam will be in like Zack Snyder's movies, but I think
Right.
like
No,
stuff.
I got you. I'll just play with you.
But I mean, I'm gonna be honest. This is Deadline's L. This is Deadline's L, and whichever WBD executive leaked that Henry Cavill story to Deadline. Because to be honest, before that leak, I was perfectly excited for Shazam and Black Adam. I was. I was like, I'm excited for Black Adam, but the problem was they leaked it out that Henry Cavill. They set their own expectations, and so I'm sorry. This is WBD's L for that reason. All they had to
I agree.
And they should have announced the Ayer cut, in my opinion. This would have been the perfect time to announce the Ayer cut because it's a filmed movie. You don't need that many contracts. Zaslav could have just said, "Yep, let's just announce this."
I totally agree, Dan. And yeah, I think, and obviously, my channel is my receipt leading up to the Cavill rumors. I was always doubting, like, The Rock don't want to be overshadowed. We said that so many times, so many scoop centers. I don't see The Rock sharing the stage. And then when Deadline came out with that, hey, Cavill, I was like, really? And then I saw other people chiming in. I was like, oh, maybe there is a buzz there. I never heard it was 100%. I just felt it should be.
Yeah.
So as a fan, I mean, I don't think there's nothing wrong with hoping. That's why I said, don't worry about the antis. That's what State of Fandom is about. We're not worried about people that don't want the Snyderverse. But going forward, this was a missed opportunity, Dan. But appreciate you, as always, coming through. Check out Bat Dan's thoughts.
Which I do want to update the video at what I'm going to say the video is going to be about since you brought that up. Right now, it's not going to be about Comic-Con anymore, but it's going to be a fun little pitch for a good villain for a second solo Henry Cavill movie. So that's what it's going to be about now.
We'll be checking that out, Dan. Take care, man. All right. So definitely it's going to be a lot to talk about. Still, is the aftermath now is where we're at now with the Comic-Con and DC. As Captain Boomerang says, we all love Zach, but yeah, we shouldn't be hard on people like Gunn, The Rock, even Jim Lee. Not comfortable with people turning on Patty. I mean, again, that's the individual's choice. If people, they could choose not to like those directors, that is what it is. Let's get another person on the panel here. I've been trying to get on this channel again for a while. We got Uche Nwaneri. What's going on with you, man?
What up, man?
That Black Superman. I think that's what's coming, right?
No, I don't think that's coming. I think that's on the back burner now, I believe.
Yeah,
they want a regular Superman. They want a proper Superman film at some point. But I've talked to some people.
I should put you over here. That's fine. Yeah,
I talked to some people that I know who have told me that it's kind of a double-edged sword with Zaslav because he is cheap. He is very cheap, and he is axing everything in the DC portfolio except for the movies and HBO Max worthy spinoffs. Now, as far as today goes, yes, disappointed, but a strong silver lining should be considered here because the simple fact that Zack Snyder is going to be on Teen Titans Go tells you one thing. Fundamentally, the WB wants to keep him in the picture somehow. They wouldn't put him. Look, obviously, I'm lucky. I have a personal kind of relationship with Zack. Those motherfuckers hated him. The previous regime, like he could not overstate that. When I talked to him on the phone about it numerous times, they hate him because he was right and they were wrong, and they lost hundreds of millions of dollars because they were wrong. And he did what he said he was going to do. He was going to keep his fan base engaged and let us carry that movement across the finish line. And that's what happened. And they had no choice but to do what we said. Now you look at this Rolling Stone article, 13% of the movement was bots. Okay, well, 33% of your followers are bots. So
right.
What are you talking about? What is that? So what does that mean? We actually have an efficient movement with 87% action.
I'm looking at 87%.
That's what is the more legitimate number to talk about. The 13% bots is nothing. That's par for the course with Twitter, period, on anything. So
exactly.
This is the thing. And this is the tidbit I give to you. And only one other person I told this earlier today, because I talked to Zach today. I asked him a very specific question. 2 specific questions because of the Teen Titans Go thing. And his answer was, we'll see, which is much better than I don't know. And even that much more better than I don't think so or no. Because he told me he wasn't going to be at Comic-Con because people were saying, starting to say, oh, he's going to be there. No, he said he's not. He told me 2 days ago he wasn't going to be there. But this is like, we didn't get a Henry Cavill announcement.
That's what I'm disappointed.
We don't know if that was ever a thing to begin with because it was a rumor.
It was a rumor.
It was a rumor that had legitimacy because it was coming from a legit source. But also, if I'm DC, if I'm running Warner Brothers, I wouldn't have made an announcement for that in Comic-Con either, because you have 2 movies that are completed that need to be promoted, and you need to have people talking about these 2 movies, Shazam and Black Adam. They're kind of part of their own universe within the universe. That's overshadowed if you drop a Henry Cavill Superman announcement. Nobody's going to talk about Black Adam. Nobody's going to search Black Adam in algorithms. Nobody's going to search Shazam. And now you've kind of cannibalized what potential hype you could have had for those movies. And you are doing that with an announcement of a movie that could be easily 2 or 3 years away if you're announcing it right at that moment. So I think, or I would, if I was in their position, I would have that set aside for a strictly DC event. Now, we don't know if they're doing DC FANDOM this year.
Right. That's a question mark now at this point. Yeah.
There's no announcements. But if I'm thinking, how do I get the most impact out of this? I do it in an event where I can stagger the products that we're promoting so that every product gets its time to shine, like they did with FANDOM when the Snyder Cut came out. They showed us the Batman. They showed us, all these different DC properties that were being worked on, and then they gave their own section of time strictly for revealing that they're doing, revealing or giving more on Zack Snyder's Justice League, because obviously he announced it on the watch along for Man of Steel. But it's disappointing because we all got hyped up over a rumor. That's what everybody's feeling right now.
I mean, we're fans, right?
Yeah, we're fans. Yeah. We wanted that. But
no one should feel bad, like, oh man,
Yeah, and I would say don't even address it online. Like I'm looking at Twitter and I'm seeing some, people are saying that they're disappointed, but you also know that there are people who are going to go on the attack because of it. Don't even address it. Don't even address it.
Worry about it.
Don't even address it, because it was a rumor to begin with. There was nobody. It was not even. Nobody even claimed a source. They just said that we're hearing. So don't overreact to it. Be disappointed a little bit because we were hoping. That was us being hopeful and our hopes being dashed. Which but hey, that's what it is.
That is what it is. Like, patience is key. Exactly. Now you kind of dropped a little bomb. You kind of did like a little sneak bomb on us, Uche. You talked with Zach about this Teen Titans thing, right? And if you want to reiterate again, you asked him about, I guess, his relationship with Warner now.
I asked him specifically, just like, I don't want to. Because obviously, I didn't ask. I didn't say, hey, I'm going to say this, but so I don't want to be like, I don't want to say exactly what I said to him, but it was basically this version of Warner Brothers is clearly taking a different approach because this is not something that anybody knows would have happened under Warner Media. They would never, ever greenlight him to be in anything.
Ever.
Period. Period. They would never. They promoted his digital release for Zack Snyder's Justice League themselves. Warner Brothers Discovery. They promoted that. They promoted, or now they're promoting, or they're announcing in Comic-Con that Zack Snyder is going to be on Teen Titans Go. That's a WB that wants to have a relationship with Zack Snyder.
I mean, that's clear. That's right in front of us. Right,
it's not. It doesn't mean, and I wouldn't take it for anything more than that right now, because you know, they're gonna, if they're considering in any way looking back into the Snyderverse and restart or letting that continue, or connecting the rest of their of the IPs to the Snyderverse, that's something that they're gonna have to like work through logistics and work through, you know, scheduling and things are gonna have to, a lot of things are gonna have to come together. So they're going to try and supplement that time with little things that show good faith to Zack Snyder. Like, hey, you know, we want to keep we're keeping this window open, we're keeping the door cracked. You know, hey, you know, we want to put you on Teen Titans. Obviously, Teen Titans Go is like kind of a parody show, but still, the fact that they sent him a contract to sign his name on that said WB on it is something that would never have happened 6 months ago, 8 months ago.
Exactly.
That's something that would never be considered. Not even like they would light the contract on fire and throw it in the trash can rather than let him see it. That's how completely disconnected the executives were from doing any work with Zack Snyder. So
this is a change, right? This is a
clear change in the relationship, and it's a positive change. They like, again, there was no promotion for Zack Snyder's Justice League from WB. None. This was all Zack Snyder promoting it. There was nothing from Warner Brothers. They wouldn't even list it when they had the trailer. They put it up unlisted. That's disrespect. Like they were openly disrespectful to him. So to see it go from that extreme to we're actually like allowing you to do work under our corporate moniker. That's a good sign, folks. That's a shift, and that's enough for me to be like, you know what? I'll wait and see how this plays out.
I could be patient, right? And that's a good point, Uche. And again, state of fandom. We talking about our fandom. We're not worried about people outside. Like Uche said, don't worry about the anti people that don't even want the Snyderverse. So they're not even on my timeline.
Shit. Every time we don't get for every moment that something DC happens and they don't say Snyderverse, they're gonna talk shit. Just don't ignore. Just don't even.
You know,
who cares?
This is a good point because Integrity said it in the chat too, and I'm gonna address this super chat. But what likely will have the most buzz by the end of tonight? Would it be the Black Adam panel or Zack on Teen Titans? You know, and that's what I think.
Zack on Teen Titans already has more likes than anything Black Adam or Shazam has. So it's like saying. That's why you don't announce these things when you have upcoming projects that are really like on the horizon. Black Adam's on the horizon. You know, Shazam is this Christmas. You can't announce a Man of Steel movie while you're announcing those movies and putting them up on in Hall H. You got to wait on that because you don't want it to get cannibalized.
Great point. And that's again for the fandom. That's the stuff y'all gotta, you know, that is that silver lining, because again, that disappointment, that's two different things. The disappointment of Superman is one thing, but knowing that Zack is working with this new regime in some capacity, that's very positive. And I think, you know, like I said, have that disappointment, but don't have your head down like the Snyderverse is dead or something. Like, just be patient. Be patient. W. Muir with the super chat here. Appreciate you. He says, did this Comic-Con really help hyping up Black Adam and Shazam? Because if that was WB's goal, I'm telling you, that did not work. Not even going to see Black Adam, and from the looks of it, Avatar 2 is going to crush Shazam. Well, I mean, that was going to happen anyway. WBD needs Snyderverse. Uche, how do you address this? Do you feel, but you kind of just said this, it's more likes on Zack Teen Titans than Black Adam right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, and I don't, look, from a corporate standpoint, I think they're really trying to balance, like, they're trying to balance not like offending Snyderverse fan base, because that actually is a pretty substantial fan base, whether they want to believe it or not. It's a substantial fan base, and you don't want to alienate that. So you don't want to, like like Jim Lee just said he doesn't, like, there's no plans that he knows of for Snyderverse, but he still gave Snyder, Zack Snyder's Justice League its respect, its props. Of course, I mean, look, Jim Lee helped. He was there from the start of the project itself. Like, he doesn't have no animosity towards Zack Snyder, but he can't, like, come out and, like, what is he going to tell you something that he doesn't know? Like, he can't. So, he has to balance being a person who is in charge, part of the brain trust for developing these properties from the comic book side and from the movie side, and not pissing people off because he doesn't have the answer they want. If there's ever a time where they say, you know what, let's look at doing at getting Zack Snyder back in here. Let's get him back in here and let's talk about moving the universe forward. Jim Lee's going to be a part of it. And Jim Lee's not going to be an adversary to Zack. He's going to be an ally. So don't make him an enemy because he didn't tell you the answer that you wanted to hear, when you don't know if 6 months from now, boom, it could happen. And he may have only known it was going to happen for a month. So it's like he really didn't know when you asked him, and there was no plans for it. It's all about understanding where you're trying to get, and don't burn the bridge to get there, because you can burn the bridge. Like, look, there were some toxic elements to our fan base, but once we got the announcement for Zack Snyder's Justice League, once we got that announcement, motherfuckers started getting a little bit too high on themselves. So when they got a challenge by anyone else, there was a lot of hostility. Well, I won't say a lot as in like percentage wise, but there was a vocal hostility. There was a vocal hostility towards people who said that they didn't believe it was going to happen. When you get something like that achieved, you don't have to say a word to nobody about it. The achievement speaks for itself. $500,000 for suicide prevention. You know what I mean? Like, billboards in Times Square, planes. The work was put in, and the work got results. You don't have to talk to nobody or validate the movement that you have anymore at that point. It's spoken for itself.
Yeah.
I just feel like at this point, look, it is hard to really convey how big it is that he is doing anything with the DC Warner Brothers conglomerate.
And who knows what that contract is really, Uche, right? Because he had to sign a contract to do this, right?
You got to understand also, he's got a contract with Netflix. He's with Netflix. So
it was a first look deal. Yeah.
And he has to he's going to have to honor that contract. He's going to have to honor it. And that may take another year or two before he's able to really commit to anything, even, DC Snyderverse moving forward. It would be, you're looking at maybe a 5-year timeline if it's going to happen.
Well, you're talking about like a timing thing, and that's fair. Like, he has to finish Rebel Moon, which is really 2 films he's making, right? All together, Rebel Moon, and then Planet.
And who knows if that's not going to get changed because of Netflix's situation.
That's true. That's true as well. It's the timing aspect. But the fact that he can still work with other existing IPs, because Netflix, that's a first look deal, right? Original ideas.
Yeah.
Now, in that announcement, that said he's still, and as we see, he is doing something with Teen Titans. He can still, work.
Yeah,
with
it's not a non-compete. He's able to work with whoever he wants, but
the timing is.
He has a massive project with one network right now. That's Netflix.
Right.
He can't do right. Justice League and Rebel Moon at the same time. That's impossible. It'll never happen.
Right.
You can't
right,
even announce. You can't. You wouldn't even. It wouldn't even be smart to announce anything like Justice League or the Snyderverse moving forward before he finishes Rebel Moon, because that's really putting too much on your plate. Period. Because once you announce it, things have to start going. Production, pre-production. Getting things, getting scripts together, getting casts together. You're still finishing Rebel Moon. There's no way you're going to do that. And Rebel Moon is supposed to be like a Star Wars saga, somewhat. Yeah. So that's going to be more than one film.
Right.
If the first one, if this first go round hits hard and gives Netflix a good boost, he's going to make another one. And then he might even move it off of Netflix and try and go theatrical with it, with Netflix. So,
that's a play that they may make. Yeah, Netflix may go more
because they've done that before. They did that with Martin Scorsese.
They're starting to do it more. Yeah, they're starting to do it more. So, so that's interesting. Again, we got to look at the big picture, because I know people want an indication as soon as possible that Zach's back. But like Uche is saying, and obviously with your talks with Zach about this the last couple of days, it's about that. This is that first step of that relationship, this new regime.
The fact that he acknowledged to me that it wasn't that he said we'll see, which means something's been happening that's moved him off of that's moved away from him feeling like completely alienated from that company.
It's not anti, because last year he said they're anti Zack Snyder. I mean, Zack made no qualms about that when he was, promoting Army of the Dead.
He's been public about that they hate him.
Yes.
And I mean,
he fired most of them.
Yeah, most of them gone. Hamada's still there, but
the last
Hamada will be gone soon. He'll be gone soon enough, because as soon as Zaslav feels comfortable with. I mean, I would think that right now there's probably some he probably hasn't necessarily got to the point of addressing the Snyderverse specifically, because they cut down the CW, they cut everything off the CW,
right?
And they're chopping heads. There's people's heads have been getting chopped, and a lot of IPs are getting reeled in. They moved Batgirl. They moved Batgirl to theatrical now, right?
Well, they're playing with that. They could possibly be theatrical internationally where there's no HBO Max. They may do something like that.
Well, the word that I've heard is that Zaslav does not want any major IPs on as TV shows. He wants all the major IPs as theatrical releases.
Money. Yeah.
You don't want no. So you're not sending, like, if you're gonna do a Batgirl, she's a main part of the Bat family. That's gonna go theatrical. Send it to
and we'll see. We'll see how that suit looks on the big screen.
Right?
We have Abu Naz with a super chat. Shout out to my brother Abu Naz. He says this Comic-Con is just that. I got Don Khan, but it's all good. Shazam trailer was goofy. The Rock got booed. WBD. This is their way to wine and dine us, because foreplay, and then bam, basically the Snyderverse, right? So this it's kind of like what you was kind of saying, Uche, like, let's get this current slate, let's get this stuff out first, and then we can start talking
got projects
about
they got to get out the window. Like, they got projects. There's some like, look, Blue Beetle is that's another movie that's already that and it looks good.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that at the end of the day, like, even if they announced Return of the Snyderverse today, you would not see a Snyderverse movie for 2 or 3 years at the minimum.
3 years, yeah.
At the minimum, you really should be thinking 5 years, because they're not going to. I mean, I'm sure that things are going to be done a little bit different this time. And again, you still got to account for Rebel Moon is being made, and that might be a saga, so that could take time. So they're not going to, that's not going to be something that they don't want to announce that and then have that period of years where nothing happens, like a movie that we just saw today, Black Adam. They got announced when? Like
10 years ago?
15?
It was a long time ago, for real.
I mean, we all remember the picture of The Rock and Henry Cavill drinking whiskey together. We was like, oh shit, we're gonna have Superman versus Black Adam in 2-3 years. Man, it's 7 years later.
So
and we're
like-
still waiting on the Black Adam to release.
Exactly.
So it's
exactly. So
you know,
everybody got to
so
keep
it's
that
all
big
about
picture in
things
mind.
matching up.
Yeah, you got to keep that big picture in mind. And I think, again, for the fandom, we talking state of the fandom, we want just as an indication. And if you just, pay attention to what happened today and what Uche is saying, we did get a little indication today, actually. Now, is that restoring everything? Because you have, no, not yet, but that door is open. And I think that's a good sign. I think it's a really good sign. We're going to get a few people on the Uche, obviously, you can stay as long as you want on this panel here.
Yeah,
Get some other opinions here with today, and
Yeah,
I
bring
kind of
some
want to
more
talk about The
people in,
Rock.
man.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about The Rock a little bit. Let's get Ant Kid up here. What's up with you, man? All right. So, Ant Kid, what did you think? When you saw The Rock,
He's muted. He's still
muted. Okay. When they asked The Rock about Superman, did you see that soundbite?
Oh yeah, I did.
What did you think about his answer? Because that didn't land with me that well.
Well, I guess he wanted to say that he wanted to win, because at the end of the day, The Rock is and has been since the kind of revival he had. Hey, Chad Snyderworth. The kind of revival he had when he wanted to kind of shake up his image back when he was doing wrestling and stuff. So he wanted to be that showman, and his showmanship.
Schwarzenegger effect.
Yeah,
exactly.
So he has that larger than life presence, and that's why that entire overdone line of the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is as just as annoying as it is. I can totally see where it's coming from. So I'm assuming that he wants to be in a kind of fight, an equal fight with a Superman that's either established or equally powerful, and not just someone different. So maybe he's saying that we don't know yet if the Superman is the one that so it totally depends. If there is a Superman, then it's going to be a lot more fun if it's the Superman both you and I are expecting. But I can't say for sure, because most of what The Rock does is he's a hype man, and he's a really good hype man for himself. But at the end of the day, he's a hype man.
So, look, one thing that okay, so just think of this. The Rock and Henry Cavill both have the same agent. The Rock's ex-wife is their agents. Now, we have to also consider Henry Cavill's side of this. Henry Cavill doesn't have a great reputation in Hollywood. That may come as a shock to some. But in the industry, he doesn't have a great reputation. He's notoriously hard to work with. This is known in the industry. He is hard to work with, very difficult. And I don't know if it's an ego thing. I don't think it's that. I think it's because he's from a military background and he is very particular about every detail of things. And I think that might rub people the wrong way on set. I've heard that he is just difficult. And I hear that he wants more money than he's actually valued as. Now, he has some big roles, but think about this for a second. And I love Henry Cavill. He is Superman. But he is also, as an actor, as a businessman, he wants to get his money. And I think that there were negotiations that were happening to get him back as Superman that he tanked because he wanted way more than they were willing to give at that time. And the only movie he'd been in since Superman was Mission Impossible. Right. Think about how many major movie roles, leading movie roles, has Henry Cavill had since Man of Steel and BVS?
As far as like major, like he's been on Netflix, obviously.
Anything
a few
no,
times.
anything that's been in a theater. How many?
Oh, yeah,
how many
Justice
roles
League.
other
Mission
than
Impossible?
Mission? He was a supporting cast. He was supporting on that in Mission Impossible.
No, he was.
He was
lead,
not. He
right?
was not.
He was a lead.
He was not
antagonist.
lead. He was not lead. And
no.
He was a supporting actor to Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise was the lead.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at that, then
You said
yeah,
lead,
100%.
Right,
He has
right.
not
I mean,
had
that's fair.
one role as the leading man outside of the Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yeah, that was
spy
one.
film, and he,
No,
even
but that
then
was
he
between.
was a
That was
co-lead.
between.
Co-lead with Army Hammer. Yeah,
He was a co-lead. So if you're thinking about the history that he has as an asset in the industry, as a marketable asset, he doesn't have the clout that he thinks he has. He has The Witcher, but The Witcher is a Netflix series. In the second season,
that's a fair point.
Second season wasn't it.
That's actually
Compared
a fair
to the
point.
first season, second season wasn't it. So
yeah, I didn't.
There has to be. He has to be able to. He has to be flexible in what he is willing to take to go back to Superman. Because the only thing, look, there's not a ton of, like, when you look in the comic book genre, and it goes back all the way back to Batman 89, all the way back to Superman 70, the first Superman. These roles do not make you the kind of superstar you think you're going to be because you're that. It makes you a superstar in regard to that role. Everyone will say, "Hey, you're Superman. You're Superman," and you'll be huge. Anytime a movie drops, whether Superman, Batman, you've got huge numbers. You've got huge attention. But Michael Keaton, what outstanding roles did he get after Batman Returns? You didn't really see Michael Keaton at the forefront of movies after Batman Returns.
It's more of the role. So I mean,
The
you make a
role
fair
is-
point, right?
getting
Cavill's
the role is
overvalue
the story.
himself, right?
Yes, getting the role is
Superman's
a story.
a big
That doesn't
deal.
mean
Right,
that you are of higher valued commodity in the industry.
So other people that we talked to, we reported on here as well on this channel, where Cavill reportedly, wants at least 10 million or more. That's just like the base level that we're thinking. He may want more than 10 million to be Superman. And Uche's point, I guess, you're saying,
I think he wants 20 million or 10 between.
I'm thinking 20. They just said, was it like 8 figures?
But they're like,
10?
bro,
yeah,
we're not going to do that because one, look, Man of Steel is a masterpiece to me. There are some issues in it, a few issues in it, but outside of those few issues, to me, it's a masterpiece. Movie only made $670 million, which I think the DCEU started 5 years too early. I think it should have started 5 years later, because now, as you stand here and look at these movies coming out, everything's going back to darker, more adult. Even Disney is trying to be more adult with Eternals. Yeah. I mean, you look at how Thor performed. I mean, not money-wise, but look at how Thor has been received with all of these every 5 seconds a quip. People are tired of superhero movies being super jokey. It doesn't.
I feel like Love and Thunder was less necessarily about the movie and more about how overwhelming the presence of Taika Waititi in the press run has been. And, at some point, people are really not going to, like, he has like a persona, I guess, we could definitely, like, debatably he has a persona and he's, playing that persona in the gallery. That's great. But also that persona might not do as well when you watch the movie, because you're definitely going to remember that, oh, okay, cool. In the context of him being this man, if I see this movie, yeah, I definitely see why I don't like it. And that makes it even worse. So if it wasn't much about his overbearing persona, like, Sam Raimi did like a couple of interviews and a lot of people, loved the movie, but then there was a considerable amount of people who didn't like the movie as well. But, it hasn't been as suffocatingly weird as the reaction, to Love and Thunder. So yeah, I feel like it's more about the persona of the director as well, and
Mhm.
how much he's been projecting that persona that might have led to this.
Right. That's fair. That's hey, and negotiations are real. They're not all just cut and dry, one conversation. I mean, maybe Cavill is the man. I think it's gonna get done, but like Uche was
think it
saying
gets-
too, I like how you said he got to kind of meet him halfway a little bit.
Yeah, I think it'll get done if he pulls back from, because look, I think that he was a little bit. I think there's a little bit of a bittersweetness to how Man of Steel and BVS played out for Henry Cavill,
And not just that, I think Justice
he didn't
League,
get to and Justice League as well. Yes,
Justice
he
League
didn't
was
get to
insane.
actually. Yeah, he didn't get to actually like be Superman for more than one movie. Like he got Man of Steel, and it was supposed to be a Man of Steel sequel, and executive stepped in and said, "No, let's bring Batman in." So I think the bittersweet part of it is that he thought that he thought that they were onto something great after Man of Steel, and then it kind of got changed.
It got weird.
The game plan changed, and he got kind of minimized in BVS. He had 17 lines in the theatrical. 17 lines. I mean, that's almost like, what? Am I in this? Am I in the movie?
I mean, they cut out those 30 minutes,
and,
right?
and it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. Like when I saw the Ultimate Edition for the first time, I'm like, holy shit! They cut out an entire arc in which he was researching
An entire arc. 2 arcs.
Yeah.
Then you had the
did that on
woman who
purpose.
reported to Congress.
Oh yeah, but like that arc in which he's researching that woman, in and of itself, leads him to like Batman and what he is, and then he looks at like the victims, as in the relatives of like the people who were branded and stuff like that, and he's being a reporter. Clark Kent, the persona of Clark Kent that has literally been his whole life. He's kind of like in that mode. So when you see how much they took out in favor of Batman being a lot more prominent, that kind of that sucks.
Yeah.
So
and
if you
that's where he kind of lost the look. That's where I think in his mind, once he knew that they were trying to fit, once he knew that one, the Snyder Cut was coming out, and two, right after Snyder Cut come out, you start hearing about little bitty things about, okay, maybe they were negotiating to get him back as Superman. I think he decided for himself, which I'm not mad at it. He said, you know what? I want to have a say in this shit the next time. Because I kept my mouth shut the first time and I got fucking thrown under the bus. Superman became a secondary character, which I love Batman, and Batman is truly, on the media side, he is DC. But Superman, you can never allow Superman to be overshadowed. Not like even when they're in the animated movies, they have an equal playing field that they're on, Batman and Superman. But
Absolutely.
Superman should never be overshadowed, even with knowing that Batman is really the big hauler. But I think that once he got to that point, he felt like I want to have some. Justice League Superman is kind of an afterthought as well. But
and plus, the
resurrection
mustache thing, like they totally humiliated the character.
Yeah,
I think
and that was during Fallout's production as well.
More of a say,
yeah.
And that's only fair, right?
Control, that's what he's been asking for, and Warner Brothers is not going to give him that, because now look, had Man of Steel done like BVS numbers sitting around 900 million, he could have, that would have legitimized. BVS probably wouldn't have been made BVS, because BVS is technically the sequel to Man of Steel, but it wasn't supposed to be the sequel to Man of Steel. It's supposed to be Man of Steel 2. And maybe you introduce Batman at the end of Man of Steel 2, and now you can roll into introducing the Justice League. Batman gets his own movie. Flash gets his own movie. See,
true.
I start thinking about this. I'm like, they hustled backwards and they paid for it with a lot of money, because they hustled backwards. They did not just allow things to organically proceed so that things had a more natural feel. Now, Zack Snyder's Justice League actually did everything that you could have done with a solo movie for every character. It did it in one movie. That's why it's 4 hours. So everything feels satisfied, like it feels like it has been fleshed out.
Absolutely.
But again, you can't put a 4-hour movie, superhero movie, in a theater to these executives. That's not something that they're willing to do.
That's and I think it's clear, like, you know, it was a lot of other issues that, you know, behind the scenes, the exec issues as well, that kind of mess with Zach's creative control also with Henry Cavill. I got a couple of super chats. I'm gonna pull up something kind of interesting. The Latin HBO Max put out an interesting video concerning Superman. We're gonna touch on that real quick. But W. Mirror says, consider this. He also wants to have an executive producer role. That's what we was talking about for Superman. He wants to have more of a say, like Uche was saying. Sharma says, Josh Whedon curse. People tired of shallow, snarky joke superhero movies. Don't say anything substantial. Doesn't work for DC, hurting MCU too. Yeah, I mean, Feige's gonna start giving some more serious stuff too, I believe, for Marvel. So
Phase 4 has been terrible. Phase 4 is showing that in the MCU, it don't work without the original Avengers in it. It doesn't work. Because
that was the formula.
The same way that shit's not working for them right now is the same way it wasn't working for the DC after Justice League, when they started dropping these random movies that weren't really, I mean, Shazam was cool, but Shazam made $300 million. Didn't make nothing.
Exactly. So you got
didn't do nothing.
HBO Max,
Birds of Prey didn't do shit.
Latino American HBO Max. They put out a premiere video just about 10 minutes ago, showing clips of Superman, and they was even talking about the Superman and Lois, and they ended with this title card: Superman is Henry Cavill. Interesting. That is an official account, but it's just kind of like a weird angle to even say that.
It's because they have.
I still think
world. You know if the headquarters.
They didn't get the memo, did they?
Why you put that out here? What are you doing?
They didn't see The Rock today questioning who's Superman, right? So I know people are going to take this and kind of, I mean, again, you still got
a lot
this
of
new
people are going to
regime
say
building. Yeah.
A lot of people are definitely going to say that, oh yeah, no, wait, you know what? This is still not the American Warner Brothers. This is still not the American HBO
Exactly.
Max.
They don't count, huh?
Yeah.
No, they really don't. It's not the same clout. It's not the same clout.
Exactly.
It's good to see because it's still like an official branch of it, but unless I see that check mark and that shield, it's hard for me to. I'm like, hey, I don't know.
It's got to be like a Warner's account, like direct.
You know, Warner Brothers Discovery on it for me to be like, all right.
So I know people will kind of, they're sharing this, on Twitter and stuff. It's like, this is not really confirmation. Just understand that. And that is what it is, right?
I mean, my only confirmation right now is Zack Snyder has literally been now kind of, well, I don't know if I can say inducted back in, but inducted back in. Like, Teen Titans Go is such a major sign.
The relationship is healing.
And that's a good sign. Again, I think that's a really good sign. No, it's probably not the sign everybody, was desiring, but it's definitely keeping, again, the door open. And that wasn't the official Latin channel. Okay, well then, fuck that then. All right. But so Anki, any last thoughts real quick, Anki? Right now is the state of the fandom. We got Uche Nwaneri, so he this is actually his show right now. But he's hanging the songs he wants to.
Hey man, I got my coffee. I'm talking too much.
We chilling with Uche. Anki, any last thoughts? I'm gonna rotate a few people, more people on the panel here.
Word. I think that if there's anything to take away from the San Diego Comic-Con's DC panel, it's that Zack Snyder announced right around the time that he would be doing another DC project. Maybe not in exactly the way we thought he would, but he did definitely say that he would be voicing himself, not anyone else, not anything else, just himself. He is playing himself in Teen Titans Go, which in and of itself, gives rise to a lot of Easter eggs. So if Teen Titans Go is as self-aware as I hear it is, I'm definitely sure that they're they're gonna put, you know, Batman v Superman and 300 and whatever, you know, like they're gonna play up the persona that like the media has of him, and that in itself shows that there is enough of a connect for this to happen without either party being in, you know, flux. And that is what we're supposed to take away from it, because like if they were going to announce the Snyderverse, they wouldn't be announcing it here. They would probably be announcing it in an event that had Warner Brothers or DC particularly having more control and more time. Because if the Snyderverse has, you know, the kind of like projects and the kind of slate that like, you know, we think it has, then it would make zero sense for Zach just to say that, oh yeah, cool, I'm back, and then like, you know, just like yeet out of there. Like it definitely needs to be like, I'm back and blah 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 blah, you know, because that's how much of impact he should, like, I mean, of course, you know, him just like breathing in San Diego Comic-Con would probably make more of an impact than like everything else combined. But and that's my bias talking. I love him, but like also the idea that like, you know, his return means something is probably going to make at least from, you know, a standpoint of promotion, of marketing, of PR, it's definitely going to make them want to milk as much as possible from that announcement, rather than just, you know, him coming at the last 10 minutes and saying, well, hello there, you know, General Kenobi, you know, whatever.
That's a good point, though, Anakin. And again, you know, I addressed my disappointment with today, but you look at it all, you know, all evidence presented. You know, obviously, I think the fight is still there, and hey, the relationship is open now compared to when it was last.
As long as they actually allow this cat to be in anything with the Warner Brothers logo on it, it means that a relationship is being healed, and that takes both sides coming to the table.
Yep.
And this is where they started. You start healing a relationship with small shit. You don't just start going back to just bumping and grinding. You got to take them on a date again. You got to, you know, send them some flowers. You know, and these are the things that are happening right now. So I think that I mean, honestly, as much as it sucks that we didn't get anything on Superman, I think that's bigger news than Superman.
Yeah.
That's
the relationship.
They actually have started a relationship again with Zack Snyder.
That's very interesting. We have Shazam 2, which in any other case, they wouldn't even think of using anything from Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yes, there you go.
That trailer would have had 0 shots. You would have probably seen Aquaman, you know, and that's it.
6 months ago, 6 months ago, you wouldn't have seen any of those clips in that trailer.
Exactly.
Very true.
Zack Snyder Flash, Zack Snyder Aquaman, Zack Snyder fucking Batman. No.
So
we wouldn't have
it's a
seen
process
that.
here.
Like a lot of people are saying it's from the 2017 first trailer of Justice League. Even so, I think that is still, you know, not
Zack Snyder shot.
Yeah, that's still like more of a Zack Snyder shot, just like slightly more colored, which is a different thing altogether. But the fact that we're seeing that in that trailer and them acknowledging that this is a part of, you know, this is a part of something bigger, it says something. What it says is up to other people to kind of interpret, but it says something. And to me, who's like a hardcore cynic right now, and who's like, you know what, fuck this, I see this as like a good thing.
Yeah, I see it as a bigger thing than I think, because look, if the goal is one for all of us as fans, the goal is to see a return to a proper Snyder canon. And even if it's not a full-blown return, make it the nucleus again, and build things around it. Release new properties that you can connect to it, thread to it. And then as we get down the line, let's talk about the next Justice League movie, and then the next one. Let's finish the 5 movie arc, and then let's allow the universe to sprout around that. But
exactly,
the simple fact that this guy is in anything That's bigger than a Henry Cavill announcement because it
that
means
actually is.
you have a seed planted to get the nucleus back.
Exactly.
That's bigger than hearing that Cavill's going to be Superman.
Yep. So there's a lot still to be hopeful for, Anki. I'll see you.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
One
What
more
you wanna
thing
say?
before like it just occurred to me that like they didn't include any Superman shots from in the Shazam trailer, but if they really wanted to make a point that Snyder's not involved, they would have given us the blue and red suit just to put that in our faces.
Yeah.
Just to put that in our faces, they would have given us a blue and red suit, but they did not.
Yeah,
exactly.
Just gonna say that.
Said. Well said, Anki. And again, I'll see you on those Twitter battles, man. You take
with
care.
my long ass threads.
All right, bro. Take care now.
All right.
All right, Anki.
All right, man, I'm gonna hang around for about 15 more minutes. Or 10
all right,
minutes.
cool. We
But-
stay the fandom with Uche Nwaneri. Let's slide the Dork Knight up in here as
Dork
well.
Knight, what
What's
up?
with you, sir, and
Hey, man.
Black Wolf as well. Dork
Black
Knight, you
Wolf.
was first off, nice to see you over here. Usually I catch you with the PCM squad. But you were seeing some positives that Shazam. We was kind of just talking about that, but that Shazam was using Justice League or Snyderverse.
So they're using Snyder. I'm fairly certain those clips were from the Snyder Cut, not just the Snyderverse. And as your last guest, just what I was hoping to say that was I wanted to point out the same thing he just said, and that is I think it's more telling that they left Superman footage out because first of all, with as controversial as the Flash, as Ezra Miller is, I thought it was a little tone deaf for them to put the Flash in, but Gary pointed out they don't show the face. So yeah, I think he's right. So I'm going to give him a pass, but I do think that was a little tone deaf to include the Flash with Ezra Miller being as crazy as he is, and not only include him, he was the first superhero, that he mentioned. So, but because his face wasn't in it, I'm down with that. That shot of Batman standing on top of the thing that's
straight from the Snyder Cut.
That's straight from the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
And
because the Justice League one had like some tarp.
Covering them up, which was stupid.
Like, why do they do that? You know what? I will say this about Justice League. There's one scene in Justice League that I thought was a Snyder scene, and it wasn't. When he's on top of the roof, and he's like, "Oh, so I see you got friends now." He's like, "Might be temporary." Like, I really thought that was a Zack Snyder cut because that was kind of like, okay, darker humor. And it was a Joss. And when I didn't even think about it because when I watched Zack Snyder Justice League, I didn't realize that they didn't have that scene in there. And then I was like, wait. What happened to the scene where he's like dressed up like a bat? I was like, that was a Justice League. That was Justice, bro.
No,
that one was all right. I'll take that one. That one was a decent shot.
Just like I really like the Snyder Cut a lot. Sometimes I get flack for that, especially on Salty. I get less flack on PCM, but Salty Nerd, they all just hate. They collectively hate Zack Snyder in general. So I'm always on the losing end of that.
Well, they don't like a lot. Some of the choices Zach made, but you talking about Salty Texas?
No. Salty Nerd podcast. Yeah,
I mean, salty people out here on YouTube, man.
Yeah, I know, right? There's so many. That's why, my son's a skateboarder, and he used to go by Salty Dev. Like, it would be cool everywhere we go. He's got and it's all from. He's not a pro, but he's got 25,000 Instagram followers just because of skateboarding. And every time we go somewhere on vacation, he likes to hit up whatever spot. He's like, hey, while I'm here, I found online there's this really sick spot. Can you take me there? And every time I do that, people know him that he's never met in person. They're like, oh shit, what up, Salty Dev? And as I'm just sitting back as a dad, I'm like, man, that is so cool. But he changed his name because he got tired of people associating him with the negativity, because where it came from is and I have a really good example of this. It runs in our family. So when we sweat, we produce the crust. You see the little white shit on this hat. So we're really bad about that.
Drink some more water.
Yeah, right. So when he sweats though, when he skateboards, because we're also in Vegas, his shirt would get so salty and crusty, like when he was done, like when he was taking his break in his water and it cooled off, it was like hard. And so, and like you could scrape the damn salt off of the shirt. So he went by the name Salty Dev because of that. But he's changed his handle since because there's all these salty podcasters.
Yes, so many
you know,
salty people.
and in the
It's like,
in the
wow.
salty they mean like as like being like upset or salty or bitching and complaining. So he didn't like that, so he changed it. I got off on a
Right.
total tangent there. I apologize.
Oh no, that was cool. Yeah, that was a good introduction to the viewers of the Dark Knight right here. But overall, your thoughts? Were you for DC at Comic-Con? Was there any? You caught this rumor of Superman stuff, right? Did you hear that rumor?
Dude. Oh yeah. So while we were live streaming on PCM, and they were letting me be the breaking news guy, so I had like my different news feeds up, and you were actually one of them. So that's how I knew you were on and stuff. And then I had like was following on Twitter, so like I'm sharing like clips of like we aired the trailer for Shazam. Right the minute after they dropped it, basically it was like and just started talking about it, and it was I like this I was instantly taken out of it by the Flash, but then afterwards Gary brought that up, and then I was like, I got excited because Superman wasn't in it, and Henry Cavill, I knew he wasn't going to show up because I put this in the chat earlier. You guys, like everybody, like you guys were saying, well, Henry Cavill wants this, Henry Cavill. No, here's the thing. These actors, they have agents for this shit. And his agent, and I think somebody already brought this up, is The Rock's agent and ex-wife. So I think she's leveraging that relationship to get hit, like, because I heard everything you guys said and I agree with it. Henry Cavill is not worth 8 figures, whether it be 10 million or 30 million. He's not Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 90s, or The Rock.
Not Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, he's not The Rock. But the thing is I feel like because I've been in sales and in negotiating rooms and things like that. And they just kind of think in a different way. And that's why these actors hire these people, because they're creatives. You know what I mean? Their brain works in a totally different way. They love what they do, and they probably do it for free just to feed their ego and the adoration of the fans. That's where you got to get the snakes, like, I'm not going to say like me, but that's where you get people who come in and, put that value on. That's why a good agent really is important. And I think what's happening here is a lot of posturing, because they're still negotiating, and so that's why you have The Rock talk the way that he does. That's why Superman's not in. If they recast him, they didn't want to, because they could have totally used footage. They own the footage.
But then what if they got to recast him?
Well, exactly.
Right.
So I think there's posturing on both sides here. So you've got Superman's exclusion from an obvious, like, he flies, like when he's comparing himself to other superheroes, to not include Superman, that really just stood out to me.
It's weird. Like, it doesn't. Why would you even talk about the Flash?
Yeah, so that's the studio. That's the studio posturing. Like, okay, fine, we're going to include everybody
because they know they have to be careful about all of these things.
And then Danny's probably like, well, not only do I want 8 figures, I want him to get producing creds, and I want like a guaranteed deal for for Black Adam v Superman. You know what I mean? Is what The Rock wants. And The Rock's I feel like the agent's probably leveraging The Rock's future roles, because he doesn't need the DCU. The DCU needs him. The Rock has proven that. He somehow made fucking Jumanji. Oh, am I allowed to cuss on here?
Jumanji.
He made Jumanji a hit.
No kids.
Yeah.
No kids in here.
Okay, no, he made like he got Jumanji to make money. The guy is like, yeah, he injects box office to all the, like, he's done it to other franchises, Fast and the Furious. It's The Rock is like,
he has the Schwarzenegger effect.
Yeah, he's got the Midas touch right now in Hollywood. So I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if this happens and they get everything they want, because Danny's going to be like, look, I didn't want to play this card. And they'll wait till if it's not closed by the time Shazam opens to like box office record breaking numbers, because that's what I predict it will, especially for a DC movie.
Shazam?
No. The Black Adam. Black Adam. If they don't have this deal done, but because Dwayne Johnson wants
I was going to ask that too. Yeah.
He wants the Black Adam sequel to basically be, I'm not saying they're going to call it this, but he basically wants to be Black Adam v Superman.
Right? Yeah.
You know, that's what he wants.
That's what he's setting up.
And he wants it to be with Henry Cavill. And whether he's actually said this, but whether he does or not, they have the same freaking agent. You know what I mean? Like, that's just,
but
that may be the problem.
No, I don't think it is.
Because
Here's what's going to happen.
Leverage.
He does. Here's the leverage. This is what I was about to say. Danny's going to say, she's going to play well, you know what? Dwayne doesn't want to do Black Adam 2 now.
And Zaslav will tell them to walk because Zaslav.
And they will. That's the thing. So I think that's what it's going to come to. And the only way like I said,
the only way Zaslav folds on that is if Black Adam does $1 billion.
Exactly. And then
Exactly. And I don't think Black Adam's going to do $1 billion.
No.
I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to do $1 billion because the fact that the JSA is not a recognizable.
Here's the thing, man. You're thinking as
people who are not superhero fans.
Exactly.
He didn't use a JSA today, really.
They're appealing to the people who are not superhero fans with The Rock's inclusion. My mom, my mom knows about this Black Adam stuff because of The Rock. Like she does not. She's not a comic book person. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be. I'm telling you, like Dwayne Johnson's got such a wide appeal. You know, he's done all these kids movies. He's done action movies. He's done.
Think about Jumanji.
Movies.
Yeah, Jumanji did $1 billion, but The Rock is a part of that. But if you've seen Jumanji, The Rock's character is not the main character. He's one of
but he's marketed. That doesn't matter.
He's marketed as the lead.
Marketed as
Oh yeah. But you also have Kevin Hart marketed as the co-lead in that.
That's true.
So Kevin Hart's following and The Rock's following together made that $1 billion movie.
I get that. I get that. But
The Rock with old boy in Fast and Furious.
As a franchise,
he was also Groot. He's also Groot. Why am I forgetting his name right now?
Vin Diesel.
Yeah. Vin Diesel is one universally internationally known for Fast and Furious.
More international.
Fast and Furious was making billions before The Rock came. It was making $1 billion.
Right.
Rock came in, and The Rock
how did Hobbs and Shaw do? How did Hobbs and Shaw do?
Not nearly as good.
Okay.
Not even close.
I mean, it made a profit. It wasn't $1 billion though.
It made a profit. Numbers. Let me look up the numbers on that.
About 800 million.
Let's get your take, Black Wolf. As far as again today, Comic-Con, DC. I know we all heard the same rumors of Cavill. I was obviously disappointed. I talked about that. People said I took an L just for hoping. But Black Wolf, what do you know? How are you feeling after this Comic-Con, man? We really didn't get much.
I think the only thing that we should be saying right now is that Mikey was right, and they just confirmed the Snyderverse is back. They literally just confirmed it.
You talking about Mikey Sutton?
Yeah, look,
here's
the thing, and y'all kind of missed it. They played two aces right in your face, and you guys missed it entirely.
What are you
they
talking
just
about?
played both their aces.
Tell me.
See, right now, it's the leftover regime getting their crap out. The new regime is taking over. We don't have a DC head. So even if they announce a Man of Steel 2, who's going to run it? Who's going to be in charge? Is it going to be Zaslav? He doesn't really know that. And also remember, too, if he said that DC was his top priority, you save your top priority for last. Because everybody now wants more DC news. So when FANDOM comes around, and I do believe this, we're going to actually, that's going to be the very first time Marvel fans will be the most silent when it comes to DC. Like,
all right.
I think Marvel fans are already kind of silent because they already see what's happening to their shit. They like,
and look, and I always I always believe this. And no one will ever argue me with this. Marvel is only relevant from 2010 to 2019. Prior to that is DC. Only DC. You can only get a DC movie off the ground with confidence. How many Marvel movies were really that successful back in the 2000s?
Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man.
Only Spider-Man.
No, you pick Spider-Man. You can't use that one. You picked the one.
You saying that's Sony? Yeah.
Like that's too easy.
That's not fair.
We're talking about Marvel characters. I mean, if Spider-Man is going to have that
to be
appeal.
fair, that's not Marvel
Iron Man
Studios.
came out in the early
2008.
Yeah, I mean Paramount did the
first one.
Yeah, the phase one. Was
I mean, look,
Paramount.
to me, the MCU is going to struggle until they bring back Captain America, Iron Man, and actually
recast each other.
Without those characters, it's like the Trinity. You cannot have a universe without your Trinity.
And sadly, a lot of people are not going to say this right now, but Endgame did his job too well. It did too good of a job. Because now, how are you going to top Endgame?
I mean, that shouldn't even be their aim. If for me personally, when they did Endgame, they should have took a 2-year hiatus on dropping movies,
or just go back to
and I would have started with Blade. I would have brought Blade out. I would have went Black Panther, or I would have went Blade. I would have went into the darker adult side of Marvel. I would have started bringing out those as solo movies. No team ups are happening,
which is a straight reboot.
Just straight drops.
They should have straight rebooted the entire universe. Like Endgame, you done. Reboot.
I would have went. I mean, I would have went from Blade to some other, to Daredevil, and then I would have pushed towards X-Men. Because you can kind of move the regular heroes to the side and go into the mutant side of the MCU.
Yeah,
this should have been the reboot stage, like all the old stuff in the 90s, the 2000s. This is when we reboot everything. Like this is now the Marvel universe is complete. We got all the properties back.
It would have been the perfect opportunity for that. I mean, they could have just basically ripped off the Flashpoint storyline with Endgame. They this big event happens. It's the Endgame, and it resets the boom, reboot.
They're struggling right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
Marvel's struggling right now.
They could have just went from Endgame was the end of this universe of Marvel movies.
Right. Yeah.
Now we're moving into our multiverse, which this universe that we're starting with is the world of the mutants. This is the universe where the X-Men are. This is the universe where all of the mutants are. And we're starting over from here. So we're going to start with X-Men. We're going to start with Blade, all mutants, until we finish this story arc. And then we'll go back into the Galactic. We'll get Galactic with it after that.
Right. Yeah, that's a missed opportunity because they're struggling to, again, after 2019?
Because they're trying to thread everything back. They're trying to keep things threaded from the original phase 1 and 2 and 3, the first 3 phases.
That's the blowback. That's the blowback of everything's got to be connected, right? Well, it's like you almost got to kind of close a book off. And,
this phase 4 kind of feels like, how if you watch an episodic series from back in the day, like let's take TNG, for example. Phase 4 feels like the totally unnecessary bottle episode that they had where they had to reuse footage and like their budget was like you could like never watch it and not miss a single thing that's relevant.
What we seeing here, Dark Knight?
Oh, thank you. So this is I got curious, and so this is The Rock's worldwide box office numbers, and I'm actually surprised. His best where he's the sole lead role was, believe it or not, San Andreas, where he did 456 million. He had Jumanji was just shy of $1 billion. So the only ones that have gone over $1 billion are the Fast and Furious movies. So I can just looking at it's fascinating. I mean, good Lord, The Mummy Returns, where he's like a terrible CG scorpion king. He made more money than Rampage, and Skyscraper and Hercules. So and Baywatch. So so maybe I'm wrong.
He's got the Schwarzenegger effect because he's got a lot of volume right now. That's what's making him a big star. And his collaborations are the movies that make the most money. Collaborated with Vin Diesel, collaborated with Kevin Hart. Those are the big money makers.
Maybe that's like what he's seeing with. I want to collaborate with
Superman,
with Henry Cavill.
Because look, I don't think that. I think that Black Adam is going to fall into his average. It's going to fall into his average.
You
probably
think
around 700 million.
700 million.
700. But then the next one he can make $1 billion if he gets Superman in it.
Right.
Super.
Well, hold up. Do you think the way it's so funny because he came from the world of wrestling? Do you think it's because he's got that mentality of where like I need a baby face to my heel, or I need a heel to my baby face? You know, and he does better with it. Yeah. Okay.
He wants to have an equal peer competitor in his movies.
Yeah.
It's funny enough. I know his stunt double. I know his stunt double. His stunt double is his cousin. His cousin is a stunt double, and I'm actually friends with him.
Wait, Roman?
You cannot no, The Rock.
No, say
you
Roman
cannot
Reigns.
hit him, huh?
Roman Reigns, that's the cousin.
Tanua is his name.
Oh.
T-Rock is what I call him.
Wow,
He looks just like The Rock. Tanua.
Damn. Okay.
They're cousins. They're Hawaiian. So he says The Rock, it's in his contract. If he gets punched in the movie, he has to be able to punch back to even the punch score.
Because
he never gets out punched. He will never get out punched in a movie. That's like a literal rule. So I mean, he's a great. Rock has evolved into a great event actor. You know, he's not a thespian like actor, but he's a great event actor. Arnold, a great event actor. His style of acting is what it's like with wrestling. You know where that energy's coming from, and he always brings that kind of energy, even though sometimes it can feel a little bit corny, but it still works because he's an action star. When you're an action star, you can be a little corny. So I think that, I think the overall plan for his Black Adam saga is to have that $1 billion movie that it's him versus Superman. For him, I think that's a monumental achievement in his career because
that's
it doesn't get any bigger than that.
That co-lead approach, like you're saying, he never really headline by himself. He needed Kevin Hart or Fast 9, to get $1 billion. So this first film, I'm tempering my expectations. I already was, but this is now like $1 billion film that's about to come out here.
No, it won't do more than the Batman. It won't do more than the Batman did.
About the same.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
I think it'll do
never
more than
doubt
that.
The Rock.
Yeah,
doubt The Rock.
Don't sell The Rock.
I'm not doubting him, but let's be real. If you're going to be in that,
Batman, if he doesn't,
I don't see. Look, there's only. Look, I mean, and this is me being honest. Aquaman making $1 billion was a byproduct of the disappointment from Justice League and the push for the Snyder Cut starting that's around that time.
Well, and
Aquaman is the next Aquaman movie is not going to make $1 billion.
No,
it's not going to make
this
$1 billion.
Amber Heard stuff going on. That's not going
with
to help.
with this Amber Heard stuff is no, unless they do what they say.
Unless they edit her out somehow.
Yeah,
she died in a car accident in the opening credits. You didn't see it. It was
I think they could do the same thing they did to Kevin Spacey. Depending on who you believe, she's only in the movie for 10 to 30 minutes. Depending on who you believe, and that's not. I mean, they did this with Christopher Plummer and Kevin Spacey. They just reshoot the scenes with a different actress, take her out altogether. And because I think if they release it with Amber Heard, there's no way it makes $1 billion.
But there's no way they can't.
The backlash is too. Just like with Ezra Miller thing,
they can't release it without her in it because the movie is done. It's been done.
That's how the movie with Kevin Spacey was. What was that?
No, but Kevin Spacey was not heavily featured through and through in that movie.
Right, he was in the movie about the same amount of time.
Okay.
According to the leaks, Mara's not that heavily in the film either. So they could do the Kevin.
Yeah, that's a justifiable argument
money
for the Flash. That's a justifiable because he's in almost every scene of that movie, so that's why they can't do it with him. But with Mira, it's about the same amount of time Christopher Plummer was in the movie that that replaced Kevin Spacey.
I say that people who are if you're a fan of Jason Momoa, you can let the whatever short amount of time she's in the movie pass and go watch the movie because she's not a star. She wasn't a star in the first one. She ain't a star in the second one.
So
they didn't even like her.
She was okay in the first one.
So in all fairness, what do you say to the people like me who want to support Michael Keaton? We're super excited about the return of Michael Keaton as Batman, and now I don't want to spend my money to support this weirdo Ezra Miller, and it's not fair to Michael Keaton.
Hold
you know
on.
what I mean?
Like the Ezra Miller shit is different because you know what?
Yeah.
A lot of
Ezra
it has
Miller.
been proven to be false.
Yeah, so and real quick in the chat too, let's be fair. I know people have strong feelings about Ezra Miller. Let's be fair about it. But to be true, Dork Knight, there's a lot of accusations
that have been proven to be false.
Yeah,
I don't care about that. You know what I
but
care about? The
Is that
video I've
before?
seen of him, his behavior. You know, like the. I'm sorry, but that
Is it any worse than Robert Downey Jr. was when he was going through his shit? He
Exactly.
didn't lose his career.
Exactly.
He
Do
didn't
I
lose
believe
his
there's
career.
behavioral issues? To be fair,
He got
There are behavioral
nominated.
issues. Yes.
He
Uche,
got nominated for
remember
an
the dude
Academy Award after he got busted on a binge, on a drug binge. He got nominated for Academy Award, got to keep his career. Will Smith just slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. He still got his Academy Award, gets to keep his career. So
the guy that
you
made
know,
Jeepers Creepers.
you know what I mean? Like the Jeepers Creeper, yes, boom. Like shit happens with these people who are put up on these pedestals, and young people at that, with the pressure.
I don't know. There's just so
sometimes
much
they go south.
video. There's so much video evidence of his behavior.
That's because of the age we live in. That's not because it don't happen with all these other people. Because Robert Downey Jr. there wasn't cameras around like that, and they still got him acting a fool.
Exactly. I mean, there's
10
obviously
years.
behavioral
Rodney
issues. I
King.
think everyone can agree there's some behavioral issues with Ezra Miller. Now, is it going as far as some of these sensationalized reports? I don't think so. But is it
And then
hurting
you
the
have
film?
the victims
Yes.
come out. The victims come out and say it was not Ezra Miller. Ezra Miller was not doing this. He actually saved us from an abusive situation.
Right.
Okay, so you don't believe what we don't believe them now when they come out and say it?
No, I have no problem believing that because humans are complex. My issue is I've seen video of him hit a woman,
Getting in fights, and
I've seen video of him when he got arrested and how he handled it.
Fair enough.
You know, like these.
Fair
like,
enough. I'm not gonna.
that-
I understand you in that. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
And we don't know the full story. If we could be fair
But
with
also
that, too.
think
No
of
one
this.
knows the whole story of this. Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
we don't know
for
the whole
sure.
story, but you know who does know the whole story? Warner Brothers. And Warner
pretty
Brothers
sure.
has not made a single comment about it, which tells you one of two things.
Exactly.
It's not what we think it is, and it's
and he's already
not.
gone.
It's either or he's done, which they have not come out and said a word. If he was, if it was proven beyond any reasonable doubt that he was really fucking up this bad, it would have been done, and they would have came out and said it because now you got to cut ties.
Yeah.
Once it's public, that's it.
But it's
Once
hurting
you
the film.
once
still.
it's like true, once it's a fact that you've crossed the line, that now you're bad for business, they'll release you right then. And they did it to Johnny Depp before it even hit the news wire. They did it to Johnny Depp.
I don't know. I always make the joke that Ezra's got a picture of somebody with a goat or something. That's how he's like.
Well, they say
So,
somebody
we're gonna-
important in his life died, which has kind of sent him into a
We're
tailspin.
gonna move on from the Ezra Miller talk. That's
sorry.
That's a video. Real quick, super chat here. And it's actually, I think it's addressing Uche. Great point. Aquaman making $1 billion was because Jason was promoting the Snyder Cut. We remember that, right, Uche? He's like, my film come right after the Snyder Cut, bro. Like, go watch.
He was promoting it, and the movement had just like picked up steam, and so and Zach was dropping stills from the black and white cut, and that was just steadily like building the steam and the hype for anything with anybody who was in that movie. Imagine if Wonder Woman 84 had actually been a good movie. It would have, because she was also a part of that. The movie would have blown up. I was hyped for Wonder Woman 84. I was hyped. I was like, this shit is gonna be lit.
Oh wow! Hey, Mikey. Mikey just
Mikey in the chat
dropped some knowledge here. Okay.
Oh, you got that article.
Yeah.
Well, Mikey. So I know
It's
people
bomb
are talking
drop
about
time
this.
with Mikey Sutton.
He's bringing up this article because when the rumors started coming out, from Deadline, and me as a DC fan, yes, I took the bait. I'm like, oh, let's go, right? Mikey said, well, I'm not really getting confirmation of this. I know you're happy, Seal, but like DC fans, Snyder fans. And so he was saying kind of temper your expectations. Also, the point, which I think we all can agree now, The Rock wanted to be about The Rock today. And promoting
Which
him,
Mikey said.
you know,
Mikey said that.
yeah,
Which is,
so that's
which is
that article
right.
that
That's the
Mikey's
way it's
talking about.
supposed to be. That's the way it was supposed to be, though.
So Mikey's
No, that's
right.
why- look at these things. Like I said, keeping Superman out of the trailer. The Rock being coy and cute, like depends on who Superman is. You know what I mean, or who's playing
Which
him.
I still think that was like a tone deaf thing for him to say that. Like,
No,
well, who's
yeah,
fucking
look.
Superman? What the fuck?
No,
because he
who?
can't
No.
because if he gives any hint that it is Henry or that he's trying to push Henry through, then that might fuck the negotiation up.
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this year, in WrestleMania this year, there was a storyline with Seth Rollins where the only thing he wanted was just a match at WrestleMania. So
Right.
Vince McMahon says, "Okay, you got your match," and Seth was like, "Oh, really? Well, who's my opponent?" Now, when you were an insider for the wrestling community, you knew who it was.
Oh yeah,
you already knew who it was.
Yeah,
And in fact, even the commentators, they randomly said, perhaps Seth Rollins' dreams is turning into a nightmare.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you-
yeah, yeah.
And see,
Always
if you
dropping
were a
those little
wrestling fan,
hints.
you knew it was Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
So when Cody Rhodes
Yep.
came out, it was like, oh my God. I'm like, I knew that was coming. That's basically what The Rock did.
Yeah,
Like,
here's the
Yeah.
really though. Here's the thing with that, like that Cody Rhodes. Even though I knew it was coming, I still popped my tits off.
Yeah, that was so awesome. It was so cool to see that design.
Yeah.
American Nightmare. That shit was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome, man.
Man, so he playing the Rock playing with us, man. And I didn't like that today.
He's a wrestler.
No,
knows what to
it's
do.
got that. It's all because of his wrestling background, man. It's just how his brain works. I think
He's selling. He's selling everything and
he's
keeping.
working us all. He's always working.
Mhm. You're talking about a man that literally killed careers with just a promo.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. You know, Billy Gunn's whole career was killed when he just said, "But my name's Billy. It doesn't matter what your name is."
It doesn't matter.
Meme for eternity.
Yeah. The first meme. Yeah. The first meme.
Once you get one of those, once you get that meme for eternity achievement,
That's it.
you set.
You're done.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like,
Interesting.
Mikey was proven right again. And Chuck, like, I'm more confident that the Snyderverse was actually restored, like via Comic-Con. Just look for the aces, because they played it right in front of you. Like, they literally played the aces today. That whole, in fact, I think that Cavill rumor, that was strictly to see, well, let's see how hyped this fan base really is.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that was leaked for just
I tell you what, because when we were live earlier on Pop Culture Minefield, they were having me follow like one of the I have like 4 monitors. Like I had just one of them was just Twitter with the latest with the hashtag, right? And dude, it was just like my feed was just like moving super fast, and it was everybody bitching about Henry Cavill. So I imagine like if that was their mission accomplished, because Twitter lost their damn mind.
Well, because when stuff leaks out, it's all about who wants that out. I think that was more of the Rock's camp leaking out. Hey, Cavill may show up because you got to get a deal done now.
Yeah,
with Superman. I mean, there's no way. There's no way you can go for it because, like you said, the pure social media interaction, and not a letdown feeling. They know what the fans want now. You got to give us Superman. And it has to be Henry Cavill, or it's going to be a revolt. Overall.
Oh, I mean, I think that we know for sure that Superman is going to be featured in DC. As I've already said, we can't do a DC universe without Superman being at the forefront of it.
And maybe that messed
I
up.
think
his
they
negotiation
might.
side.
I think that at the end of the day, it comes down to where is Henry Cavill going to humble himself to start this to restart this relationship, because they are not with new management. They're not giving you what you want.
So here's the thing again. I think it's more the manager or the agent. Like I don't think.
But the agent has no leverage for him specifically because
But when you're saying
as you
he
go
needs
through
to humble
and you look
himself, I think it's more the agent. Like
I don't know, pull back a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry.
Interesting. Go Black Wolf. Go ahead, give a point because I'm gonna rotate real quick here. But go ahead and finish
once we get done.
All right, Uche, and finish your point, Black Wolf. Yes.
Like, one thing I love about channels like these is not that can ask certain questions and get certain answers. It's that you put things out in the atmosphere and you see how far it goes. So the one thing, and still, you probably know this, I've said multiple times, I want Justice League 3 to be 2 films. Every time I ask you, Mike, the first time Mikey was trying to say, I'm not too sure, not too sure. And now all of a sudden he's trying to say, it's a possibility. They're talking about it. It might go down to 2 films. The fact that Mikey was able to change his tune in 2 or 3 months, I think Zaslav is watching channels like these. He's watching, he's checking the fan base, he's making sure that we're informed, but he's also making sure that we know or we understand the flow that we want to go in before he goes down that road.
And I think this was bigger again than what people realize. And
yeah, this is the biggest. This is the biggest
right there.
That was the confirmation.
This is bigger than Henry Cavill being announced as Superman.
They just did the Snyder versus Zack right there in that one picture.
The fact that they allowed him to be drawn on paper is huge.
And voice it on
the
top
fact
of
that they have him drawn on paper with ink on it,
that's wild.
Is huge because they swore him. Bruh, when I tell you this cat told me when I was on the phone with him, he said he stuttered over it, and then he said, "You know what, dude? Like, I can't even tell you. Like, they really fucking hate me. Like, I'm not even. He's like, I'm not even like. This is not hyperbole. They hate me. Like, they.
This was last year, right?
This was last year. Yeah. He's like, they will do things to spite me, simply to spite me. That's it. That's what they're doing from this point on. They won't promote. They won't post anything about Justice League from me.
And all he did was his job.
So what are your thoughts on this Rolling Stone article claiming that Zack Snyder, strategically did the Snyder cut by having bots? Have you seen this article? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I've seen the article. Look, they said, like I said, when me and Sil was talking earlier, 13%. That's it. If you're going to tell me how many bots, if you're going to tell me the percentage of bots in a movement to make that movement seem illegitimate, you need to be around 60%.
Yeah.
You need to be like 60% of these
it just seemed like
and
they wanted to do a hit piece,
And the level of global traction that this movement gave, that's like...
Here's a simple question. Why didn't they release the numbers after the film dropped on HBO Max like they did every other major release that year?
Because they're embarrassed.
They were embarrassed. Because the numbers don't lie to you. The numbers ain't gonna lie. Even if it was just 3 million, you got 3 million people to watch for at least a minute a 4-hour movie.
Yeah,
exactly. So Black Wolf, final word here again. You're remaining really hopeful. You're saying the evidence is there. We see it too. But any last words for you here?
All I gotta say is watch talks of DC FANDOM heat up within mid-August. Definitely, you're gonna start hearing more about DC FANDOM rumors. In fact, when Mikey starts talking about DC FANDOM on a couple occasions randomly, that's when you know it's coming.
You pay attention to a lot, Black Wolf. Appreciate you, man, and we'll get you back on one of these panels real soon.
Hell yeah,
man. Thanks for coming.
Nice meeting you, dude.
Appreciate you,
Oh
brother.
shit. Hold up. What you say, bro? Okay. All right.
Yeah,
that's that new tag. Yeah, you on IG. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man.
Yo, this shit hurts.
It looks like it does, man. You put some Aquaphor on that shit, bro.
Yeah, put some Aquaphor on that, bro.
Yeah.
All
right,
it's like 100 fucking degrees.
We show them.
Yeah, and it's hot. You look.
Everybody
Yeah,
show
it's
a chat.
hot. Where you at? Where you at?
No, I'm in Jersey right now. It's like middle of
hot like
summer.
that in Jersey?
Yeah, man.
Dude, I don't even want to step outside. It's 110 here in
Hot
Vegas.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm from Miami.
Yeah, you don't want to go outside. You don't want to go outside of Vegas during the day. You'll die.
Yeah, man.
Much
it's
love, bro.
terrible.
All right, Black Wolf.
Hey,
Nice meeting you, man.
All right.
Now,
let's
real quick,
get-
just to talk about that Rolling Stone article.
Yeah.
Look,
That's a good guy to have right here too. Got,
what's going on?
Meta Mikey Sutton.
Mikey, what up? Meta Mikey. Look, with the Rolling Stone article, because me and my brother have been arguing about this he still sent me. He just sent me like 4 huge text messages. We've been arguing about it. My brother is kind of anti Snyder movement.
See, they're just looking to latch on, like people who
Oh
don't
man,
like Zack Snyder.
he's coming at me hard right now. He's like, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over.
Take the L, Mike, because he told people to temper expectations, Mikey. So take the L.
What can I say, Sil? I was right, but deadline was wrong. Did you ever imagine that happening today? Seriously.
And Mikey was trying to calm me down all week. He was like, Sil, I mean, you're really excited for Cal. I'm like, no, Mikey, it's restored. He's like, just temper.
I was talking to the insider who gave me the information previously about The Rock and how he feels that Cavill wouldn't be there because the Cavill would take that attention away from The Rock. There's no doubt about it. The anticipation that he was seeing online was for Cavill. No one gave a shit about the Black Adam trailer, right? It got drowned out.
And it was only like a minute, 19 seconds. Like, you didn't give us nothing.
Exactly. And sure enough, there's more Dr. Fate. There's still, like I said, that's the most he could hope for today. Before a deadline article, I said the most he can hope for is Dr. Fate. And sure enough, you saw more Dr. Fate, you know.
Man. And that's where we was at, Mikey, at first when we heard Black Adam was there. I was like, well, would they really show Superman? You know, and that
would cannibalize Black Adam. Like nobody would care about Black Adam for a second if they brought Henry Cavill out there.
That damn deadline tricked me again.
Look, I don't want to throw any actor under the bus right now or place the blame on him, but I'll be honest with you guys. My original report stands. The Rock did not want Superman to outshine him. That's just all this was.
Well, of course, you save it and you do the tongue-in-cheek thing that they did today. Like I'm telling you, The Rock is smart because of that wrestling background.
It's all wrestling, and in fact, they're really strategically planning this Cavill announcement in a big way. It's DC fandom, okay, and The Rock and whoever else is gonna drop these little teases. Well, it depends on who Superman is. Come on, we know who Superman is gonna be, right?
That pissed me off. I'm telling you.
Well, I know that was that
off.
was I forget the guy's name. I feel terrible, but the dude you just had on. That was a perfect analogy with the Cody Rhodes and the announcers saying it'll be a nightmare. Like this is it's a carny BS, man. That's what The Rock is doing. He's doing this.
It's total wrestling promo. It's total wrestling promo he's doing. He's like building it up. Like who's he really gonna fight? I mean, you know he's gonna fight. Come on. You know?
Yeah.
It's not gonna be that guy on. Like you see that shitty article in CBR about the guy on Superman and Lois like. Being a DCEU.
I don't read that site, Mike.
Hey, am I allowed to? Everybody's got different rules. Am I allowed to smoke on camera?
Go
yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Bunch of wrongs here anyway.
So, Mikey,
depends on what
would you now.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I've been saying it on here that it's the biggest thing about this entire, Hall H thing with DC was the Teen Titans Go announcement.
Well, yeah, and
if you're a Snyder fan,
exactly, and I got something funny to say about that. Okay, so
I think the Snyder cut footage in the trailer is a big giveaway.
That's
too.
Huge, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a good day. It really is for a Snyder fan. It's actually a good day. But here's the funny part: Snyder was teasing Hall H with a cartoon. He ends up in Hall H as a cartoon. Exactly. So it's an inside joke and an inside joke, but it's a great day for Snyder fans. Shazam 2 of all things just made canon the Snyderverse.
Yeah. I mean, that
sounds like a report Mikey said on my channel a year ago.
You can comfort yourself with the fact that Zack Snyder is back in DC.
Look at that Titans promo. I mean, he's all over that thing. Come on, he even tweeted it and everything. You think the clown table would have allowed this?
That's what I was saying. Like,
no way.
6 months ago, they would have fired anybody who would have even brought that up as an idea.
There's no way this would have happened. 6 months ago. No way. This just came about when the merger was announced. They had to start talking even before the merger closed. I didn't think to even get that done.
Once the merger closed, you instantly saw a shift in how they treated Zack Snyder's materials. They started promoting his material, which just never happened. Bruh, like we all saw it. They never promoted anything that had him on it. They would refuse it. I mean, I think it's so huge that shift shows that the relationship is starting to be like mended. And
True,
you start
yeah,
with
exactly
something
right.
small, and then you build it into bigger things. And once he gets a little bit of time cleared up, you start talking about making a bigger move. That's why I say if the Snyderverse is going to be restored, the announcement of it is not going to precede like a plan to produce it, which is going to take years to get to because they've already got things going.
So please correct me if I'm wrong, but The Rock is on record as
mic
having.
Is that me?
Something.
Y'all
wrong
hear
there?
that?
It's not Mikey.
Hear what? What's going on?
Okay,
Probably
never mind.
me.
It's gone now.
Well, okay, it's gone. There was a little interference came through. You
sorry.
still there, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
It's probably the clown table trying to get back at us. What are you guys talking about?
all right. Go ahead. We'll see if that. Yeah.
No,
hold on one second.
No, we're
good
fine
day.
now.
1 second, Dark.
Yeah, it's definitely a good day.
Yeah, it's Dark Knight.
I see you over there hitting that little J right there. I'm going to take a little smash off get my bowl set up.
I like it. It was like the Zod transmission, right? That's why I was waiting to hear like a voice or something. Let's see. We good now, Dark Knight? Yeah. You're not hijacking me no more? No? Okay. All right.
Is it? I'm so sorry. Man, here's the problem. I don't have my own, I guess, on channels, so I can't like do like, hey guys, I need to get a new mic. Super chat me because I'm always on other people's channels. Or
is it like a chargeable mic? I don't know if
it's a blue. No, this happened on another show, and I replaced the cord, but it might be the mic itself. I've had it a long
just
time.
a connection. Whatever's connected into the port.
Yeah,
but it's fine now. It's not making any noise now.
All right, good. Well, I sidetracked us again. I forgot what were we talking about? What were we talking about?
I forgot.
It's just it was a good day, as Ice Cube would say.
Oh, Snyder. So, I forgot what I was going to say. We got all sidetracked. And that's also a side effect of my my medication.
Well, it doesn't help that Jim Lee was making everybody paranoid a few days ago as well.
Oh my goodness. That was a mess.
Hey, man, I be telling people, please don't go at Jim Lee. Please don't go at Jim Lee.
He's an icon now. He's just done nothing wrong. I mean,
he's he's got to feed his kids. Relax.
Yeah, he can't say anything, even if he did know. And I was talking to some people today. It's like he's not really in the know right now. So it wasn't
he's not. He's the head of the comic division.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like helping on the movies, so he's not gonna know everything.
I just remembered what I was about to say. Since Mikey is here, especially, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't The Rock actually said, like, out of his mouth, like that he wants the Snyderverse restored? Like that's like he verbalized that a while ago, right? Like,
he said that his movies are part of the Snyderverse.
Yeah. So, I'm telling you, like. I think the writing after today, people really ought to be people shouldn't be so disappointed. Like you said, this is a great day. The writing's on the wall. Snyder's back. I think this is a clear indication they're going to restore the Snyderverse.
Well, basically, I mean, Warner Bros. Discovery just turned Snyder into a lovable Stan Lee comic character. There's nothing bad about that,
So, Mike. What's your take then, Mike? Because again, you were tempering expectations. You're still expecting a Superman follow up, but it was about the win, I guess, at that point. So was that just kind of inconsequential for you today? Like, that's just what I expected.
Well, that's why I didn't get on the air with you when you sent me a link earlier, because I had a feeling he wasn't going to be on this, SECC, because I didn't hear anything. So I didn't hear anybody like even a whisper of like somebody, hey, I heard Cavill's in town, so and so, whatever, or he's gonna go.
Somebody said he was in San Diego though.
I got trolled hard, and it was live on Gary's show earlier.
Oh,
I squealed
by
like
Gary?
No, like so I'm watching the thing, and then like somebody posted a picture, and I guess it was from a previous Comic-Con thing where they imposed like they had Henry Cavill walking out on stage, but the panel was the Black Adam panel from this year, and so it comes up, and I was like, oh my god, like I flip out live, and they're like, what? And I was like, hold up, I gotta confirm it with some sources, and like start shooting around. They're like, it's a fake. I was like, never mind, I got trolled. And they were, and then they were like, yeah, but then they were like, oh my god, that's how I know you're a wrestling fan, because you got way too excited. And I was like, oh man, like, whatever, you know.
You're ready to copy paste the link and post that shit. I need 20,000 likes. Confirmed. Confirmed he's there.
That's like, man,
it's like the you ever seen the video on Twitter? Remember 2020 when all the protests and riots were going on, and they had the one video that had the Dark Knight music playing in the background, and there was like tear gas everywhere, and then you just seen the dude cosplaying as Batman walking in the crowd, and a dude is sitting there throwing shit. He turns around, and he goes, my nigga, he's here! It's Batman! He's here! It's him! Everybody just moves out the way as he's just strolling through. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Oh
man,
it's
you gotta be careful with those photoshops, man. Because if I were retweeting that, like I also just would have left Twitter.
Oh no, like that's why I always confirm. I always confirm. That's why, because I didn't say what it was. I just reacted to it because I was reacting in real time, and they were like, "What?" And I was like, "I have to confirm with like I got to confirm with other sources." And then, so I didn't. We didn't show the picture or claim like that but it was just funny because that moment is on there, like because I got fooled. I got fooled, and it was funny.
I'm about to watch that. Everyone watch PCM stream. Black Wolf has a super chat here for you, Mike. He says, when did you start hearing about JO3 potentially becoming a two-parter? Let's see, to hear that as a rumor now means Lava Man's watching us. So if you wanna, as much as you can say about that, Mikey, if you want to elaborate on that.
A month ago, wasn't it? So that I started talking.
They got to Mikey.
Warner Brothers said, nope. They said we tapped you a week ago. You're not saying shit. Mute him.
Mute him. Yeah, so I heard, Zach's gonna.
Yeah, that was definitely the YouTube police. They're like,
they said no.
I swear,
shut him down.
He'll pop in when he can.
I'm about to jump off, man. I'm about to jump off.
All right, Uche,
I appreciate you guys, man. Much love to everybody, man.
Hey, it was nice meeting you, dude.
Nice meeting you as well.
Dork Night on Twitter. If you want to hit me up and continue some of these conversations.
I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna jump on and follow you. Mikey, they probably got him in the basement right now. Like, listen here, dude's just smoking a cigarette. Like, listen here, Mikey.
I should start off out my window or something. Yeah, I started off out there.
You got sniped, Mikey.
You're gonna keep your fucking mouth closed. We're gonna close it for you.
Dude's like,
flick the cigarette on his face and walk off. WB dude.
I'm a heart attack survivor, guys. You gotta be careful now.
All right, guys, I'm out of here, man.
Oh yeah, Uche,
nice meeting you. Thank you so much.
I mean, Mikey's on point, man. I always pay attention when he says stuff, man. You're on point.
Oh, thank you so much. You're awesome.
But Sil, man, whenever you need me, brother.
You already know we're gonna do something real.
Put the signal up in the sky.
I'm just saying now, because this stay in the Phantom Live, and I got the episodes. I got a panel coming up with Uche. We got some other stuff going on. So
whenever you
big
need
things
me, bro.
coming. All right, man. You take care.
You need me. I'll holler at y'all.
See you, man. Have a great weekend.
Later. Peace.
Take care.
So that previous question, Mike, I want to make sure Black Wolf's question was the one you got sniped on. The JL3 possibly two films. You said was it a month or two? Did you start talking about
which one is it? It's not the one on the screen. When did you start?
Yeah, it's the previous one, Mike. Did he take him out again? Maybe I shouldn't ask him that question anymore about the jail.
What is going on? Every time you ask me that question, my mic goes blank. What the heck?
Wow.
What's the previous question, Mikey? I lost it on the screen, but
Ask me quick.
3, 2 points, go.
Here, let me write it down for you, and I'll put it on the screen. That way they don't hear it.
I should drop every bomb I have right now before my mic goes out. You know.
Unreal.
Oh man.
Anyway, but a month ago, right, where I casually bombed the 2-parter, and I remember people in chatters were like shocked, like what did he just say? I just kind of slipped it out that way. Yeah, about a month or so ago is when I said that. And it's been, look, it's a piece by piece thing. So I see exactly where they're going with this. They're gonna tease and tease and tease until they make the final announcement. DC Fandom, it really is the right place for it. What I heard still was the same thing I heard 2 weeks ago when I filed that report. The Rock did not want this to get in the way of his Black Adam today. And I thought maybe the Rock will think of the bottom line, right? That announcing this now will build up more excitement for Black Adam, but the Rock's ego is just way too big. Okay, and nothing wrong with that. I mean, look,
you see how he walked out? Like, you talking about a big ego?
Like ego, man. Come on.
I mean, he came out in like. That's like a WrestleMania entrance for the Black Adam.
Exactly. He has never gotten over his wrestling days. I think that's instilled in his gut.
No, that's what I was saying that earlier. Like,
there's no way to bring Superman out after that, right? Like, this is his grand entrance. Electricity, everything going on. Like, what the fuck?
Like the ego has landed, right?
So what? There's nothing in between now, really big between now and because that movie comes out in October of this year. Yeah, so we 3 months out. That's what I think they're gonna. I kind of think it's a negotiation thing. I think if they hit, The Rock's taking a big gamble so is Henry Cavill. So basically, it's the agent that's doing it. She's both their agents, and I think they're gonna be like, if the movie makes like $1 billion, they're gonna be like, hey, look, if Superman, if Henry Cavill's not Superman for Black Adam v Superman, then Rock's not doing the sequel. We had fun. We got to dip our toe in the DC universe. Cool. Like, I think they'll play that card to close the deal, because if it makes $1 billion, there's no way DC's going to say no. They'll be like, okay, whatever you want, man. But if it doesn't, like, I don't think they can play that card. What do you think about that, Mikey?
We got him again.
Did they get him again?
I swear.
He's probably just laughing so hard at my theory. He doesn't want to insult me, so he muted his mic.
Is Ann signing up in her SWAT team outside my window or something?
Oh,
This is getting weird.
Oh, why is it getting weird? Am I hitting the nail on the head? Is that what's happening?
No. I mean, no, you're way off.
That would be weird.
I'm way off. Okay. Right.
I think I was talking to an insider today. He said the dream scenario for the announcement of this would be for the Rock at DC Fandom. And by that time Black Adam would be out already. But
maybe the stinger has Henry Cavill in it, and that's what, like, so it comes out early. Everybody hears that, and then everybody rushes to the box office to see Henry Cavill back as Superman, and he's only in it for like 30 seconds.
Exactly. This is Venom, let there be carnage effect, right? So discussed that. It's exactly what it is. But they want it to be a surprise, because there's a lot of people out there that they don't follow us. They have no idea what's really going on. And as far as they're concerned, Superman could be anybody. It could be that guy in Superman Lois, because CBR said so. Hey, Tyler is actually going to fight The Rock, right?
That's just weird.
That's not going to happen. Can you even imagine that? I can't even imagine that.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, I like the dude as an actor, but he's the puniest Superman that's ever been on screen. He really is.
Really big.
Yeah, but he's puny by comparison. And I mean, you see Henry Cavill with his shirt off a lot. Like, that dude is jacked.
So this buzz that Deadline heard, so was coming from. They really wanted this to happen today. They really wanted Cavill out there, but The Rock just nixed it.
Yeah, it looks like it's lining up again. This is from TMZ, just to let people know. So take that with a grain of salt. But supposedly this was really in the works, and someone pulled the plug. According to what TMZ is saying.
Again, back. I hate to keep doing this, but back to the wrestling thing. It's exactly what was his name? Your buddy Moon. It was Black Wolf.
Oh, Black Wolf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. It's the Cody Rhodes. I mean, it's playing out exactly like that. They're like, but it depends on who plays Superman. I don't know.
I hated that. I cannot say that enough. How I hated that moment from The Rock today. But Mikey, now real quick, that JL3 thing again. That's just something we'll stay tuned more on that, right? If they split that into 2 movies, right? That's more to come in the future, I think.
I don't see why that's such a hot button issue or such a big deal, because I mean they did it with the Harry Potter. The final Harry Potter movie, they split that one up into 2. Kill Bill, he knew out of the gate, he's like, no, I'm going to break this up into 2 movies. So, like, I would have rather seen Zack Snyder's cut originally as like a 2-parter. You know what I mean? Like Justice League Part 1, then Justice League Part 2, and then let him do. I mean, I don't know. I'm probably alone on this hill, but I would love to see a trilogy of 2-parters, because there's so much story that could be told. So like a total of 6 movies, but they're really just 3 movies. They're just, one, they're making it more palatable because the movie's not so long, and 2, they've got like a built-in sequel, and you know how Hollywood loves sequels, so they immediately turn their trilogy into whatever you call 6 movies, so they can make twice the box office. I don't know. Anyway,
yeah. So Cavill's taking the bullet for this. This is hilarious. Of course he would, because The Rock's not going to take the blame for this. Even though
this is all PR, man. Like I said, same agent.
Total PR, total spin, exactly same agent, right? It's a total spin.
Yeah.
Hey, Kennedy, can you take the bullet on this? Because The Rock doesn't want to take any attention away from him.
Henry Cavill's too busy playing video games. Danny calls him up. He's like, yeah, hey, whatever you think's best for us. You go ahead. I'm busy.
Yeah. The Rock's going to defer to them. So it's all PR spin, guys. This is all wrestling. This is pure wrestling marketing.
Exactly.
Right?
It really is.
They're going to have The Rock come out as Black Adam, DC Fandom. Who am I going to fight? And Cavill comes out as Superman. Come on, it's going to happen that way.
Yeah, he's always. That's how I was saying this earlier. He's got to be the heel. He's got to be at least.
Yeah.
What'd you say? You were talking about equal still earlier.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's all about equal standing ground, or really, I mean, I think The Rock will want to win the fight against Superman.
Well, yeah, of course, but like he also knows what's best for business. Take a look at like his match against Hogan, where like he was supposed to be the baby face and Hogan was supposed to be the heel, but there was no way that was going to work with that crowd. So he did an audible and started wrestling like a heel, and Hogan was the baby face. You know what I mean? And that was, which one was that? It was like WrestleMania 17, I think.
So they really pulling. That's the theory. They really pulling like a little bait and switch on us, or this is what you could get, but something going on with this.
I just got a text message. Still, one of my insiders told me that they changed the date for DC Fandom because I was saying it was before Christmas. As I was saying, my insiders texted me and said it'll be sooner than you think.
DC Fandom is still a possibility for this year.
Oh, it's going to happen. I'm told that it will happen. What I have to say about today is, remember a few days ago, you and I were talking about this, not to expect much from the MCU either today. Right. Because they had, they're going to have Wakanda forever, but in terms of the big slate announcements and everything, all of a sudden, I heard last night that Lucky's going to drop some big nukes. And what I was hearing before still was that all of a sudden, not to expect anything from the MCU after the Cavill rumor broke, right?
Okay.
And you and I were talking about, Cavill is just going to blow everything away. It doesn't matter what unless they throw out Hugh Jackman,
So
Ryan Reynolds out there. But
The
no,
Rock
he
worked.
changed his mind, you know. So
The Rock worked Marvel. See, this is like it's
No.
just wrestling. He worked
There you go.
Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got in the blink, right? And
Yeah,
now
yeah.
Foggy's gonna drop something today. Apparently, some big ones today. So, because I mean,
Well, it's supposed to be today.
but you know, The
at,
Rock is
probably
in an
another
hour. So Kevin Feige's going to give a lineup of what's next. So it's going to be, you know, another one of those Kevin Feige probably presentations with a timeline again or
you
something.
know, Wakanda Forever trailer.
Yeah.
She-Hulk.
Namor, you know.
Yeah.
That'd be big. And I mean, for people to see Namor, if they show
Yeah.
show him, that'd be pretty
Will
big.
they announce Secret Wars? That's the thing. If they announce Secret Wars, you know, that's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Because they could announce, just put title card, right? And then at D23, they can have cast or whatever, you know. They can like what you and I do with Geekosity, you know. Or you remember streams, you know. You bring your trimmings, right? The other information that I left out. But I know it looks like that Warner Brothers took the L today. I don't see it though. I see it as a win. That Snyder is a cartoon. He was joking about a cartoon. Sure enough, it's a cartoon, right? But the big one for me still is the Snyderverse in Shazam.
Exactly.
They
Exactly.
didn't have to do that. And they have Batfleck
That's pretty
in there.
big.
Yeah.
That's pretty
No, those
big.
are the 2 points that like
Yep.
people should realize this was a win if you're a Snyderverse. If you want the Snyderverse, this was a
And
good
just
day.
taking people in a time machine a year ago. Mikey was on my channel. We was doing
Yeah.
Rose Gallery, Mikey, and he was like, "Yo, Shazam! First off, they're going to darken it up a little bit."
Yep.
That's when the suits came out, right? And I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh, the
yeah.
suit looks better,
Yeah.
more serious."
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, I'm hearing that. You know, David Sandberg wanted to follow the Snyderverse."
Yeah,
Like you said
sure
last
enough.
year.
It-
Yeah, and
it's-
they
it-
literally showed the footage today.
They could have showed Justice League footage.
Yep.
You know, they didn't.
Or
They showed
nothing at all.
Nothing at all, right? You didn't
So
have to do that.
I don't know if you have one of the screens I have up is Marvel is doing like a live stream of the con on their website. And so like when they're not, you know, like so when they do Hall H, it'll be on that. But
Yeah.
throughout the day, it's just got like the different like so right now at the Marvel booth is Bruce Campbell. I'm sorry. I was just
He's awesome. I love him.
Yeah.
He is awesome.
That's good to know.
I'm guessing this has to do with Doctor Strange. Okay, yeah, it's Doctor
Yeah,
Strange.
if-
multiple-
Chloe Bennett comes out. My day is good. Okay. My days are really good. It's to me, it's a good day. I know everybody. Like I said, it's Deadline's fault. So we warned them about this. That's why I've been calm the whole time. Like, okay, we'll see. But the thing is, I trust Deadline. Deadline's always right. You know, they don't just put stuff out there.
That's very weird. They leaked that out like that.
I think it's a last minute thing. I think The Rock was like, no, I want to go out my costume, and I'm sure that he had discussions with people. Like,
It was like when I saw it, I literally said, "Oh my, this is like a WrestleMania entrance." It really was. Like
It
he's got
was.
the
It was totally
it rises him
WrestleMania.
up. It's got the smoke. It's got the lightning. He's like,
yeah, there you
he
go.
probably used the same guys that he used in the WWE used for Undertaker because it was a very Undertaker-esque like. You know what I mean? It was.
I think
it
the
was
Rock. I think the Rock saw that Henry Cavill was the one that was trending, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, I'm not gonna do
He's
this.
like, "Oh, more lightning, more lights. Let's go."
Like
100%.
Well, hey, this is for me. This has been a blast. I didn't know you did these open invites. Thank you.
Yeah,
This is my
once in
first
a
time
while.
on here. This was super
Yeah,
cool.
it's great having you
Mikey's
on,
great,
man.
great to
Thank
meet you.
you.
I gotta head out, but I put because Gary loves you, talks about you all the time, and I
Oh,
do. a
Gary's
show
awesome. Love those
every
guys.
day.
Gary and Keith are great.
So I put in there my Twitter, man. If you ever want me back on or whatever, please message me. You know, this was fun.
Yeah, appreciate
But
it.
I
Yeah,
do.
we're not-
Unfortunately, I do got to head out. But you guys have
No
fun.
problem, man.
All right,
We'll
you
do
too,
this
man.
again
Thank
soon,
you.
man.
All right,
Dark Knight in the house. Again, usually I catch him over on the PCM, Mike. But before we close this down, and again, I do appreciate all the participants in the backstage. We're kind of winding this down, but we'll probably could chat a little bit after the stream ends if y'all want to hang tight there. But today, like I said, just overall, I'm the ultimate fan here. I'm a DC pro Snyderverse, so I latched onto that Cavill story by Deadline, like with both hands.
We both did. Even though it debunked me, like, okay, it's Deadline. Okay, you guys are usually right. So
yeah, because the articles, like on one side, I'm like, yo, I think there's some buzz here about Cavill, but then I'm sharing your articles, and you're like, temper, temper expectations. So I guess I took a L because I didn't listen to Mike. I think that's
that was a bourbon article for me back then. When I came out, like, no, don't expect Cavill there. I mean, the headline had asked that question. Is Cavill good? And that's before Deadline rumor came out. I put that in the headline, like, is Cavill SECC? And I said, stay calm.
Yeah. It would have been nice. Like, I think that's what you always say when you're not really hearing the same rumors. So you're like, hey, I mean, it's great if it happens, but I'm not really hearing this, right? And that was your approach, really. And this seems like, I don't know if it's part of some kind of plan, but you're saying the big thing, I think you're saying DC fandom, you're really confident that it's going to be one.
There's going to be one. I keep hearing over and over again, there's going to be one. I really think what happened today was a last-minute decision. I think they really planned on Cavill being there. But if you saw, you read the streets, so your ears to the streets, you saw the massive excitement over Cavill today. It really drowned out anything what The Rock was going to do. And, he's probably like, whoa, wait a minute here. What are you talking about, my buddy? Like, The Rock was saying, I'm the people's champ, right?
He's really the people's champ, right?
What do you mean you didn't vote for me? Oh boy!
I hate him now.
Exactly, I'm gonna block him now.
I tell you, I would say definitely there are signs there that we saw today. Before we wrap up, any last minute comments or questions, especially for Mike, we got Mikey here. Or any more thoughts about Comic-Con? Throw it in the chat. It's been really, I mean, I know this probably wasn't the ultimate day as far as Snyderverse fans I'm talking. Want it now on this channel. Obviously I do a lot of DC pro Snyderverse, occasional Marvel stuff. So what this audience was looking for today, and so all I can say is I understand the disappointment. Hey, I was wrapped up in it right with everyone because I was really hoping that rumor was true. But now you kind of see again the positives of this because we can take this down here. But shout out to Leaky, hashtag Mikey was right.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Bravo. I haven't seen you in a while. We can't smell what the Rock's cooking anymore.
Oh God, I really hope they took it out of the film. I heard they did actually. There is a joke in Black Adam. I apparently they took it out. My insider told me they took out the scene. It's really stupid. So it's a really stupid scene. About you can't smell what Black Adam is cooking, or there's some kind of variation on that joke. And I'm like, that's cringe. That's total cringe. Don't. They took it out. So you guys would walk out of the theater if you guys saw that.
Let's see. I missed Kobe Collect's super chat. Let's see. Sorry about that. We got 230 in the chat. Appreciate again the wonderful response. We're going to do a lot more of these types of reaction for the fandom and for different things. Appreciate the support. Make sure y'all smash the like, subscribe. Definitely more to come on this channel. Kobe Collect says, did you guys ever collect things on NBA 2K, Runescape, Neopets, Fortnite, Digital? Yeah. This is an NFT ad. What is this? What is it? But yeah, I guess plug that there. Cool stuff. Appreciate you being here. Definitely. So yeah, Mike, go ahead with the point.
The thing is, like ever since Deadline put that rumor out, right? If you notice, so when I put out my article, I didn't corroborate Deadline. I said, yeah, I've been hearing that too. I didn't say anything like that because I haven't heard anything, which is really odd. Like not even a whisper. Like what I was hearing still was the opposite, which I reported on a week or so ago about stay calm, and multiple insiders telling me the Rock does not want to take attention away from him. Okay, and I
Yep.
know you guys kind of irked by that, but it's the Rock. The ego has landed. Okay, you see him out with a Black Adam. Who does that still? You never see Chris Evans coming out with his Captain America outfit on. You know,
It was so extra.
Zachary was dressed as Shazam out there. I mean, come on. You see Tom Holland coming out with Spider-Man. No, The Rock would do something like that. And I had a feeling he would. He's going to make an entrance, right? There hasn't been... I mentioned this to you before. I wrote an article on this. The buzz for the Black Adam trailer hasn't been that fantastic. Okay, I'm being very conservative here. You know, there was more excitement for Black Adam years ago when he was hinting at having the role, right? But when that trailer hit, for some reason, it just didn't. Well, you mentioned some of the campiness that you saw, and I had people worrying about Shazam. You know, like kind of the Shazam tone, right?
Right.
I hate to say, but that Shazam trailer is actually pretty good for what it is. And the fact that you had the Snyderverse stuff in there, okay, you know. But the thing is, though, here I'll say this though, that Shazam trailer is true to its roots, the comic book roots of Shazam. That's the tone of the comic book originally, not the Jeff Johns version. Like the original Captain Marvel, it had more of a light tone. He's never been a dark character. Whereas Black Adam, those moments of levity were kind of contradictory to what the Black Adam comic book is, right? It's more, but the new Black Adam trailer is more. Remember, I told you that the Man of Steel is an influence on Black Adam. You see it more in this trailer than the other one. But it's all about the Rock. He's not gonna get blown off the stage by his buddy. It's not gonna happen. You know?
Yeah, and I think that's what really came to fruition there. And like I said, you know, as far as the fandom, our hopes may have been, you know, more than what was really promised to us. But the positives that we could take from this before we close this, you know, that whole thing. And again, people take that how you want with Shazam. The fact that they went out of their way to show Snyderverse shots of Justice League members.
Yeah,
I think does say a lot as far as for the current regime, you know, that they see the value there, you know, with the Snyder. That's kind of how you saw that, right?
They didn't have to do that at all. I mean, they could have shown Justice League if they wanted to have any footage of the other DC, or you know what? Still, they could have had footage of just Wonder Woman, Patty Jenkins, right? And you know, they could just had that and Aquaman. That's it. You just leave it there. Aquaman and Patty Jenkins. No films that Snyder directed. You put their footage in there. It should be big enough, right? No, you have Batman vs Superman. You have Zack Snyder's Justice League footage in there. Like, what are you telling us? Then the same day you have Snyder showing up as a cartoon, and they released that image. Second thing.
Yeah, because it's like, and then it was so great having Uche over here earlier, Mikey. And if anyone missed earlier, I want to make sure I timestamp it because he actually, you know, talked to Zach for the last couple of days. He was asking Zach about Comic-Con and what's going on. They have enough of a relationship where he can communicate with him.
Oh, nice, awesome.
Yeah, and he said, according to him, today he called Zach after that picture drop with Teen Titans. And he's like, Zach, so you know, you work. I'm paraphrasing, but you know, you got like a relationship going with this new regime, you know. And he said Zach's response was, "We'll see, we'll see." Right? That's Zach's quote. Now compare that to a year ago when Uche talked to Zach about, and we knew the old regime what was going on, and Zach was like, "Oh, they hate." You know, he's telling Uche they fucking hate me.
Yeah,
you know, old regime. So now it's from repairing relationships, and that one thing that's we keep saying restructuring, repairing. It sounds like the relationship with Zack Snyder is repaired because we got this.
That's totally repaired. I mean, come on, you allowed his likeness in the cartoon. Um, I heard he recorded a message. Did you? Has
Mm-hmm.
that been released yet? There's a video.
I don't know. I have to look into that. Maybe it's on Vero. But and obviously he's doing the voiceover for this as well too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it says a lot
yeah,
right
I
there.
gotta look into that. But yeah, so the relationship. I mean, I'm just gonna step out on the limb and just say that, like, and it's kind of obvious though. The relationship is repaired between Warner's and Zack Snyder. Now it's just about, when are we going to do some DC films? At this point?
I tell you, so the politics of announcing anything is a lot more difficult and complicated than I thought. It's you think I can just go up there and announce something? No.
Mhm.
There's a marketing strategy. There are permissions you have to get to be able to say anything about a project, and Zach can't say one way or the other because he can't. Thing is, still, if you say anything that's close to what's really happening, people are gonna figure it out. Okay,
Yep.
and it's gonna be all over the media. Okay, so like Jim Lee, for instance, um, you know, if he said, let me give you an example. Let's say, well, I can't talk about that right now. We're gonna put,
Everyone.
everybody's gonna think, yeah, oh, they're hiding the project. Okay, he's really working on it.
Mhm.
And you know the headline will be Jim Lee teased Snyderverse return, even though all he said was I can't talk about it. Okay, he's keeping a secret. What's your secret, Jim Lee? So he has to deny it. It's Andrew Garfield. Okay, I'm not Spider-Man.
All right.
Right?
Not the werewolf.
He kept lying the whole time, and it's really nothing different than that. And that's what makes it difficult for people.
Mike's going in and out again, but yeah, as
What
far as
is tell
again,
you, start off outside, man. It's starting off SWAT team or something like.
but go ahead if you want to
But
finish your point.
but he can't say anything, so you have to deny it. Okay, so it's denial, and you side with Garfield because Garfield couldn't say like, "Well, I'm not at liberty to discuss that." You just pretty much admitted it right there by saying that. So you have to just flat out lie.
Yeah. But I mean, just looking at again, just the evidence that they're using Snyderverse footage.
Yeah.
They, did the digital release the week of Comic-Con. I think that's interesting. And again, that relationship seems to be repaired, or really, it's like starting a new relationship, really, with the new regime.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah.
I think it's something to be excited about. As far as again, this is state of the fandom, so we're talking about our fandom. Don't worry about antis and see the Snyderverse is dead, and it's like we just talked about the evidence we saw today. Now, was it confirming restoration? No, it wasn't today, but we see the path that this is going. So
it's so funny. I sent Sil that link from 2019 with Sony, for the moment the doors closed. Every Spider fan was thinking it's done. Tom Holland's gone, and that's when I came out and said, nope, it's not done. Everybody's lying. Okay, and sure enough, ended up on the front page of Yahoo for being right. The same thing. Same energy as you said, so. And
yep, exactly.
The only difference is it's taking much longer than Spider-Gate. That's the only difference. But you guys should be happy with what you got today. You're getting hope. Seeing Snyder and Titans go is a big deal.
I mean, that's a contract in itself. Who knows? What else is in there? But again, this is something that would never have happened with the old regime. This is showing this door of communication is open, and that's a good thing. We're ready to hear, obviously, Snyderverse restore, and I get it, and we're going to keep following that. And I just want to again let the viewers know, because again, it's been a great turnout today, and I'm always going to approach things as a fan. Like I could take as many L's as I want as a fan, because I'm going to hope. You see, I don't know, I don't know how someone is winning because I was hoping that rumor from Deadline was true. So I'm going to enjoy the stuff that I like. So that's why I say stay to the fandom. It's not about the antis. I don't care what someone is saying. They're more than welcome to watch this channel, but I'm obviously a fan of something they're not. So that's kind of weird.
But I will say that I wasn't disappointed because I'm just following my own report.
No, yeah. And on top of that, yeah, and I will make it clear again because I had a lot of new viewers today, and I'm gonna make sure I make a real distinction. You know, when I'm just being a fan of something, you see it for them. They'll see it for themselves. I'll show your report, and then I will react as a fan. I will continue to do that. If there's more rumors and stuff like that, I'm going to present that to y'all, and we could just talk and geek out about it. But it's going to be very clear when it's Mikey Sutton information. So just hopefully there was no confusion.
Well, yeah, and the thing is too is that if that Deadline article had never come out, no one would be disappointed today. But you'd expect
Right.
Black Adam. Sure enough, you got Black Adam.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, the stinker, is the Jim Lee thing that came out days before to add to the paranoia. Right, it adds to the paranoia. And then you have all these articles that came out saying, well, Jim Lee just shoots the Snyderverse dead and all this other stuff. But the thing is, we got contrary evidence today with the Snyderverse being in the Shazam and the Zack Snyder cartoon.
I mean, it's like literally there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it literally has footage. So I'm like, okay, the door is still open. Like, I think APAS said that. Now, Caleb here, before, because we're going to wrap this up. Caleb says, were we wrong to expect more from Hall H after the 100-day restructure? Well, like I said, I see the path there.
The path is what you're looking for.
Yeah. They could have closed the door a long time ago.
It's kind of like this. You broke up with somebody, right? And, you start calling each other, start texting each other. Doesn't mean you're gonna go somewhere and do it again, right? I mean, you're gonna build up to that, You gotta like, all right, hey, all of a sudden you just jump in the sack. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, you gotta build up again, right? Go on a few dates and stuff, And,
but just be prepared for what 5 o'clock PST when Feige drops the gauntlet.
He drops Deadpool 3. If he drops that, it's like okay, like you just the internet's gonna break.
Now, if Hugh Jackman comes out with Ryan Reynolds, dude. Sorry, Rock, but you should have had Cavill with you, man.
And people got to realize too, again, with DC, with WBD, this is just the stuff they have in the shoot here. They still again need a DC head. Why is it taking so long? We'll see what's the hold up with that. But this is all they have to show,
People think it's so easy just to announce something. Man, you gotta get permission from this and from that person. I mean, there's so much you gotta do.
Yeah,
guys, keep the faith. Keep the faith, guys. Don't let the betas get to you, because they're doing the Ewok dance right now, thinking hey, ha ha ha,
And just the critical thinking, like we always say, you could easily see Shazam could have used Justice League today, or just no Justice League footage at all, but they cut that trailer to show Snyderverse footage and Zack's and
that's
working
for you
with
guys.
Warner.
That's for you. Yeah, that's for you guys. You say, hey, stay calm, okay? They could have just completely ignored the Snyder cut. They're like, the old regime would have done that. They would have done nothing from the Snyderverse in there at all. In fact, you know what they would have done? They would have put Justice League in there and pissed you guys off.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Well, this is over. They could have did the brunch clip or something, whatever it was in Justice League. So so definitely y'all keep the faith. Definitely, we're gonna have more reactions like this, and we're at the end of the day we're fans of this. So don't why even interact with people who's against your fandom like that? That makes no sense. So. My timeline's good. I don't know if everyone else is going into fights and stuff, but I'm good. Hey, I was disappointed, but that door is still open, right? So, before we close this out, I'm
looking forward to the Wakanda Forever trailer today.
What's that in 3 hours? Yeah, like a few hours here.
Yeah.
That's going to be wonderful. We got Socks joining us
Hey,
and
Sox.
CY98.
Hey,
if
guys.
y'all want to ask Mikey one question before we close this out, Socks, you say you got something to ask him?
The only thing I gotta say is, man, Snyderverse ain't dead. It's not dead.
No,
I mean,
not even
they canonized the Snyderverse inside Shazam. You see it. You absolutely do see it, because now you're gonna have every hater come out and say, "Well, Mikey and Geekosity and Silver were wrong, and now we can use that against him," and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, did you not see the trailer? Are you that blind? Oh no, they said one thing, Deadline said another. Again, when did Mikey say what you think he said?
Oh, and real quick, because I saw the most dumbest thumbnail a couple of days ago. And I want you to finish what you said in a moment, Sox. But it's somehow that Deadline rumor, which hey, I believe the rumor, and I was
we all
hyped,
did.
Just like all DC fans, we were hyped for this. Superman fans. Someone somehow was saying Mikey was wrong because Deadline said the rumor and Mikey didn't corroborate it. So somehow Mikey was wrong
for being right.
So hopefully they take that video down because that looks asinine.
That's got to look embarrassing for Max.
Go ahead, Sox. Finish what you said.
It just blows.
Date well.
It just blows my mind how many times I go on Twitter, YouTube, or whatever, and I see people automatically say, "Well, Mikey needs to take the L," or "Sil needs to take the L." Like he has more wins in his world than you have in your life. Okay.
Oh, but Keaton Thomas Wayne, so still wrong.
My God. Seriously. Do you not understand what Mikey and Sil do? Do you not read their posts? Do you not watch what they say? Are you so blind to your own stupidity that you can't understand that? Yes. My God. I've been promoting these two guys for over a year. I'm on Twitter and Facebook. Ask them. They'll tell you.
Well, apparently some other YouTubers said that Snyderverse was getting restored this weekend.
You talking about an L?
Yeah.
It's a big L. That's a huge L. Okay.
Talking about an L, right?
There's no L's to be given here. There is no L's to be given here. Period.
I'm just saying there were people teasing the Green Lantern cut, people teasing the Batfleck announcement today. Like,
oh my God,
it's a major. If you want to look for them, I'm not that type of channel. But whoa,
they were asking for L's.
I mean, even on top of all that, they only had like an hour at San Diego Comic-Con to announce one, maybe two things. They announced Shazam. They announced Black Adam. Like you said, Rock ain't gonna let no one come out there and upstage him. That's just how he is.
Yeah, and that's what I was told 2 weeks ago, and sure enough.
So what I learned from this, and again with the fandom as well, is these trades, and we knew this. But you can't really jump on these trades rumors that hard, and kind of these guys stay kind of measured going forward, and that's the lesson I'm gonna take from this. So I'm sure there's gonna be more rumors in the future.
Yeah, there's a big one for Deadline, a big one, and everybody was telling me. Remember in the article I did about Man of Steel 2, I said I was skeptical because The Rock has ego. Sure enough, his ego won through. It's not gonna happen. With The Rock has to get himself out there first. Yeah.
You told us as much like this in a similar stream. Like I don't remember if this was a Scoop Center or one of your members, but there was something along the lines of Johnson knows that he's not going to be the main attraction at FANDOM.
Yeah. Well, and sure enough, CY, it was Cavill that was trending on Twitter after the Deadline thing, and I have a feeling, my gut feeling still, this was a last minute call off that The Rock's everything that he feared, he saw happening on Twitter. All the attention was taken away from The Rock, and everybody knew his new trailer was going to drop today, but no one talked about it. There was no excitement for it. It was like, oh my God, is Cavill there?
There really isn't. Like, I've seen a lot of Snyder fans sharing this on Twitter, but Zack Snyder's tweet announcing that he's in Teen Titans Go has more likes than Dwayne Johnson's Black Adam trailer.
God, that's embarrassing. Okay, that's embarrassing. Yes, see, somebody voted for the People's Champ. It wasn't The Rock.
Amazing. So, last thought, Sox, you said you wanted to ask Mikey something.
Yeah,
Mikey,
go for it.
Dreamwalker 2 comes out this coming week, I pray and hope.
Well, okay. Here's the deal on that. It's gonna hit the printers on Monday. So and it has to get the printing has to get done. That's gonna take about 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
Then it will be shipped in the U.S. So probably a week and a half before it gets to America. But it's gonna hit the printers on Monday. We're doing 3 different covers. Um, I have all the finished pages. I read the whole thing. Noel this is like, okay. If you guys seen Mad Max and you saw the Road Warrior, issue 1 was Mad Max. This is the Road Warrior. This is like a bigger budget thing. I think the difference is that when I wrote the first one was my first comic I ever wrote. Okay, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. By the time we got to the second issue, like Noel and I were filled with confidence, and we swung for the fences on this one. It is hyper violent. It's very dark, and still has one of the best scenes in the comic book because the well took the scene that I wrote and gave it steroids. Okay, because it's one thing to write something, but to have someone draw it the way he does, like cinematically, and he kind of tweaked what Silver did, like the whole situation, and it's just amazing. And then Alicia, um, who's Alice in here, and it's just a great fight scene in there. Um, but I'm very pleased with, especially with the opening and the closing. You know, are very powerful. Just to give you guys spoiler alert, this story is about child abuse. It's a very powerful tale of the cycle of child abuse, all of PTSD and all those other psychological things. And it's very Zack Snyder. The difference still, when I wrote the first one, I wrote it pre-COVID, which means pre-Snyder cut. Okay, um, so I wrote this after watching the Snyder cut in the middle of COVID isolation. So it has that kind of very dark feel. But I became a Snyder fan between issue 1 and 2. Um, I saw Snyder cut, I saw Man of Steel again. So you see some of that influence in this issue. I can't wait till you guys see it. And
Interesting.
Thank you.
So definitely, we'll wait for an update on that. CY98, any last thought or a question for Mikey before we close this out?
Well, it's kind of both. Like, first, I just wanted to give a quick thought on like how the DC panel went versus what I thought it was gonna go. I honestly think this went better because like Cavill coming back, yeah, that got a lot of hype, but I mean Snyder, like, yes, it's not the Justice League sequels, but
yeah.
But like, you asked anyone, do you think Snyder's gonna be in anything Warner Brothers again?
Good point. Exactly.
That was the biggest shock for me today. Yeah. It really was. You know,
And it wasn't even in Hall H.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it trended more than anything they showed in Hall H, DC wise. So, I mean, that's just the proof is right there, y'all.
I just find it hilarious as Zach was posting a cartoon just a few days ago, and sure enough, here he is in the cartoon in Hall H. I mean,
Right.
you know,
That's
he wasn't
interesting.
lying. He wasn't lying. He really was at Hall H. You know?
And I think too, I think they revealed that during the DC hour. I think like within Hall H, I believe so. But anyway,
Yeah.
same time though, he posted at the same time. So
Same time, exactly. So, hey, that's great, you know?
Yeah.
It goes to show you that he's coming back, guys. And if I was a beta, I'd worry.
yeah, and the relationship is open and repaired in a sense, and
It is
that's
repaired,
good
yeah.
news. Yeah, that's good news. I think for everyone. So I do appreciate everyone. I got one more person trying to jump in there. All right, quick thought, Krypton's core. Quick thought. We got to close this.
Hey, Krypton.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's
you guys
going
hear
on
me?
with you?
Hey.
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm good, dude. I knew that I was kind of this situation was kind of like in my gut, I was like, I think it's not gonna happen before it started, because it was something that it was like it was announced. Only 2 things were announced. You know, 2 things were announced, and the only 2 things that the WB announced were the two things that showed up. It was a rumor, and that's it. And everybody, and we drank that hopium. We drank it like it was cool. And that's our problem. Is like just little things like that happens, and we just like, oh my god, it's gonna happen. Like I said, I read all those articles. I'm like, Mikey is right. I'm not gonna. That's why, because I read the article, Mikey's article before, and I'm like, dude, he's never been wrong. So let me just like, and that's why I'm like, no, it's not gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. And I'm like, he was right.
Yeah, he said temper expectations.
Yeah.
Weird. I got it right. I got it right, but then I got it wrong. That's
you gave us a little bit of. You gave us the right amount of bourbon though.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, again, for the newer people catching this channel today, we don't just tell you what you want to hear. Though I'm a hardcore DC pro Snyderverse. If it's something against it, we will tell you. If it supports it, we'll tell you that as well. So that's just how that goes. Final word, Mikey. You mentioned the comic. Any new articles dropping or
okay, we got a bunch of articles that we have coming up. I'm gonna discuss obviously what happened today with The Rock. I probably won't go into detail like I did here. But I will discuss the disappointment that you guys had over not seeing Cal. But I will mention the fact that Dylan got it wrong, and my report stands. It's completely accurate.
Yeah,
you got your JSA footage. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah. That's what we got.
Mikey, quick question: do you think it's gonna be FANDOM? Because I still think FANDOM is gonna be in August or September. I think it's gonna be like really soon.
I'm from what I heard, them telling me the proposed date has changed. I'm thinking it'll happen before Black Adam is out.
Which will be interesting.
Yeah, because it comes out on the 12th, doesn't it? October 12th?
October 21st.
Yeah, but here's the problem, because they're hoping that the second trailer will get that kind of buzz the first trailer was supposed to get, which is why, The Rock, like, come on, I'm The Rock. You guys gotta love me, right? Wait, where's this Cavill stuff? I'm the people's champ.
You didn't vote for me.
So I think.
I saw someone literally using a people's champ clip meme.
Right.
In response to the absence of Cavill, this was obviously one of the guys who got their hopes up, thinking Cavill was going to be announced. They tweet in response to the lack of it, the clip of John Cena and Dwayne Johnson. You're the people's champ. Give the people what they want.
But you know what? But you know what? One thing too. Why would I want to know if at the end he's fighting Superman at the end of the movie? Like when how he's taking the GSs. Why would I want to know that? Look what happened with freaking even though we knew they were there. With
No Way Home.
With No Way Home, I just watched it again today. It was freaking amazing.
I tell you when
in the theater.
When I saw it in the theater, because I have no idea. Like the general public really doesn't know anything. So, when Andrew Garfield, that audience went, they lost their shit. Like they had no idea.
I remember.
They had no idea.
Yeah, the general public had no idea that was
happening. Real quick, Isbram Super Chat, Snyderverse confirmed from a source or context clues. No, Zach working with Warner's again is what I gather from today, which is a good sign. And that these other directors, this new regime, they're still using Snyder Cut as like the backdrop. Like Sandberg wants to be in that world. And I'm pretty sure Black Adam, I'm sure you're gonna have an indication when Black Adam comes out that he wants to kind of end up, in that continuity. So that's what I learned from today. Official restoration, that's down the line. Yeah.
And Alexander in the chat, I don't think Snyder. I didn't say Snyder's going to show up at FANDOM. I said Henry Cavill is where I'm seeing that trend happening. Especially if they have FANDOM before Black Adam, that's a done deal.
I'm just going to say going forward for DC fans, the FANDOM. I'm not guessing as a fan. I'm not guessing anymore. If it's not on the program, it's not happening to me. All right. So
I think I know where this started still, because Feige has reputation for surprising at these events.
Mm-hmm.
Like he'll do it tonight, okay? And I
Oh,
think
yeah.
people were hoping that DC would do the same thing.
Do you
They're not
think
ready
that?
yet.
Do you think that Feige will win San Diego Comic-Con tonight? Mike?
Yeah,
He already did.
He already did. He's already won because DC lost.
He already won. So
Yeah.
Yeah. The Rock basically shot himself in the foot today.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I did so too.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, the good thing is that Zaza wants to emulate, just the structure and how Marvel does do these things. So he's gonna, take this on the chin again, just like up front. And WBD, they got to get this DC Studios together sooner
That's
than
the
later.
thing, yeah, I think so. I mean, to me, DC fandom, the most we can hope for is Cavill, but also the DC Studios head will be announced. Will come out and I wouldn't be shocked still if the DC Studios president is the one who comes out and says Cavill's back.
Yeah, I think all signs are pointing to fandom, which is what me and you openly talked about this on the channel, Mikey, before the deadline rumor, that kind of infected everyone. We was like, oh, everything is DC fandom. I wouldn't expect much here, and that's really how it ended up. So, but yeah, going forward, it's got to be on the program.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting nothing from DC.
Yeah, and remember, guys, for next year, the only movie they have is only until August, which is freaking Blue Beetle. They need their October movie and their Christmas movie, DC, which because they always have. They either have September, October, but definitely December. What other movies can happen? So something has to be announced, and I'm hoping it's Man of Steel 2 for December of next year for Christmas.
Well,
That's what I'm hoping.
Well,
Superman's beautiful at
said
Christmas.
Superman looks beautiful at Christmas time.
There you go.
Exactly.
Members know. So,
but remember, I cannot confirm nor deny anything I hear in members. I cannot confirm or deny. So that's why I don't say stuff.
Price everywhere, I tell you. But no, this was a wonderful turnout. Obviously, it wasn't what we wanted, but that's why I said when I posted this stream, I said, whether it's restored or otherwise, we're gonna do our reaction. We're gonna look for what's there, and still hope definitely. And we totally expect.
One more thing I want to bring up. No one, absolutely no one, not me, not like no one, scooped Zack Snyder and Titans Go. No one.
Yeah.
So you really have no idea what to expect because they kept that very well hidden. And I mentioned to see you before, so like animation scoops are hard to get. Those guys don't talk. Okay.
Right.
Well, actually, Mikey, that's not true. This is technically a bit of a spoiler from a member thing that kind of came true.
Yeah.
Someone may snipe you. Go ahead.
It was the one that you did. It was the one that you did. Right after the Vero announcement. The Vero tease. You said to members, if Snyder is at San Diego, it's for DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was going to be there, it would have been for DC. So.
Yeah. Well, he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Teen
the
Titans.
universe, but still.
Yeah. We'll take the W on that, right? But
people were saying I will moon, right? That's the only reason. No, like I didn't even know about Titans Go. It's amazing, which goes to show you they have a lot of stuff they're hiding. Okay, because no one got that. And animators don't talk, man. They don't talk.
Exactly.
When that episode of Titans Go comes out and Snyder's in that episode, that's gonna be the most watched episode of Titans Go
ever.
It is.
Really?
And
Zach promised Easter eggs. He said on Vero, on his post, he said there'll be Easter eggs in the episode also. So who knows what that means, Zach? Right?
You have all these little kids going, "Mommy, Daddy, who's Zack Snyder? Can I watch 300, please?"
No, I swear to God, if one of his Easter eggs in that episode ends up being a cryptic tease for the Snyderverse.
Oh my God, they're gonna lose their mind. They're gonna lose their mind.
Unreal. But I gotta wrap this up. Appreciate again everyone showing up, all the guests. I mean, we had Uche Nwaneri, we had
Oh yeah,
Film
great
God
seeing you
earlier.
guys. You guys are awesome.
We had a lot of people within the fandom. This is what this is all about, and like I said, I appreciate the support, all the new viewers. I think we got a good thing going with these reactions. We're gonna keep that up. So for myself, for the whole panel, again, Scoop Center Monday. Scoop
Yep.
Center.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun.
I'm sure Mikey he'll probably tease out the topics tomorrow. I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
by the time we get to Scoop Center, so I would have had more feedback about what didn't happen today. So keep that in mind.
Stay tuned. Why didn't Cavill show up, and and what really happened there? I'm sure there's a bigger story to that. So again, for myself, this is the State of the Fandom live. Episode 3 upload, they'll be coming out tomorrow as well. So fun stuff ahead, but it's about the fandom, not about outside the fandom or antis. Don't worry about that. Block them if you have to. We'll catch y'all next time. Stay the Fandom.